pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, roll with Linus.
Water towers can fly!
Yes! Ego Delta nominal.
Flight outside SC off. Say again, SC off.
Yikes. You bet.
Concur.
We don't need any more of these.
Good morning, space fans. You are looking at a live view of Starbase, Texas, the orbital launch pad down in Starbase, where Booster 7 and the SpaceX teams are spooling up for another day of testing. Let us know if you can hear me on chat. Let's see if we got 5x5s in chat. You all know what to do, and there they are, 5x5s. Appreciate it. My name is Thomas Burkhart, News Director for NASA Spaceflight. I'll be one of the voices you hear while you are watching some tanks down in Texas this morning. I am not alone on today's stream for potential static fire testing. Also on commentary, we have Mr. Chris Gebhardt, Assistant Managing Editor of NASA Spaceflight. Chris, how are you doing this morning?
I am doing absolutely fine. How are you, Thomas?
I'm doing well. Stayed up late for a Starlink launch from Vandy last night and right back at it with some Starship testing today. Busy days, of course.
Yes.
Also, helping out today's stream and maybe offering a little bit of commentary, but mostly wrangling robots. Das, John Galloway, is on commentary. Das, how you doing?
Hi. I'm here.
Hi. Hi, Das. Everyone, thank you for tuning in. Of course, we will be staying live for potential static fire testing. Mary did receive an overpressure notice indicating that there's the potential for ignition events today. And right now, the ground support equipment, the GSE around the orbital launch mount, has indicated that Booster 7 is first in the schedule today. No further details about, number of engines or things like that today. It's also very possible that spin primes could be included in the testing flow at some point or the another. As we all know, these testing schedules are very fluid, but there's the potential for static fire testing, and of course, that is what we're all hoping for. So we will be keeping an eye on the ground equipment and the vehicle to see any signs of when the potential T0 may be. Our resident spreadsheet calculator expert dude named Adrian has given us an initial guess of a T0 potentially around 1 hour from now, around 11 a.m. Central Time. But again, that's a guesstimate based on the signs we've seen so far, and we'll get a better idea as we get closer to that T0. In the meantime, while we wait for more signs of when this T0 may be reached and what testing we're going to see exactly today, do want to reiterate that, of course, this is an interactive stream, so if you've got questions about what we're seeing or what we're talking about, please tag us with @NASA Spaceflight in chat. We've got some handy software from Mr. Michael Baylor that he has written that'll help us pull those questions, and we'll try to answer as many of those as we can. To start off, I want to give a quick thank you to Mr. Sandor Kadis, who is upgraded to a Red Team membership, so appreciate that support. And also, I'm going to hope I pronounce this name right, Tian Cheng saying, a little money for the team to get some energy drink. Thanks for the live stream. You know what, these days, sometimes that's really, really appreciated. Thanks for the support there.
Very much so, right?
Very much. Yeah, but I mean, between Artemis 1 coverage, Starbase testing spooling up here and there, a couple launches from different coasts, we've been keeping busy, but that's a good problem to have, I say.
Hey, at least going live at like 5 a.m. for the attempt on Saturday is better than going live at 11:30 p.m. from a caffeine standpoint need.
That is very true. The schedule works out better for commentary on Saturday. Hope you will all tune in to see Engine 3 bleed properly for the Artemis 1 launch attempt on Saturday. I know we're all looking forward to that. Again, all right, I'm going to try.
But joking aside, could be a launch. Never discount that. Could be a launch. Never discount it.
Let's see. Oh, also, Simcha became a Capcom member. Really appreciate that support there. I'm going to let some questions start to file in here, but Chris, you just want to give us a brief heads up as to, where, just a big picture. Where are we at in the testing? Is the different vehicles still trying to basically both vehicles, Ship 24 and Booster 7, are kind of getting ready to be certified for a full stack, right? That's the kind of stretch we're in.
Yeah. So right now where we are in the testing in the run-up to the first orbital flight, which is still scheduled to use Booster 7, which we're looking at right now on the orbital launch mount, and Ship 24, which is somewhere off-screen here, but on its suborbital pad right next door. They're both still in their individual testing campaigns, and exactly what you said is correct there, Thomas. You know, what they're trying to do here is validate that both of the systems are working, and because you don't necessarily want to risk putting a ship on a booster until you put the booster through its paces, right, with its engine firings. But likewise, once you put the ship on top of a booster, you can't static fire the ship anymore. So once you go for full stack, and if the plan is to potentially go for full stack and not destack, but to actually stack it for liftoff, then you're going to want to make sure that you've put the ship through all of the testing from its engine side of things that you need to for the actual flight. And then you stack them, and then you go through a different sort of full stack certification process where you're going to want to do full fuel loads on both of the vehicles. You're going to want to really test out all of those systems like you would for launch day. And if this is all sort of sounding very familiar to some of you who have been really paying attention to the Artemis program and to SLS, this is essentially the combined wet dress rehearsal and green run campaigns that the core stage of and the overall SLS rocket have been going through at Stennis and here at the Kennedy Space Center now. So it's just sort of different terminology for the exact same things, but the ultimate goal is to gather all of the data you need, run through your procedures as many times as you need to ferret out the issues that you're finding, and have that confidence that when you then go for the launch attempt, you are at least as ready as you can be for a first-time vehicle. And I want to make that distinction there, right, with the first-time vehicles, because I very much expect we will see launch delays and scrubs to the Starship system, just like we're seeing to SLS, because they are essentially both brand new systems, and Starship even more so than the SLS in that regard. So it's all sort of that same testing philosophy, just different ways of executing that and different words and phrases to describe the same things.
Yes, thank you, Chris. That's a great overview, and definitely worthwhile mentioning some of the similarities in the test campaigns. It's pretty easy to say, SpaceX and NASA's approaches to testing are drastically different, and in many ways they are. But at the end of the day, the milestones our rocket has to go through in order to launch include fueling, firing engines, and then lifting off. And at some point, you have to do those things in the right order, and that basically results in wet dress rehearsals, static fires, and then launch attempts.
Yeah, it's like ready, fire, aim, right? Or like you don't want to do that. You want to get ready, you want to aim, and then you want to fire, right?
Exactly. All right, so we got some questions starting to come in, and of course, be happy to discuss Artemis. Seeing a couple Artemis questions as they relate to Starship, so totally open to talking about that. Those would be great questions. Let's start, however, with this question from Chris, who is asking, what do we think the testing today, static fire on Booster 7, and how many Raptors do we think? So right now, we've only seen one Raptor fire at one time on Booster 7. We saw one brief static fire, and then we had the long duration static fire. Did I miss any, or it was just those two, right?
It was just those two, and the only thing I would add to that is that they were two separate engines, but they were never fired together, like you said. Right.
So, I guess, so to Chris's question here, do you think today could be another single engine static fire of some kind? Is there potential for a step up to a number of Raptors? Like, how, if they're going to start increasing towards a 33 engine static fire later down the line, what do you think the next number of engines that would be logical would be?
Yeah, so if I were going to go with logic, I would base this on what we've seen their test program be so far, right? So like what we saw them do with ship as they were working their way through the ship static fires is we saw one, then we saw two, then we saw three, and we sort of started seeing these buildups over time as they gradually increased. So if all of the data was good from the two single-engine static fires that they did earlier this month on Booster 7, if those were good and there was nothing in that data that sort of gave them pause, or if there was and they fixed it since then, I could see them increasing to 2, potentially 3 today, but I'm not they're not going to light 33. Let's just be very clear on that. Like, that's not happening because there is not enough weight on the top of that vehicle to hold it to the pad. But I could see them doing a staggered increase in that as they get more comfortable, just like they did with the ship earlier. Eventually, as you said, Thomas, building to the idea that they're going to do a 33 engine static fire here at some point. And maybe they'll shock us and that orbital launch mount has been upgraded to hold onto that booster for a 33 engine static fire without a ship on top of it, but we will see. But I'm not expecting, I am personally not expecting all 33 today. no.
Right, definitely not today. It is also worth reiterating that the latest test we saw on Booster 7 was a 3-engine spin prime. So that could point to a 3-engine static fire today. I think
That's a
that'd probably
very good
be,
point.
yeah, that'd probably be where I'd put my money if I was a betting man. But
And that would make sense to a large degree, right? Because 3 is the current number that they fired for a prolonged period of time on the ships, right? When they did
yes,
their ascent. So going for 3, if that is the plan for today, and of course, SpaceX does not go, "Oh, Chris, here's our plan for today, just so you know."
yeah,
Like they don't do that. Private company, they don't have to be as communicative as government agencies do. That is their right as a private company. But as we were saying, just based on what they've done in the past, like, yeah, a 3-engine today would absolutely not surprise me.
yeah. There you go. Got a really good question here from Ricardo asking what exactly is venting from all of these vents? Well, they're named appropriately, and why? So couple of different things. The main thing you're seeing right now is almost certainly just nitrogen vapors or air condensing around very cold nitrogen. Um, the first step in propellant loading for any rocket, not just Starship, but if you tuned into Artemis 1 coverage, it was very similar. You go through this process called chill down, which is simply cooling all of the components of the lines that feed fuel into the rocket down to temperatures that are closer to the temperature of the propellants. And oftentimes that is done with nitrogen. Now, further down the line, you will also see them get chilled down, like with the actual propellants on board. But it's probably a little early for that. I'll let someone in the back channel let me know if we're expecting a different commodity. But what you are seeing is basically the air condensing because all of the commodities that are used on cryogenically fueled rockets, such as Starship, are very, very cold. And you don't want to thermally shock your systems either on the rocket or in the ground support equipment to when you start flowing those propellants through them, you don't want a drastic change in temperature. So you, first of all, purge the lines with nitrogen because nitrogen is an inert gas and will purge any remaining propellants or other commodities that are in the lines before you flow your purified propellants through. And it also helps to start chill down that equipment and prevent against thermal shock. So that's what you're seeing right now. You're seeing that from the orbital launch mount, that big vent. It's very dramatic on the right-hand side view. We will point out other vents as they occur and what they mean. Right now, we're pretty early in the countdown. You're basically seeing the activity on the ground equipment indicating that they are spooling up and getting ready for propellant load, but propellant load itself has not yet started. All right, bringing in some more messages here. Porcatellis has become a PadRat member, and we appreciate that so much. Also, Izzy with the Capcom member, hoping that we will see you in the Discord before too long. Appreciate that. Also, Amnos has upgraded to a Capcom member, so we appreciate that as well. Here is a good question on the topic of Artemis, Mr. Gebhardt. Robert Hunt is asking if Orion and Starship are going to be the only craft building Gateway.
Are Orion and the I do not see the sorry. Yeah, Orion and Starship the only ones that will build the Gateway. Slight caveat to that. So Orion will definitely assist in the assemblage of the Gateway because the idea is that after the first two, it will definitely assist. Starship right now has no interaction with the build of the Gateway right now. So the actual crafts that will help launch the Gateway elements right now are the Falcon Heavy rocket. It is scheduled to launch the first two elements, the power and propulsion element, and the Halo, the habitation and logistics outpost module that are coming from Maxar and Northrop Grumman and ESA. Respectively, Maxar has the PPE and Northrop Grumman, along with cooperation with ESA, have the Halo module. So that will launch on a Falcon Heavy first. And then the SLS and Orion in the Block 1B configuration with the exploration upper stage are actually the vehicles that are earmarked to launch the remaining elements of the Gateway. And those would be dual missions where the crew would ride on Orion on top, the payload modules would ride underneath, and then very much like Apollo, after they would do the translunar injection burn in how that whole mission architecture is going to work, Orion would pop off the top, turn around, dock to it, and then take the modules to the Gateway and connect them together like that. So right now, Starship actually does not have a hand in building the Gateway, even though it is the lunar lander for the first Artemis mission, and logically, if it goes well on that, would continue thereon as one of the lunar landers for the overall program.
Right, excellent. Yep. And a quick follow-up question from Marlies, who was asking, what is the Gateway? I suppose I should have said that before I asked the first question, but my fault. Gateway is this super cool thing, and well, we can talk a little bit about what its uses are and how it came into be, but the upshot is that Gateway is basically a small space station. It's going to be smaller than the International Space Station, but it will be orbiting the moon, and its primary purpose is basically a staging point for the moon, the lunar surface missions. And this is one of the differences between the Apollo program and Artemis. And Chris, I'll loop you in on this to offer your thoughts. The Apollo missions were, you had a lander and a crew vehicle launched on the same rocket, the Saturn V, and thus they were constrained by being a certain size so that they could both fit on the same launch vehicle. Obviously, Saturn V was a huge and very capable rocket, but that said, you still had constraints when you're putting both of those vehicles on the same launch. And those two vehicles traveled to the moon by themselves. There was no docking events along the way, and that did limit the amount of science and cargo you could deliver to the surface, and also the amount of samples and things you could bring back. Also limited the number of crew members going to the moon and to the surface. So there are upgrades in all of these aspects for the Artemis program. First of all, Orion spacecraft is capable of fitting 4 crew members and their respective commodities, whereas the Apollo crew could only bring 3. Also, Artemis is launching the lander separately. Obviously, the original lander is going to be a version of Starship called the Human Landing System. There's also the possibility of additional lander designs being onboarded, kind of similar to how we have multiple crew and cargo vehicles servicing the International Space Station. There's the chance that there will be multiple lander vehicles, so multiple companies can be involved in that. But right now, Starship is the only one that's been selected. And that, of course, the Starship vehicle, slightly overpowered for that role, but that does mean it will offer a lot of cargo and crew capability between lunar orbit and the lunar surface. That also means that we have this gateway module that's going to be, or the gateway station that's going to be in orbit, and that offers a place for the lander to basically dock to before the crew gets launched, and the lander will be sitting there waiting so that the crew doesn't have to be waiting in lunar orbit for the lander to be ready. You send the lander out there first, and it kind of sits there, is confirmed to be ready to go, and then you put the astronauts on their way to the moon. It helps stage the missions that way. Gateway will also offer a science platform, just like we have on the ISS. You can stay on the Gateway station orbiting the moon, not actually go all the way to the surface if your science can be done from lunar orbit. Also, Gateway is going to function as a communications relay. It's in this very neat orbit called a near rectilinear halo orbit. Basically, a halo orbit means that from the perspective of Earth, the orbit is circling the moon. Like the orbit of Gateway will always have a direct line of sight to Earth. It's basically in a polar orbit around the moon. This does help you access any point on the lunar surface because that orbit passes over all points on the lunar surface over time. So unlike Apollo, which was constrained to basically making equatorial landings on the moon, the Artemis program can access any point on the surface of the moon, which does enhance your science capabilities. And that halo orbit is really good for communications relays, no matter where on the lunar surface you are. So those are some of the benefits of that Gateway station. Chris, anything to add as far as Gateway's role in Artemis missions?
I could not improve upon what you said.
Okay.
That was perfect.
I'm personally looking forward to it. It's pretty cool to be thinking about a station orbiting the moon, a second NASA used and used by NASA, ESA, JAXA, CSA. It's really cool to have 2 space stations.
It really is, and I think the other important thing I will add one more thing. The Artemis partners, right? Not just the main agencies like NASA, ESA, CSA, and JAXA, but the other countries that have signed on to the Artemis program, right? Like Brazil, Australia, the United Arab Emirates, to name 3. There are many others, but I'm just going to choose 3. They also have the ability to put their science experiments up there and to do all of that too. So this really is. It really is sort of like not just an extension of the ISS where it was build it and then allow anyone who wants to within reason, as long as the US isn't mad at them as a country, to use the ISS. This is very from the get-go integrating all of those efforts together, so it's not just the main operators who get to start using it right away. It's everyone who has participated in the Artemis program can sort of apply for those opening slots, if you will. and then obviously as it grows, more and more of those opportunities become available.
Right, exactly. And also, I do want to point out, I said 2 space stations, referring to 2 different stations that NASA and their partners will be involved in. There's, of course, also the Chinese space station, which is a separate entity. And then also, there's the potential for Roscosmos to spool up their own Earth orbiting space station down the line. So multiple space stations across multiple countries, even potentially multiple privately operated space stations as the ISS becomes retired and replaced with newer modules and updated space station designs that are going to be operated kind of privately. That's
Axiom.
also
Yep.
very exciting. Yep, Axiom Station is probably the front runner to that, but also things like Orbital Reef from the Blue
Yep.
Origin team. I know Northrop Grumman has a concept, NanoRacks has a concept. There's a couple out there. And we'll see how many of those actually come to fruition, but hopefully at least one will work out as a updated International Space Station replacement. But anyway,
Indeed.
there's the upshot on space stations in the future. That was a tangent, but I like it. We're good.
And I actually have one that's germane to what we're talking about. There was a super chat that I'm trying to find. James Juries was asking us how big are the PPE and Halo modules. So just since we were still talking about that, so the power and propulsion element module has a launch mass of 9 metric tons. So it's not an insignificant amount of mass there just for that particular element, but they are launching co-manifested. It is launching co-manifested with the Halo module from Northrop Grumman and ESA, with contributions from ESA to that too, and it is a 7 meter by 4.4 meter. In length and width in that regard. So that's how big the PPE and the Halo modules are.
Did someone say extended payload fairing?
Ding 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 ding. Yeah, these are launching on the Falcon Heavy, and they do absolutely require the extended payload fairings that SpaceX said they were going to build as part of their National Security Space Launch (NSSL) contract awards that they won. Oh my gosh, Thomas, was that already 2 years ago?
Was that too? Oh God, don't say that. I don't like
Or
that.
was that last year? I can't remember. It was either 2021 or 2020 when they got those awards. SpaceX and ULA in that regard. But yeah, that's what we have coming here. And those 2 modules are currently set to launch no earlier than November of 2024.
There you go. I will do a quick update on our testing status. As you can see, venting is pretty much continuing as it was before. I do have a bit of an update from Adrian, who of course is the expert on all these countdown signs, saying that that original 11 a.m. T0 that he had is highly unlikely at this point, because that big vent on the orbital launch mount, you can see it kind of in the middle of your screen, the left-hand side of the view, through the legs of the orbital launch mount, more obvious on the right-hand side to the left of the orbital launch mount. That vent should have stopped by now as they begin to pressurize things and get things throwing into the actual booster. And because it has not, yeah, here's an up-close view, that gives us an indication that that 11 a.m. T0 is likely not going to happen. This is basically a slower flow, although, oh, nope, all right, I thought it was dying down for a second, it kept going. Oh, maybe it is. Oh, it did just stop. See, okay, you talk about it and it stops venting. All right, so there is a new indicator. And so a little bit slower.
It was
than
waiting for you,
anticipated.
Thomas.
Yeah, it was waiting for me to talk about it. But yeah, that pad vent has now just stopped, so that'll give us another indicator. I'll keep you all updated as we get updated T0 estimates, but running a little bit behind what we would have expected for that 11 a.m. T0, so maybe slightly later, but moving ahead in testing nonetheless. Here's a good question. I'm going to open this to you, Chris. Patrick Stewart, the real one, wants to ask, why didn't the shuttle program get a Roman name like Apollo, Artemis, Gemini, etc.? It was just the shuttle transportation system.
It was actually the Space Transportation System.
Oh, that's right.
Was the actual name for it? Yes, and shuttle was the colloquial name. In all honesty, the part of this, like, it was supposed to be our space truck, right? And it still was, for to a large extent. It built the International Space Station, hauled a bunch of satellites and everything into orbit. Definitely did not live up to what was promised, but that initial goal that it was going to be our reliable, like, semi-truck, pickup truck service into space and back, it was basically, for lack of a better term, shuttling things back and forth to orbit, because a large part of the shuttle's design, which it finally started to do with the International Space Station, were these huge down mass capabilities, right? It wasn't just the ability to bring a bunch of stuff up to orbit; it was the ability to go grab it and bring it back. And because of that, it was a shuttle, and it was a space shuttle. And then eventually, the colloquial name just sort of stuck, and it officially became the Space Shuttle program. And they deviated from that and then went back to the Roman naming scheme with Artemis. But I will say too, for the longest time until Jim Bridenstine, did the naming of the program, Artemis was not the name of the program. So there was a while there where it was the SLS program as well until it got the Artemis name. But it wasn't anything like weird. It was just like that little colloquial name of what we kept calling it just eventually stuck.
Yeah, thank you there, Chris. Another point to point out here is that the vent on that orbital launch mount has resumed again. So we're keeping an eye on that. When that does stop for good, that would be the indicator of propeller loading propeller loading underway for the actual booster. So we're keeping an eye on this. A little bit after 11 a.m. Central is likely the T0 target at this point. But again, we'll keep you updated. Evan Hubbard says, for the caffeine fund, also any current planned upgrades for ship or booster? I'm sure there are. I don't know if we have, I don't know if anyone has said anything about specific upgrades that are planned. We know SpaceX is going to iterate and upgrade this design for a while, but I don't think we have anything specific that we're looking for. Also, Adrian reminded me that it is pretty normal for the pad vent to behave like this, so no one thinks this is a weird thing. Let's see. Java Man saying, how can we find out if SpaceX has filed for a launch license from the FAA and track its progress? Unfortunately, this is one part of the process that there's not going to be a lot of insight to. Basically, they will not have a launch license until they suddenly do. The biggest process was that environmental assessment, and when they cleared that hurdle, that was a pretty positive sign. Launch licenses for new vehicles oftentimes come up a couple days before the launch, so SpaceX will, in all likelihood, announce a targeted launch date for the first orbital flight test before there's actually a launch license in hand, because that process usually goes through the final flight readiness review for that first launch before the license is actually administered. So basically, don't hold your breath on that. The biggest thing to watch right now is SpaceX testing the vehicles and the vehicle readiness. Once we see that the vehicle is ready, and SpaceX will, in all likelihood, for an orbital launch, announce the target date for that, that is the best indicator of the launch timeline.
Also, just for total transparency, totally misspoke. Artemis is Greek, not Roman. So sorry.
Oh,
on that
oops.
one.
Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't notice that at first, but
and I just naturally said Roman. Yes.
Yes. All right, bringing on some more questions here. All right, here's one from Chad I wanted to touch on. We touched on it slightly earlier. To do a 33 engine test fire, do you think they could do it with just the booster, or would it need more ballast such as full fuel or a Starship on top? Chris, you want to go into your speculation on this? Because I don't think we have an official answer.
There isn't an official answer. So the two options for this, for a 33 engine static fire, are either that the hold down clamps on the or the hold down system, I should say rather, on the orbital launch mount is either powerful enough and strong enough to hold that sucker to the pad with all 33 firing and nothing on top of it, or they are going to need to either stack ship on top of it and fully fuel both vehicles, so you have the proper mass that you'll have when you actually ignite the engines on the pad for liftoff, or do some kind of what's it called, Thomas? Like when you put a weight cap on top of something to help simulate the mass that will actually be a mass simulator. There we go.
Yeah, I was in a mass simulator. Yeah,
had to talk myself into that.
Yeah, of course.
Sometimes it's funny the way the brain works. But those are the two options that I see. Do you see a third one out there for how they could accomplish the 33? Because that's really it. It's making sure it doesn't accidentally leave the pad when you light all 33.
Right, and I think the I think you've hit the options, and I think the most likely one will be that simply the pad is designed to withstand it. I personally, I would have been surprised if they had an orbital launch mount designed that was not capable of holding down a full thrust booster on its own, simply because they've known that this is going to be their test campaign for a while. So that would be my speculation. But yeah, I think you've hit the other options as well.
Yeah.
Anyway, on the same kind of topic, Fatal Bobo asking, do SpaceX have to fill the tank entirely for those tests? So that could be a factor in a 33 engine. Maybe they have to do a full fuel load for that test, just for mass purposes. I could see that being within reason. However, if you're talking about for these tests, like the one we're seeing today, when they're only going to likely fire less engines than that, they absolutely do not have to fully fuel. In fact, they pretty much only fuel it the amount of fuel that they expect to burn during the test. Plus a margin, of course, but no reason to wait around for a full fueling timeline to fill the tanks entirely when you're only going to fire the engines for a couple seconds and it's not even all 33 engines. Pretty standard procedure for these static fire tests. Now, if it was part of also a wet dress rehearsal campaign, that usually involves full tanking, even if they then followed up with a short static fire. But if the point of the test is to test the engines and not necessarily the fueling process, they don't necessarily wait to fill the tank entirely.
Yep.
Let's see. Moldy Space Energy says, geez, do you guys ever sleep? Hashtag Thomas Fan Club. Appreciate the support, Moldy Space. Rarely, but sometimes. Appreciate the support. Here's a good question, Chris. Andy is asking, hi from Colombia, how does Starship maintain its cryogenic temperature during travel to Mars and touchdown there, and then travel to Earth and landing?
Yeah, this is a great question. So keeping your propellant commodities inside of your tanks and sort of minimizing the boil off. You're still going to have boil off. You're always going to have boil off. Let's start there. But you sort of you can minimize that by doing what are called, well, they're sort of like barrel rolls, or rotisserie rolls, if you think about it. So if you think about like how you cook food in a rotisserie oven, right? Like you're constantly sort of turning the food over to make sure that the heat distribution is very even across what you're trying to cook. Well, it's sort of the same thing, but the opposite effect in space, right? So space is cold, right? So if you aim one side of the vehicle away from the sun, it's going to be negative hundreds of degrees in temperature, and if you aim the side toward the sun, if you're at like Earth orbit distance, it's going to be, positive in the hundreds of degrees there. So you basically, what you want to do is you want to manage those thermal loads over the vehicle, and the more you can manage those thermal loads and keep things the same on the outer skin, the less heat penetration you have through the tanks that can warm up your methane and your liquid oxygen during the transit to Mars. Now, you can do analytical models, you can know exactly how much you're going to lose, and that then tells you how much you need to get there with enough safety margin. So while propellant boil off and maintaining all of those commodities is definitely something you have to keep track of, it's something that teams have a really, really good grasp on. Right now, we've been doing this for decades and decades and decades with in-space propulsion. So, doing those sort of barbecue rolls or barrel rolls or rotisserie rolls, whatever you want to call them, is basically how you just maintain the thermal loads on the outside of the vehicle. And then also, since we're talking about ship, and the ship will need a thermal protection system, that also begins to help modulate those temperatures on the various sides as well.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Chris. We got a whole bunch of super chat stuff coming through, so I'm going to try and speed run a couple of these.
Go for it.
Beer here says, thanks for the great coverage. What do you think? When do you think they will stack Ship 24 on Booster 7? I think we've got fair amount of static fires on the booster left, as well as probably a 6-engine static fire on the ship. So I think we're weeks away from that minimum. I won't get more specific than that, I don't think. That pad vent has stopped again, by the way. I will interrupt these questions in order to give updates, obviously. So potentially into propellant load for the booster. We'll stay attuned for some more signs of that, such as the booster itself getting frosty and things like that. Let's see. Space Shuttle Discovery says, I really hope that NASA names the Michael Collins Lunar Gateway. That would be a cool name. I know there's been some talk of that. Right now it's still Lunar Gateway, but perhaps it'll get a new name down the line. Gotham asking, when will the first private space station launch? I believe the first Axiom module launches in 24. Do I have that right, Chris?
The first Axiom module is currently scheduled for 24. Yes.
Yeah, so 2 years from now is the current target for the first module. But of course, Axiom is taking an interesting approach. They're basically expanding the US operating segment of the ISS with their modules at first, and then down the line, their modules can separate from the station and operate independently as its own station. So a bit of a different approach there. So if that counts, then there's your answer. Otherwise, it'll be slightly further down the line. Good Gremlin says, SpaceX didn't oversleep today. Love an early test. Appreciate the support there. Yeah, thank you. James Dury saying, missing the old timeline checklist y'all had for testing and launches. I think we can bring that back once we have a better idea of the testing timeline. Right now, we are still very much learning about how the new vehicles and the new ground equipment operate for these tests, and there's not really a firm timeline yet, which is why these estimates are all huge error bars, and Adrian is furiously working to get those better. But right now, it's too early to basically predict with that amount of certainty.
Yeah, right. Like this isn't. Ooh, I very much like that.
Where was that vent even from?
I don't know. That's what I was trying to look at our cameras to see where it was from.
Nothing.
Oh, I was even looking at our master everything. That was a depress. It was the booster, is what Michael was saying.
I didn't see it, but it's what it sounded like.
Depress vent. Yeah, Alex saying depress vent too. Yeah, so that was a depress vent in the middle, it looks like. For that, so standing by to see what they sort of do here. Depresses aren't unusual or anything like that. Especially as we work through test campaigns. We are very early in the day, so don't go anywhere. Like this could be a recycle. This could be a very quick turnaround. Sort of depends on what they saw, basically. And that's a big caveat we need to make is like all of this is sort of dependent on what they're seeing in the systems and in the data that's going back to the control center here. Also, just want to really give a shout out there to the person in our chat who mentioned the worst episode of Star Trek, the original series, Spock's Brain, as a potential name for the gateway. I admire your tenacity with that reference.
But yeah, we'll keep you updated, of course, as we see more signs of testing progress. In the meantime, we'll keep some questions coming as well. Here's a question from Wee. I can only assume that is the noise that Raptor engines make inside when they're firing on static fires. What do you think was the reason for them sending out a notice but not static firing the last 2 days? Surely the intent was the static fire and they simply saw things that prevented that, right?
Exactly. So yeah, the way to remember this is like when an overpressure notice is delivered, that does mean that the intent for that day is to go for either an actual ignition of the engines, like a static fire campaign, or a pre-burner test, right? So that was definitely the intent yesterday, and then they were. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong yesterday, but they also, like, there were people at the pad for quite a long time. Like, I don't think they actually ended up closing the road yesterday for testing, even though that was their original plan. They never actually got to that yesterday. Yeah.
So it's all about how they send out those notices ahead of time when they are hoping and or planning for that test, but that does not mean that they actually get there on that day. It's a preparatory thing. Also, here is a good question from Jason. Will SpaceX's heavy boosters require orange foam insulation like SLS?
Good question. No, the Starship system will not have the spray-on foam insulation like the SLS core stage tank does, and the ICPS has spray-on foam insulation as well. It's just the part that's normally orange is hidden with that. So excuse me there. Sorry. So this sort of goes to the different ways that the vehicles are fueled and the different ways that they will fly. So SpaceX pumps all of the propellant into their rocket at the last possible minute to keep it cold, to not lose a lot to boil off, and sort of maximize the efficiency and the oomph that you can get out of the engines with the propellant in its cold way. Because SLS is a rocket that has a very lengthy fueling process, and you have hydrogen, which is much, 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 much colder than liquid oxygen and liquid methane, the spray-on foam insulation helps modulate the temperatures in those tanks and helps keep the temperatures down in the propellant from boiling off more than it actually does. It has the added benefit of helping to prevent ice buildup on the outside, but with an inline design like SLS, ice buildup actually is not that much of an issue anymore on the outside of SLS as it was for Shuttle, which also had the spray-on foam insulation, which was both to insulate the propellants inside, but also really to help prevent ice buildup, because ice can come off your vehicle as you launch, and with the shuttles sitting on the side of the tanks, if ice were to have hit the thermal protection system, that would have been a really, really bad day for them. So that's why you see spray-on foam insulation on SLS, is just how early it fuels and the need to keep that hydrogen really cold for as long as possible.
Right, got it. Thank you. Bringing in some more questions here. This is from Nico, who says, how will HLS Starship navigate its way to the moon? Is the trajectory completely pre-programmed and remote controlled, or dynamic? Does the ship know where in space it is and how? What is this, like the ship knows where it is because of where it isn't?
Essentially, yes. The answer to your question is essentially just yes to all of them, but let's break that down. Okay, so the way that HLS, and this goes for Orion as well, the way that they navigate themselves to the moon, right? So you have the initial launch that drops you off into an Earth parking orbit. That will be different for the different vehicles depending on their flights, right? Like Starship needs to remain in a lower Earth orbit because it has to go up and be refueled by the tankers in order to then get to lunar orbit, having a propellant in there, and then get them to the lunar surface and back to Orion afterward. But then basically after they're in that initial parking orbit, they do what's known as the translunar injection burn, which shoots them out on a lunar intercept trajectory in that regard. And then the systems usually have star trackers so that they can lock on to specific navigation points, so they know where they are and they have the aiming reference for particular burns and stuff. So they utilize that sort of live tracking of where they are. But then on the ground, the mission control folks are also looking at the exact burn duration, the exact energy that came out of the engine, extrapolating that out for what the actual trajectory the burn left you on is. And then they can either relay up, okay, we need you to do a correction burn, and this is where we need you oriented, and this is how long we need the engine to fire for, to do those sorts of things. Sometimes those correction burns are just thrusters firing. Sometimes they're actual, like, large-scale burns of the engines. But it's sort of like you have your nominal trajectory, and then you look at where the vehicle actually left you, and then you remote control tell it how to readjust its trajectory so that you're right on the trajectory that you want for lunar intercept.
Right.
So the answer to your question is yes, and then there's the complicated underlying answer for how it works.
Right, yeah. There we go. Anonymous Mycologist says, or doesn't say anything, but has upgraded to a launch director membership, so a very generous amount of support there. They're very much appreciated.
Love the name. I love the name y'all come up with. Big fan, yeah.
Here's a question from Tech Plasma. Are SpaceX still...
Sorry, I also want to say, launch director, thank you so much. That support is really meaningful to us. That type of sustained support at that level really, truly helps us do everything. That, you know, it helps us bring you all the Starbase stuff. It helps us with those 9-hour-long streams with Artemis and these launch campaigns, and what we'll do for Starship as well when it's time for it to take its orbital debut. So thank you. That type of support really, really does mean a lot to us, and thank you for the trust in us that represents. That really means a lot to us. Thank you.
Right, absolutely. Thank you. The question from Tech Plasma is SpaceX still trucking in liquid oxygen and liquid methane, or liquid nitrogen, I guess. Oh, liquid natural gas is LNG, so liquid methane, basically. Or have they set up a more permanent pipeline? Surely it would make sense to do so. I think long term, that is still the plan, although the plans have evolved a bit. But right now, I believe we're still seeing trucks arrive, right?
Yep. Right now, it's truck waves coming in to replenish the tankers. Yep.
Gotcha. Let's
Just
see.
for a little recap here, in case some of you are still
Yes.
joining us. So we are standing by. So there is Starship testing that is going on, and right at the top of the road closure option, we saw activity for Booster 7 at the orbital launch mount. So we did see them starting to go through some of the normal procedures that we have seen as they go into testing. But then, as Adrian noted, some venting didn't stop when it was supposed to, and then we did see what I believe was a partial depress, and I'm going to wait for the back channel to confirm that. That we saw that it was we did see a depress, but we didn't see a lot of the indicators for a full depress, I believe. So, one of the things to remember in testing is that, if they get sort of off nominal conditions, you don't necessarily have to back completely out of the test campaign. You can sort of go back a little bit, rejigger things. We work timing on things. We saw this Monday with SLS when the liquid hydrogen line in the purge can of the tail service mast leaked. So the launch team under Charlie Thompson just stopped the flow of liquid hydrogen, let it warm up, started the flow again, reseated the seal, and it worked. So you can sort of do those back and forth, but what we're seeing of how the rocket behaves on that is how it needs to be configured based on where it is in the count. So sometimes if you keep pressurizing slowly and then you have to back up to a different point, you need to lower the pressure that's in that tank back down to the point where you've recycled to, basically. So stay with us, because we've got a full day of testing based on the overpressure notice that Mary got, which indicates they do have a plan, as long as everything continues to go well, to light engines today. And we have seen that both the orbital launch mount and the suborbital launch site are clear. So we are expecting testing on both the booster and the ship today as well. So we will definitely be with you as we move through the day for what should hopefully be an exciting day in South Texas as Starship continues to go through its campaign for its eventual launch here. Coming up, what's the latest estimate for that, Thomas? Is the latest public estimate still the end of September for Starship's orbital flight, if all testing goes well?
I mean, to some degree, I think it depends on who you ask, but
Yeah, well, yes.
somewhere around at least a month from now is probably the most optimistic estimate. I personally, and I went on record on stream like a while ago, just throwing out that it's going to launch on the Falcon Heavy anniversary in 2023, so February. And I'm just sticking to that for now because I haven't been wrong yet. So, of course, we'll probably I'm probably wrong there, but I'm just throwing that out as an opportunity.
Yeah.
But yes, the public chances of no earlier than end of September is probably the latest estimate.
And you know what else I'd like to do right now? I see we've got 13,000 people watching and only 2,000 likes. I think we can do better than that. If you appreciate what we do, hit that like button, and also in chat, tell us where you are watching from, because that helps the YouTube algorithm with the engagements and helps us push out to more and more people. So where are you guys watching from around the world? And hit that like button if you haven't. I see Boston, India, Germany, Atlanta, the Netherlands, Scotland, Poland, Minnesota, Earth. I like that.
Nice and generic.
Earth.
We like it.
I like that person a lot. There we go. Norway, UK, Quebec, Spain, Ohio, Montreal, Germany, South Africa, Sweden, Mars, Argentina. Argentina in the house. Nice. Salt Lake, Norway. Awesome. Love seeing where everyone is watching from around the world, because part of the Artemis program, right, is bringing everyone together to do this as a group and not to just do this as one. So really, really loving all the enthusiasm here for what we are seeing.
Yeah, really appreciate that.
And Adrian does confirm that he is also watching from Germany. Good. Thank you, Adrian. Yes. Yes, your GPS tracker we installed on you malfunctioned, so you're having to self-report your location there. Oh, I kid. But excellent. Really, truly love seeing the world community here that we've got watching this. So thank you all so much. Really, really love that element. But now that we're 10:45 local time here, so we've got an overpressure notice. We're waiting for potential static fire. So what are some other questions we got here? The
Yeah,
Virgo
absolutely.
supercluster. If you're watching from the Virgo supercluster, let's talk about first contact.
There we go. So yeah, a question here from Brennan who says, what technologies are going to be needed for humanity to become spacefaring? Things like
Ooh.
Mars and moon dust mitigation, human genetics research, some of the things that aren't the rocket ships to get us out there.
That is a very, very good question. Uh, yes, we're definitely going to need to learn more about dust mitigation, especially the lunar regolith. And I say more the lunar regolith rather than the Mars soil, because the Mars soil is definitely something that you have to consider for solar arrays and solar panels. But if you have someone there who can go brush off your solar panels, that becomes less and less of an issue, right? When the Martian dust storms sort of come over you. The lunar dust, the lunar regolith is another sort of beast, because it's not just dust. It's very, very coarse. It's very abrasive. So it's not just that when it gets in, it can sort of gunk up the wheels. It's that it can literally start tearing things. So that's a big thing that they're going to have to work with. But we have experience and we have data from the Apollo program and the Apollo lunar landing missions to help us out with that. And people like MDA from Canada, who are building some of the robotics that are going to go to the surface of the moon as well, are already on this in terms of how they're going to protect it. Human genetic alteration is an interesting one for radiation and stuff like that, how we might adapt to different gravitational fields, because Mars is only one third the gravity of Earth and the moon is 1/6. So we do have those considerations as well. I actually kind of want to answer this from a different perspective, because I don't actually think those are the things that are the showstoppers necessarily, right? I don't think our technology to live permanently on the moon and Mars is sort of the question. Like I definitely believe that we have all of that to make it possible. What I am really interested in is, as a species, we have not had to deal with expanding into different frontiers that required us to completely alter the way that we live, right? Like, it has been a long time since humanity as a whole has sort of gone to new places on our planet with the intent of establishing permanent settlements there or increasing the permanent settlements that are already there. We won't get into all of that on this stream, but I have a bigger question and concern over the laws that you have to develop, the societies that you have to develop, the human interactions that we are not used to as a species anymore. And really, in particular here, there are some really, really hard moral and ethical questions that are coming with this sort of push to establish these colonies and these bases on the moon and Mars, because especially with what SpaceX is talking about at Mars, and this is not a slight to SpaceX, it's just a reality of what they're talking about. You could very easily get into a situation where someone gets injured and you have to make the call, is their worth to the colony worth the medication they're going to use from the store? Because you can't just go to the local drugstore or the local chemist anymore and just pick up medication. It's all got to be there. You have a finite amount, and we have not dealt with that large scale as a society for over 100 years at this point. And that's more of the thing that I'm interested in, is how are we going to work through those elements? Because I think the technology is actually the easier part to figure out there. But whose laws do you follow? Can you make your own? What's the jurisdiction? How do you punish people when they do things wrong or they go against the moral code of the colony? Those are all the fascinating questions that I'm really interested to see how we deal with when we make this a reality.
Definitely a very valid conversation there, and one that we'll have to have sooner rather than later. Thank you for that, Chris. I'm going to keep more questions coming. Again, tag us at NASA Spaceflight. We are currently waiting for some more progress as far as propellant loading into this booster is concerned. They started to get into it, and then we heard a depressurization vent, so it looks like they backed out slightly. But testing's still very active, so don't go anywhere. I'm sorry, one certain person in chat says, I don't like lunar regolith. It's coarse and rough, and it gets everywhere. Good reference. Good reference. Here is a question from David who says, do you think they will do a booster hop and catch? It looks like the chopsticks are ready for it today. Well, I don't think they're doing that today for sure.
No.
And I don't think we've really heard any of those plans down the line for some sort of booster hop test. I think the fact is that you get to test the catch. You get to test the catch method on an orbital launch because you'll do the return to launch site. You'll practice the boost back burn. You'll practice your reentry, and if that all goes well, you get to try a catch attempt. And I don't think it's that big of a benefit of doing it with a hop test versus just waiting until you can try it for real, basically. So I don't think we've heard any, rumors of plans for any tests like that. So don't think that's in the cards. Mac Bain says #Chris fan club. So there you go, Chris. Appreciate the support.
No, I
there.
finally get one. Yay!
There you go. Mylan has become a red team member, so appreciate that support. David Martinez, where does SpaceX remotely control the testing process from? Is it from Hawthorne or local to Starbase? These tests are controlled from Starbase. There is a Starbase test control center.
Indeed.
Here's a question from Mike that I have no idea what it's referring to, but it's just to Chris, so I just get to hand it off to him. It says, Chris G, where was the third SRB located on Discovery? Do you have any idea what they're talking about?
On Discovery. I do know what this is in reference to. Okay, so when I tweeted yesterday, this is a joke because of a deleted tweet yesterday. So when I was stupidly typing the tweet in the tweet window instead of off Twitter like I normally do, I was just typing and then accidentally hit tweet, and instead of saying 2 solid rocket boosters and 3 SSMEs, I said 3 solid rocket boosters. I didn't actually realize I had said that because I just deleted the tweet because I didn't have all the links and everything in it yet. But that's what that is referencing, is a mistype on my part yesterday from a deleted tweet. Yeah.
I mean, it just sounds
and
like
I
a
agree,
cool
I
Kerbal
liked that
creation
too.
to me, but...
And if anyone wants to make that in Kerbal, I would love to see it.
There you go. Appreciate the support there, though. Keith Carson says, exciting times with 2 planetary-class heavy lifting rockets on the pad at the same time. Thanks for all the coverage. #WhenCape247. Well, we kind of have that right now. We do have a stakeout stream with live views of SLS out at 39B right now. So if you do want to go check in on the orange rocket, you can actually do that, thanks to NASA Spaceflight. But yes, definitely exciting times with 2 super heavy class rockets working on their respective test campaigns, although SLS is on the test flight campaign, which is very exciting.
It was just really awesome at the Kennedy Space Center too, to see the SLS moon rocket on its pad, to see the tower for Starship for the lander, and our Mars program going up too, and it was just really, really nice to see the 2 Kennedy launch pads getting back to what they were originally built for, which is to take us interplanetary, and that really made me smile. I don't know about you, Thomas, but that meant a lot.
Well, absolutely, and I think it'll be even more so when we get the first Starships out at KSC as well. But even when it's operating at Starbase and KSC kind of in tandem right now, definitely an exciting time. Getting a close-up view of the orbital launch mount. Again, that vent has stopped. We are potentially back into propellant load. We're going to wait for some more signs from the booster itself to confirm that propellant is getting on board the booster, but we are in the part of the countdown where we would expect propellant loading here soon. There's a beautiful wide shot of the test center with Ship 24 waiting its turn off to the right of your screen. Potentially Ship 24 testing later in the day after Booster 7 finishes whatever it's going to do today. Rick says, keep up the good work and start the Raptors. Hoping so. Appreciate the support. Also had a whole bunch of memberships come in here. Dominic says, upgraded to the red team level, so appreciate that support. Vince has joined at the red team membership level, so appreciate that. Engine 69 says is thanking for becoming a Capcom member, so hope to see you in the Discord, one of the perks at that level. Jason, also a Capcom member, appreciate that. Eric has become a red team member, thank you, Eric. And Paul upgraded to a launch director membership. That is a super generous level of support above and beyond, so greatly appreciate that, Paul. Thank you so much. Travis had become a PadRat member, appreciate that. Cameron also at the PadRat member, and Eric upgrading to Capcom, so appreciate that. and Paul Jenkins with the PadRat membership. Thank you to everyone. Really appreciate that membership program. It's a very, very useful amount of support that helps us continue to upgrade our equipment and our coverage in many ways. And it gets you a lot of really cool benefits, gives you the opportunity to hang out in the Discord with a lot of other members as well as the team, new emojis, background member content, things like that. So really, really appreciate everyone who joins in on that program.
Yeah, and definitely just noting the visual alterations here. So the orbital launch mount, the OLM, as we call it, because space loves acronyms. Although I think SpaceX actually detests acronyms, so I
SpaceX
think they
doesn't,
actually,
yeah.
yeah, like they actually call it the orbital launch mount, and they probably cringe every time we call it the OLM. But yeah, the orbital launch mount, or the OLM, it did stop venting there. But we can also see that the liquid oxygen subcoolers are, I mean, absolutely working to their heart's content right now. So yeah. Oh, and we're getting told in the background that they call this the vertical launch area, or the VLA. So apparently, maybe they are starting to actually get comfortable with a little bit of acronym lingo. But oh my gosh, please don't go as much as NASA, because sometimes sometimes I have to pull the 122-page 10-point font double column back and front master acronym list for NASA to figure out what things are, and sometimes I'm looking at the acronym going, it could be 5 of these. I don't know.
I highly recommend the Google Chrome extension, the NASA acronyms extension, where you can just highlight an acronym and it'll tell you what the possible acronyms are. Highly recommend it. Very useful. Also, vote.
Indeed.
Somewhere, Gavin is watching this and very excited about the vote. Bringing some more questions and messages here. Ninja says, for the caffeine fund, grab some coffee, Monster, Bang, whatever keeps you guys going. Appreciate that, Ninja. We will definitely keep ourselves awake with that. Thank you so much.
The
Jimmy
exploration
J.
and spaceflight in one shot. I love all the people yelling boat. Yeah, seafaring and spacefaring all in one shot. How we have progressed as a civilization, right?
Absolutely. Jimmy J is saying, are there any updates on SLS since last night, i.e. any repairs done or things like that? Any updates on the work towards a launch attempt as early as Saturday?
So this is for Artemis, yes. So any things on a launch attempt for Saturday? Yeah, so basically right now the teams are, they're doing a couple of different things right now with SLS out at the launch pad. One, they're getting into the liquid hydrogen tail service mast, and they are looking at the valve in the purge can. The seal, sorry. Okay, let me start that again. This is confusing, as you all can tell. Okay, so they're doing 2 things right now out of the launch pad. The first is they're accessing the liquid hydrogen tail service mast, and they are specifically going to the purge can area where they had the leak that they were able to fix on Monday. They're going to inspect and investigate to see if they can figure out what was going on there and why it leaked, and they're going to retorque everything there for good measure again. There's decent confidence, a good confidence too, that will work, and that it either won't leak again, or that hopefully the start it and stop it routine to let the seals heat up and then re-shock them, well, not shock them, like reintroduce them to cryogenic temperatures can sometimes reseat the seals, which is exactly what we saw on Monday, and need to make sure everyone is aware that that is a very normal that is the first troubleshooting thing you do when you have a leak in a cryogenic condition, is to stop it, let the seal warm back up, hit it with that cryo again, and that usually can reseal them sometimes. So they're doing that.
I think they called it during the briefing a dynamic event, right?
yeah, which is basically a meaningless statement in many regards. But what actually happened is they got into liquid hydrogen slow fill. They did not see leak indications. They went for fast fill, and as soon as they went for fast fill, they saw a leak that breached the 4% limit on the sensors. So they called an automatic stop. They let the seal heat back up. They hit it with that cryo again, and it sealed, and they were able to absolutely continue fueling and detanking absolutely fine. No issue there. That would also, with that seal fix, that was not a constraint by the time they actually scrubbed. They had cleared that from the constraint board. The other thing that they are doing, though, is looking at the data still from the bleed valves, the bleed sensors in the liquid hydrogen bleed system from the core stage to the engines, because that's where the big non-conformance was. So they're looking at that. They're changing some of the procedures from what they had developed for the count to match what they did at Stennis, because an interesting thing that was talked about yesterday is that they saw this same thing at Stennis where the engines were really close to negative 420 degrees, but they weren't Fahrenheit, but they weren't quite there yet. But they had a modified procedure they used at Stennis that totally worked. And they're going back and they're going to implement that now for the next countdown. So physical work on the vehicle with the LH2 tail service mast, and then procedural changes and data reviews to implement for the next launch attempt. So that's what's happening right now. And the launch attempt is currently scheduled for Saturday, September 3rd. The window opens at 2:17 p.m. Eastern, which is 18:17 UTC, and it is a 2-hour-long launch window. So that is where we are for Artemis 1 at this point.
Thank you for that, Chris. Appreciate the update, and of course, we will be keeping updated coverage on the Artemis 1 launch campaign, both here on the YouTube channel and over at nasaspaceflight.com, also on the social media channels, so stay tuned for more updates on that all-important test flight. I'm going to bring in some more messages here. First of all, we had a very generous...
Hang on, I believe we see the engine chill pipes beginning to freeze up on the OLM.
Alright, can someone point out to me where we should be looking for everyone watching who may not know what an engine chill vent looks like?
I believe if you look at the left side of the screen on the OLM, that it is the very white pipe. And then you can see, yep. and then you see it like rings around the outside too, so it kind of comes up and then forms the ring around, and that's the one we're talking about, the lower pipe that goes... Yeah, the lower pipe, yep. So, yeah, that's what we're looking at here.
There we go. All right, so there is another good sign towards testing, preparing for engine chill, which, of course, anyone following the Artemis 1 campaign is now very familiar with. But it's a process for most rocket engines, and that's another step towards static fire testing for sure. So, good to know. Thank you. I'm going to bring in some very generous support here. First of all, Declan. I don't think this is the Declan we know from Flight Club, different Declan, but does offer an 80 Australian dollars super chat. No message or anything, but that's a very generous amount of support.
Oh,
so thank you,
so
Declan,
much,
for
Declan.
that. If you have a question or anything that we can answer, please let us know in chat. You know, I feel bad for a big donation like that and we don't even have a question to answer or anything, but just appreciate the support. Also, Paul gifted 20 Red Team memberships, which is also extremely generous. So, Paul, thank you so much for your support as well. Distant Sun Rising has a super chat as well. Appreciate the support there. And then a whole bunch of new memberships. ICBM with the Capcom upgrade. Dario upgraded to Launch Director. Richard and Denise also upgraded to Launch Director. So thank you all so much.
Thank you so much.
John Reese at the Red Team level, as well as it's not online with the Red Team membership as well. And John Sullivan as the Red Team member as well. Appreciate all of your support. Really appreciate it.
And we really do. Sometimes the thank yous, I mean, they can sound, I mean, we this is all wonderful. Like, we do truly mean the thank yous from the bottom of our heart. We really do.
I'm going to bring some more questions as well. Uranium235, again, the usernames are on point this morning. Really appreciate that. Asking if Starship could land in Boca if a booster catch or something else took out the Florida tower. So hypothetically, mission launches from Florida, Starship's in orbit doing whatever it does. Any reason it has to land the place where it launched, or can it land somewhere else?
Oh, that's a great question. If you're talking about the ship that has gone orbital, no, all you're really waiting for is for the ground track of the orbit to come close enough to the launch site that Starship can maneuver itself and use its aerodynamic properties in the atmosphere to sort of correct any dispersions between the ground track and the landing site, and then it just lands. So if you launch something from Florida, as long as the inclination aligns the ground track with the landing site to enough of a degree, doesn't mean that the ship has to come back to Florida. Now, just in case we're talking about the entire Starship system here, if you launch a Starship from Florida, the booster's only landing option at that point is likely Florida, because it doesn't have enough propellant to do a massive retro burn to shoot itself back across the Gulf and nullify all that downrange velocity. Like, it doesn't have enough to do that. So the boosters are sort of committed to just returning to their launch sites or continuing downrange if there are going to be ocean catch platforms. I don't know I don't think anyone really knows what the status of those are right now, but that would be the only option, sort of like what we see for the Falcon 9s and what their two options are.
Two things to point out really quick. First of all, there is frost on the bottom of the boosters, so
Yes,
that
there
is
is.
indicating that propellant load is definitely underway, and not just underway, but has occurred. So there is some propellant on board the vehicle, and then right on cue.
Ooh. Keep going,
Yeah, go
Thomas.
ahead, Chris.
Sorry. I just thought I saw something. I think I see an engine chill.
You do see an
vent,
engine
too.
chill. That's what I was about to
Yes.
say. So
Okay. Yes.
you're seeing some venting from near the bottom of the rocket, which is indications of engine chill. So that was 2 of 3. Now there's 3 things for me to point out, because the third thing, is that a bird sitting on the fence on the left-hand side of this view?
Yeah, that would be a grackle. Yes.
I'm not going to say the bird should move, but the
Well, it
bird should
just did.
probably move.
I mean, it's literally doing the slide to the left, slide to the right. 2 steps, y'all. Like.
Oh, man. Don't
doing
stand
that song
here
at
in
every
like
wedding,
some
like-
amount of minutes. You know those pictures whenever we go set up cameras and pads and we make the same joke every time? Hey, don't stand here tomorrow, whatever. That bird should probably peace out in the near future.
And wasn't there a bat around the base of the engine section of SLS at one point during its countdown after it was fully fueled Monday morning?
I believe so. No, I think we thought there was, but it ended up being like a moth or something. There was something around, yes. But yeah, not a bat, but I do know exactly what you're talking about, and that's not unheard of. Also, I need to correct myself. I was looking at the wrong vent here. The engine chill vent that we are now seeing is actually near the bottom of the tower. There are basically pipes now running down from the orbital launch mount, and that is where the engine chill kind of overboard flow gets now dumped. It's not coming from the engines itself. So, want to correct myself. I saw the vent at the orbital launch mount, and I'm used to the old engine chill vent. But yeah, engine chill vent's in a new spot, and that's kind of part of them continuing to build out and finalize the design of the orbital launch mount and upgrade things like that. And there we go. Now seeing a little bit of venting from bottom of the... Every once in a while you're going to see some vents from where the engines actually are, and then that would be liquid oxygen engine chill. So we're separating the methane, the fuel engine chill, and the liquid oxygen engine chill. So those are the 2 different signs we're seeing now that engine chill is underway. And of course that combined with propellant loading means that we're going to be getting close to static fire. Of course, the big sign is going to be that T-minus 10-minute warning that we should get from the authorities down in Boca Chica. That'll give us a heads up that we're close to engine ignition. But we're getting close to the business end of this countdown now, which is very exciting. Keeping some questions and messages coming here, I want to acknowledge a super chat from Myran Fox, which is no message again, but $100. That is a very, very generous amount of support. And again, I don't want to, spend all of our time, answering super chats and things like that. We want to answer questions and things like that. But we have to give a big thank you to everyone who sends support to these streams, because it's what makes it happen. And that is very, very generous. So Myran, thank you so much.
And to be fair too, we want to keep the balance between super chat questions and other questions as well, because we really do appreciate all the support, because you sat there and watched an ad. That helped us, and
Yep.
I really truly mean that. I know how annoying ads are on YouTube. Trust me, like, But even that helps us. That really truly does help us. So thank you. Just being here is a huge help to us. So that's why we like to try to balance between the two.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah. And to the 16,000 of you watching, hopefully we are headed for an engine test event here, because we do have the overpressure notice that Mary received. So they do plan to do something that will cause an overpressure potentially here today, which is usually a sign that they plan to ignite the engines.
Yes, exactly. Got another question here from Verinder, who says, do we think that SpaceX is planning to add any flight abort system on Starship?
Do they plan to... Is this the abort question on Starship?
Yes,
yeah. Yeah, this is a really, really good question. What I can say is, as of right now, there has been no public statement from SpaceX and no real indication that this is planned for the overall design of Starship. Um, very much that the same way, and I will connect to this to the other vehicle in history that we had that's like this, and I think it's appropriate to do, is to the shuttle. The shuttle had some very limited abort options, right? Very much like Starship, it relies on what's known as intact aborts, which means you have to recover the vehicle intact. You cannot just pop the crew module out of it like you can pop Orion off the top of SLS or pop Dragon and Starliner off the top of Falcon 9 and Atlas V respectively there. So your abort options are really recovering the vehicle and the cargo, which can include people at sometimes, intact. Would adding an abort system completely make the system unusable? No, it wouldn't make it unusable. It would certainly complicate it, which is something they don't really want to do. So the idea here is to make it as reliable as possible so you can eliminate as much of that risk as you can. But it's very important to note that the risk is not zero on that, right? So that's the technical answer to it. And Thomas, I'm interested in hearing your take on this too, because that's the technical answer to it. But I'm personally of the opinion, and I know a lot of people are going to disagree with me, that that wasn't a design flaw with the shuttle, and it's not a design flaw with Starship. I think that to do big things and to dare and to risk, you've got to accept some things that you normally haven't before. And if we're going to push our systems and we're going to commit to making life interplanetary, we need large, gigantic vehicles like this, which make escape systems and abort systems tricky, right? And I think that as long as you can develop the system and retire as much of the risk as you can, then it becomes a factor of, well, the people who go on it accept that risk. And I know DOS is here, so we might hear a chime in here in a minute.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But they are not the same. I'm not making the claim that this is as safe and reliable as airline travel. It's not yet, and I mean that's just a basic fact, right? Rocketry is very, very different. But when you buy a ticket on a commercial airliner, right, you have every confidence that it's going to get there successfully, right? Because the crashes are very, very few and far between. But you do accept that risk that something might go wrong, and there's no escape system. Now, obviously, there are failure modes on airplanes that you can glide to airports, right? That is certainly a thing. But there are also failure modes like we have seen most recently with the China Airlines flight that went down, right? Where you can't recover from some catastrophic things and you don't have a abort system. So that's sort of where I would like to see it get. But Thomas, I'm interested in your view on that, because I know that's a controversial view when we do start talking about life that's on board.
Of course, and I think it's hard to have this conversation because there has been no precedent of spaceflight being airline-like operations. That's not a thing that's occurred yet. And it's hard to have a discussion about what's the acceptable amount of a risk, because ideally the answer is zero. There should be no risk. Like, you want to eliminate all the risk you can. But the fact is that's not actually possible. And even on airlines, which, study after study continues to say that airline travel is the safest mode of transportation, safer than being in a car, and yet plane crashes happen still, and people do get hurt and die on airlines. Jeez. And so it's hard to have that conversation. It's a very difficult thing, but you have to get there at some point. And so avoiding the in-flight abort system maybe long-term makes a lot of sense. There could be an argument that you need to have something in the near term, or like you said, you really need to sort out all the contingencies that you may have during ascent, much like they did for the space shuttle. Give yourself every opportunity to abort in various ways, whether that, you have abort once around capabilities, transatlantic aborts, RTLS aborts, abort to orbits, things. All of those modes are going to have to be things that get programmed for sure. And those do offer you ways to account for failures. It just doesn't save you from the catastrophic Starship stage failure. Right. If you can develop the ability for Starship to abort from the booster, you've already arguably have more abort modes than Shuttle even did. And Shuttle was, all things considered, a pretty successful design given how it was designed and the failure modes it did experience. were not ones that an in-flight abort system would have really helped with anyway. And so
Exactly. Yeah. Especially the
there is
reentry
that
one with
precedent.
Columbia. Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly. So
And there's another point I want to make, but just very quickly, Thomas, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we do have engine venting from under the OLM
yes, thank you.
now as well. So we are seeing all those other signs of engine chill down as well. And I want to mention that too, because it's directly applicable to what we're talking about, because one thing that really aided the shuttle in its abort modes, right? Its intact abort modes was the insane reliability of those RS-25 engines. I mean, they were the most powerful and most reliable engines we've ever put on a rocket so far in terms of the liquid fueled engines. And the idea here is to drive the Raptor engines to even greater reliability with that. And that is really where you start to talk about your intact abort options and popping popping ship off the top of a booster, and stuff like that you were talking about, Thomas. Right? That is really where you have to really focus your energy into your engines.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Chris. So yeah, definitely a conversation worth having, but I think there is precedent to make Starship a reliable and safe system without an in-flight abort system.
So I've got a good question for our back channel here. What are we sort of thinking is the timeline now? We see the engine chill is underway. So if we're more or less on time, I'm going to ask Adrian in our back channel for a update here as we keep the questions coming here.
Yeah. We do have more questions coming in here, and we will continue to be addressing those, as well as some super chats and things. Ahmed says, to the Cape Flyover Fund and the NSF Coffee Fund. Both of those funds greatly appreciate your support. Thank you. And a question here from Rugged Delight, who says, what happened to the QD T-Rex arms? Have they gotten rid of them, or are they just removed temporarily?
That's a really good question. They came off after full stack in February, and they've not gone back on, to my knowledge, and we haven't really seen them since then. Correct, Thomas?
I believe you're right.
Yeah. Two options on this one. One, they've changed they've changed it and they don't need them anymore. They may have ended up learning that the chopsticks that sort of I mean, they may have sort of learned that just what they have between the OLM and the upper between the OLM can just keep the booster steady as they go to use the chopsticks to stack ship, or they just don't need them yet, so they haven't been put back on. Either of those options, I think at this point are equally are an equal potential. There's the sentence I was looking for. Yes.
Right. Yeah, I agree with you there. Let's see. More questions coming in. Again, and we're keeping an eye on. At some point, we're going to have to be quiet. We do want to make sure. There has been times where we've like missed the siren and things like that, so I don't want to totally bank on that, because I don't want to talk over the test.
I was going to say everything's been really quiet here with this tank full. Well, filled, not full.
Well,
sorry.
yeah, not full, but filled. Yes. Basically, we are in the business end of the countdown. If you look at the bottom of the booster, you see some venting there. That is the liquid oxygen engine chill underway. We also saw the methane fuel chill event down by the launch tower now. So engine chill has been underway for a bit. We see frost at the bottom of the booster, which indicates propellant is on board. All things pointing to a static fire pretty soon. Hard to know exactly when that test will occur, of course. But we're going to stay tuned best we can, and I'm going to do my best to avoid any long questions going forward. I don't want to talk over the test with I want to be offering an in-depth answer, but I don't want to shorten an answer just so we don't talk over the test. So we'll come back to questions in a bit. But right now we are standing by for a static fire. Definitely multiple engines being chilled under the booster. Hard to tell the exact number, but that hypothesis of maybe a 3-engine test maybe having some merit.
I think you're right, based on what we're seeing. That 3-engine firing here could very well be in the cards based on the amount of venting we're seeing under the OLM right now.
And we'll of course keep a closer eye on that once we get to ignition. But This is Booster 7 testing. It is the beginning of the window 2, potential for Ship 24 to get some testing later today, but SpaceX has opted to start with the booster, Bird, and the Booster 7 static fire could be imminent here. I'm going to bring in some really quick. Damien, thank you for becoming a Red Team member, as well as Brianna. Thank you for a Red Team membership. Appreciate that support.
Indeed. And this is what we call Texas tank watching at its finest, as we literally look at a big tank next to smaller tanks, seeing when the engine will fire here. So if you are just joining us, we are standing by for an anticipated static fire of Booster 7 here. Based on the amount of venting we are seeing under the OLM, could very well be a multiple engine static fire here. So again, like, definitely keep your questions coming, because our test day, even after they static fire here, isn't over. Because they've still got, we do have indications that they plan to do stuff with Ship 24 as well. And always the possibility of multiple static fires with the boosters, right? We have seen that. We've seen multiple static fires from the same vehicle before on the same day.
I'll also add, there's possible for just multiple engine tests period. There could start with a spin prime or something like that before the ignition for a static fire, and have a recycle in there. So there's definitely potential for a couple different test sequences.
Yeah.
Again, folks, standing by. We're trying to not talk too much, because it is hard to know exactly when these tests will occur. We don't want to talk over it. It's also possible the test is many minutes away, but we are in the part of the countdown where a static fire could occur very shortly. Again, multiple engines chilling on the bottom of Booster 7. So that gives us an indicator that we are close to some sort of engine test. Hope definitely potential for a static fire based on the overpressure notice, but unclear whether that will be the first test they do. Although we certainly hope so. That would be very exciting. And also another clear indicator, if we do catch wind of that siren, that would be a sign that it is in fact a static fire. Haven't heard that yet, but also sometimes the mic doesn't quite pick it up, so.
And the other thing too to bear in mind here is that, you know, some of the visuals, because we got asked this question earlier about, oh, do we have a timeline we can show? Some of the visual markers do keep changing here as they're getting more and more familiar and more comfortable with the vehicle, and as they keep learning things about its operation on the pad. So just because we've said before, like, oh, we've seen X, Y, and Z, doesn't necessarily mean all those things carry forward. This is something Adrian is really tracking on our back end here. So that's why we're sort of remaining a little bit more quieter and subdued on some of the things we're saying here, just because we don't want to be distracted answering a really big question when the big fun thing happens.
Yeah, exactly. You'd see that frost ring. I don't see a frost ring, at least evidently, on the top tank. The liquid oxygen is on top, right? I always have to check myself when I say this.
I believe oxygen's on the bottom, right? Yeah,
methane's on top. Oxygen. See, I always get that back. That's why I check.
Yeah. The only way I remember it is it's the inverse of SLS.
Oh, okay. So yeah, you can see the frost ring very evidently on the bottom of the oxygen tank at the bottom of the rocket. Don't see a super obvious one on the methane tank, but that doesn't mean methane isn't on board. Sometimes it's just not as obviously seen, especially with these partial fuel loads.
Yeah. Alex also noting too that putting methane, the fuel, on top and the oxidizer on the bottom is also the inverse of Falcon 9 as well.
And is it the inverse of the ship? Isn't the ship in the opposite direction too? Or at least it was at one point. Maybe they changed that.
Oh yeah, I think oh
It
man,
used to
the
be. I think they
placement
changed
of
it
these
back.
tanks have changed a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
But ship is the same as booster now. I think they uniformed them, but I believe you're right. I think they were originally flipped, but then they uniformed them.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, and Alex confirms that in our back channel. Yeah, BN1 was oxygen on top, fuel on the bottom, and then they switched after that. Yeah, and the ships are also the same as the boosters now.
BN1. There's a throwback.
Hey, the real throwback is to MK1.
Oh, please. Remember when MK1 was going to go to orbit?
I do.
Oh, man.
Uh, all right, but for those of you who have joined us since we gave this last update, just trying to keep everyone up to speed with where we are standing by for a test here on the orbital launch mount. And some of the visual indicators are that we might be pretty close to that test. Could be a spin prime, could be something else, but we're just sort of waiting there for to see what this test is going to be first out of the gate here today.
Very early in the window, too, so plenty of room for additional testing after this first T0 for whatever test we're about to witness is.
Yeah, and you can see the vapors coming down from the inside of the OLM that's actually coming from engines there, which is how we know the engines are undergoing thermal conditioning here. And you can see the white ring around the base of the booster as well, indicating that liquid oxygen is definitely inside of the vehicle. And you can see the white piping around the outside of the OLM as well, all indications that engine chill is underway.
Really quick thank you to Richard for becoming a PadRat member. Appreciate that support.
And a quick, I think this is a nice quick question too. The engines that they fired earlier on the booster, Thomas, were those in the outer ring or were those part of the inner clusters?
There were two different engines that they fired, and I believe they were both. Oh, now see, I keep second guessing myself. I will let the back channel confirm where the engine. It's hard to tell exactly, but I believe they
All
were
were outer
engine.
engines. Yes,
Okay, I
Alex
was
confirms
right.
they were all outer engines. So yes, there is the answer to your question there, Kyle. And again, for those of you joining us, like one of the tricky things with this is like SpaceX doesn't give us a thing that says, oh, at this exact time is when we're going to do this. So we're kind of going by the visual cues here. And the visual cues are telling us we are potentially close to something, which is why we're trying to be a little bit more quieter so that we don't accidentally talk over or aren't in the middle of a major question by the time we get to the test. But fear not, we've got all your questions. Keep them coming. This is a potentially long day of testing, and this is just our first option out of the gate here today. But yeah, the road closures go until 10 p.m., correct, Thomas?
Yes, correct.
Yep. Indeed, and we also have indications that Ship 24 will be doing stuff today as well, or at least that there's a plan to do some stuff with Ship 24, as well as the booster, which is our current area of focus. And I'm being told in chat that our window today goes until 8. The road closure window goes till 8 p.m. today, not 10 p.m. So 8
It's 8
p.m. is
p.m.
the
My
window for
apologies.
today. It
They've been
used to be
using
10
that
to
10
10,
p.m.
but it is
Yeah.
8 to 8. The window today is 8 to 8. And that and all and to the 20,000 of you watching, yeah, we are standing by for a test of some kind from the booster here. It is a nice little end of August test campaign that we have here for Booster 7 and Ship 24 today. So definitely waiting to see what we can get from these.
Quick thank you to Samirjet and Jeff, both of them, for their super chat support. Appreciate both of you. Also, Josh Ritterhoff upgraded to the Launch Director membership. That is very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much.
All right. But definitely as we wait, yeah. All right. And for the 20,000 of us who are watching here as we stand by for this engine test, I see we got 20,000 people here, only 6.1 thousand likes. I think we can do better than that. If you love Starship testing and you love what we do, go ahead and hit that like button. And in chat too, let us know where the 20,000 of you are from around the world are watching here. Today, we always love to see how many people are watching with us, and it's been about 13,000 viewers since we've asked this question. So where around the world are you joining us from for some potential Starship action here? All right, I see Colorado, Spain, Finland, and Canada, Sweden, Germany, Mexico, Ohio, France, Guadalajara. Very nice, very nice, very nice. And this is everything, right? Like, I mean, this is for all of us. I mean, this is really truly a program for all of us and for the benefit of the world and what it can enable in terms of scientific exploration and just what we are able to bring to other places in our solar system. This is really, really a wonderful just a wonderful moment in the build up to our next greatest chapter, truly in space exploration. If Apollo was our step, Artemis is our leap. And you can see this vehicle not just for the Artemis program, but that is part of what it will do in taking us back to the moon with the Orion capsule as well. So just wonderful, wonderful excitement here as we see what Starship can do for us down here in South Texas here today. East Germany, San Antonio, Texas, Canada, Indiana. Someone saying Alpha Centauri, Denmark, Malta, very nice. Ghana, someone from Ghana as well. Very nice to see. Puerto Rico, Colombia, Los Angeles, Chile, France, Saudi Arabia too. Peru, Kosovo, Poland, Brazil, Argentina, Angola has been said now as well, Bahrain, South Africa, Malaysia. Excellent, excellent. Loving all of our global support here. And love that we're up to 8.4 thousand likes now. So very good, very good. That's a better ratio. I like that a lot better. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, folks. Yeah, I do want to point out we're still in the business end of this countdown, and I will point out one potential indicator that we can be keeping an eye out for. Again, the flow for these tests do change a lot, so we can't fully rely on all of that. We're hearing some venting here and there. If you look to the right-hand side of the orbital launch mount, where that cold engine chill pipe kind of rings around. On the right-hand side of the launch mount from your left-hand side camera view, before a recent spin prime test, we did see a burst of venting from that side about 30 seconds before flight. Or before flight, please. 30 seconds before the test T0. And so that is a potential indicator. It's also possible that indicator doesn't actually mean anything. But putting that out just as an option for something that could point to a test being imminent. Again, we can't super rely on the siren because it's not always audible. So we want to acknowledge that the test could potentially be imminent. It's also possible that they don't go straight for a static fire. The overpressure notice indicates that a static fire is planned at some point today, but they could also start with a spin prime or something like that. So really, we're just kind of waiting around to see what kind of test they're going to start off with today.
Indeed, we do. And Thomas, maybe as we sort of wait here, it would be a decent idea to sort of recap this sort of testing that we saw that has taken place this month, because it's been a very busy test month in August for SpaceX, hasn't it, out here?
It has. Booster 7 has probably been the focus, given the anomaly that occurred during the attempted spin prime test with multiple engines that resulted in basically an explosion underneath the vehicle. But recovering from that, Booster 7 is back well into its test campaign. There's been 2 static fires, both single engine static fires, but 2 different engines that are in the outer ring. One of them being a longer duration static fire as well, so that was a good milestone. And then once they installed the rest of those inner engines, Booster 7 is now back on the launch mount. All 33 engines are now installed. And right now they've gone through a couple spin primes. The most recent test was a 3-engine spin prime, which is again a point to perhaps give us some fuel to the speculation that there will be a 3-engine static fire soon. But yeah, so they've gotten back into multi-engine testing, and what we're hoping that they could be able to reach today is a multi-engine static fire. That also goes along with some static fire testing that Ship 24 has completed. We're expecting some sort of 6-engine static fire down the line. Don't know if that's on the cards for today or just later, but that would be the final ship milestone before the ship would probably be deemed ready for a stack onto the booster. But yes, back into multi-engine testing on both vehicles and into the the big watch item, of course, being the booster, because we've actually seen a 6-engine static fire on a ship before, but have not seen anything like that on a booster yet.
I love the grackle that she just keeps flying around, and I'm beyond certain it's a different one, but I just love the fact that it might just be the same bird going like, I'm just going to watch this.
Yeah.
The grackle is the blackbird that you will periodically see land on the fence in the bottom of the corner. There's been a grackle there for quite some time on our for this particular ramp up to this testing activity here today. But you can definitely see that frost line is very, very pronounced on the bottom of the booster there, indicating that that is the sort of level that liquid oxygen is more or less filled to inside of the tank there. And we haven't really seen any sign that that ring has grown, and that ring is pretty consistent with the size for other test events that we've seen with the booster. Isn't that right, Thomas?
Yes, exactly. Really quick thank you to Josh Ritterhoff for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. That's a lot of generous support. We really appreciate that. Also Don with a PadRam membership. Appreciate that support as well.
Yeah. Of note, too, the engine chill vent is not puffing or pulsating like we've seen in the past, too. Just noting that as a visual change, not noting that for anything aside from that Because remember, this is a test campaign. They're still trying to lock down all of these procedures and understand how this vehicle behaves out at the launch pad and everything with 33 Raptor engines inside of it. So the fact that some visuals might change is interesting. And to be very, very clear, the indication that we're talking about that sometimes it's puffing, but it's not right now, is not what we're seeing at the OLM. It's down actually at the base of the tower.
Yeah.
And we're not seeing that same things that we've seen. But I mentioned that only for the visual difference, not to be taken any other way. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I mean the other weird thing, because some of you might be correctly picking up on the fact that the venting from underneath the engines here that we're looking at on the left side, underneath the orbital launch mount, which is what the OLM is, that does seem to be more pronounced today. However, this is a little bit tricky to nail down what that is, because if they are actually chilling down 3 engines or more than one at a time now, we would obviously expect that to be a little more noticeable the more engines they sort of put through chill down. But this type of venting is also incredibly dependent on the atmospheric setup of the day. Because sometimes exact same systems, exact same engines, put them in 2 completely different humidity situations, and the venting will look radically different,
Hmm.
even though the same exact venting is happening. So a little bit tricky to figure out if it's an atmospheric thing that's causing it to be more noticeable, combined with potentially more than one engine is being chilled down here. And it really does look, Thomas, visually, that more than one engine is being chilled at this
Yes,
point underneath
definitely.
the booster. Yeah. Want to make that very clear, too.
This is the weird part of tank watching. We're kind of in limbo here.
Yeah.
Test could be imminent. Test could be 10 minutes away. Hard to tell. But testing active at the very least. Okay, we're also keeping an eye on the clock. It's 11:42. Sometimes these tests do aim for like a nice round number as a T0. Something along the lines of, oh, we'll test at noon or we'll test at 11:30. Nice kind of rounder numbers. Again, that's probably not something to bank anything on, but it's a possibility. What we will also be able to keep an eye on is if any of the indicators we're currently looking at stop, like if engine chill stops or something, or if a frost line starts to recede, depress vent, all those things would be indicators of an aborted test of some kind. But not seeing any of that. Right now we're kind of just holding steady. They could even be in a hold, whether it's a planned hold or not. Could be in the part of testing where they are standing by for a certain condition, or if they are testing a hold of some kind. There's a lot of different possibilities, and without official information, all we can do is speculate. And yeah, chat pointing out the only one frost ring. Sometimes that's just a visual thing. Hearing a little bit of venting there. But not seeing a frost ring on the methane tank up top does not necessarily mean anything. Could just be that we simply can't see it. I mean, it's also worth mentioning, you can tell from the rocket where that sort of small, it's not an intertank section technically, but where the common dome is. If you look on the right hand side of your view, there's a band of the booster that is slightly different color or texture from the rest. That shows you the ratio between liquid oxygen and liquid methane, and how the bottom tank, which is the liquid oxygen tank, is much larger. That's a good way to tell that more liquid oxygen is burned when the engines ignite than liquid methane. And of course, that would also help justify why you would see a um, a frost ring in the liquid oxygen tank. First of all, in the bottom tank, which does not have to go through a transfer tube, but also simply because there's more liquid oxygen needed than liquid methane, so the methane can kind of pool in the bottom of the bulkhead on the upper tank. So a lot of reasons to not be surprised that we can't see a frost ring on that upper tank, especially for, like we've touched on before, a partial fill test like a static fire. But yeah, engine's still chilling. And also, we do see your questions in chat, and we do see some super chats. Right now, we're just putting a brief hiatus on those simply because this test could happen any second now, basically. So, I'll do some just a broader thank you to everyone who's sending support. We will come back and answer as many questions as we can because this is going to be a long day of testing, and so don't go anywhere. Once this test is done, we will have more things to talk about. Alex, that's a terrible joke in the back channel, and you should be ashamed. Alex says that Engine 3 is not chilling. Terrible joke. Terrible joke. Too soon.
Especially since it's not the engine that's the problem. Sorry, I'm going to get off that soapbox eventually. But that engine got blamed for something that doesn't really sound like it's its fault. So anyway, yes.
Justice for Engine 3.
Well, that's why I kind of like the merch we have, because it doesn't blame Engine 3.
That's true. That's true.
Yes, if you would like some Engine 3 merch that doesn't blame it, head on over, shop.nasaspaceflight.com is what I'll say.
There we go. There we go. If you know, you know.
And if you're interested in that shirt for Engine 3, we do have that pinned at the top of chat for you. Justice for Engine 3. I do love that, Tom.
Saw a lot of Twitter discourse about that, demanding, that apologies for Engine 3. Which, hey, once SLS launches, I will apologize to Engine 3. Still holding steady though, engine chill. We can still see a lot of vapors at the bottom of the rocket. That frost ring's still there. Not really seeing any changes to anything at this point.
No, the vehicle here has been very in a very stable configuration, hasn't it?
Yeah.
As we continue to look for, or we continue to monitor all those signs of the upcoming test here.
Hearing some venting here and now too, but that could just be maintenance venting that is maintaining certain pressures. Alex says, someone poke this booster with a stick. We need the just do something meme. We're just going to keep relaying things that Alex says in our back channel without him actually on comms.
Yeah. And again, Thomas, you were sort of mentioning that a lot of times they try to a lot of times they're targeting specific times, right, for this, even though it's a test and they don't really have to, right? But we do see them do that quite a bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, it just makes more sense than say, when are we going to do that static fire? Oh, I don't know, 11:52. Why not just say noon, So.
Yeah.
But again, but then of course a hold happens and they hold for a minute and a half and then the T0 is something weird. So, not something to be super tied to, just a thought that, we could still be in the countdown or holding for a potential T0.
Exactly.
And again, a big thank you to everyone who's submitting questions and sending support. We will go back into Q&A once this test has passed, or until we see clear signs of an abort or something like that. But for right now, we're just going to keep an eye on all those indicators and let you know if we see anything that's noteworthy. I wonder if there is any merit to planning to kind of be ahead in the countdown, reach this point that's like right before spin prime ignition, whatever, and like holding there for an extended period of time, because that could be a test objective.
Very well be. That is a very good point, Thomas. That a lot of times, sometimes what you'd want to do in testing is leave engines and systems in cryo conditions longer than you would in a normal count to understand vehicle behavior if you have an issue and you need to push into a window, or you just are trying to gather data on how the system performs. That's a very good point there. But 11:51 local time now, and yeah, definitely waiting to see what this test is going to be. And we do have indications, like we've been saying visually, that we are headed for a test here, and we're sort of, as we've said, being a little bit more cautious on, taking questions right this moment, because the test could be very imminent at this point.
Yes. The anticipation is killing me.
I know, right? Like,
At least
if you guys want to know what we all feel like as we're waiting stuff out, like, here you go.
At least during the long SLS countdown, we had a countdown clock. For this, we're just like, could be seconds away, could be minutes away.
Could be. And that's part of the fun, right? That is honestly part of the fun of this, is also sort of understanding how the systems are tweaking and changing, right, as they continue to go through this overall process.
Main indicators being the frost line at the bottom of the liquid oxygen tank on the booster, that it's holding steady. The vapors from the engine bay, actually below the rocket itself, still there as well. Not seeing any new or unusual venting from the GSC or the rocket, no depress venting. A very stable configuration right now, but one that could lead to a spin prime or static fire or some sort of engine test very quickly. Welp,
Okay.
that was probably not the indicator that we were hoping to see next. However, we just saw what was definitely a partial depressurization vent from the booster. We're also seeing a lot of venting from the orbital launch mount once again.
But I want to make this caveat real quick, right? Like, this is a full day of testing, and part of
Yes.
what you do on testing isn't necessarily fire the engines, right? Like what we were just talking about keeping the vehicle pressurized, keeping it in some sort of condition and state for a prolonged period of time is also part of the plan. And the test window remains open until 8 p.m. Central today. So we still have 8 hours of testing to go here. So don't go anywhere. This does not mean we're done for the day. Ship 24 still has stuff that we have indications that it's going to do some testing, and we could very well come right back and do some engine stuff with Booster 7 as well. So, this is all part of what we say, like the reason we want to go live and the reason we want to bring these all to you is because of how different they are. And each one of these tests does give us a new piece of that puzzle for what they might be doing, and insight into how they are wanting to test this vehicle and this booster at the pad, especially because remember, this isn't just, a Starship system for a private company to do a private enterprise back to the moon. This is part of the government has bought this vehicle to be the lunar lander for Artemis 3. So making sure the system is you really understand that system and its various configurations and conditions is a very important part of testing. And they did this with the core stage, with the SLS at Stennis in Mississippi as well, where they put it through a bunch of fueling and cryo tests before they actually went in to light the engines on it. So not surprising that we would see not surprising we would potentially see something similar going on with the booster as well. But also, likewise, also means there could have been an issue that they saw, right? Like that
Sure.
is one of those weird things with testing, is until SpaceX comes out and says this is it, right? These are the options that we have on the table. But we love watching this and we love walking you through all of this because you usually don't get to see developmental test campaigns like this up close and personal. So this is really, really cool to see.
Right, and also just worth mentioning, this is not a full abort even anything yet. That was definitely
No.
only a partial depressurization. What we're going to keep an eye on now is that frost ring. We're going to keep an eye on the engine chill behaviors and things like that. Don't know how far they will back out of this countdown before they get right back into it. And like Chris said, plenty of time in the window. So even if they have plans for Ship 24 today, they might want to keep the focus on Booster 7 for several more hours. So we're just going to keep an eye out for what path they're going to go down next. But what we do know is just in the immediate future that testing is an engine test is no longer imminent. So I think we can take this opportunity to just take in a couple extra questions and acknowledge some super chats really quick. I'll try to go through these as quickly as I can, but we'll keep an eye out for signs of more imminent testing.
But I guess that means we can really hit the questions now.
Right, yes, absolutely. And our first one here, Shazbert has been asking if the orbital launch would be visible in New Orleans. What kind of visibility might we expect for Starship's orbital test flight once that does occur?
Oh, okay. Let me answer it this way. A night launch might actually be visible from the New Orleans area or the southern Louisiana coast area is how I'll phrase that. Because Starship will climb fairly high, right, into the sky as it does its ascent, right? So the viewing angles might sort of work in terms of that, depending on the inclination that they try to target. So basically, depending on the azimuth, the flight path that the rocket follows. But at night, during the day, it's way too far away on those lower inclination flight paths that it would have to take to be visible from New Orleans. I really would not expect the first orbital flight, which will almost certainly be in daylight, for ground-based tracking and things like that. I really, really, really would not expect to be able to see it from New Orleans, no. Houston?
Right, I was
maybe.
gonna say, where might you actually expect to see it?
Houston is where I would say you probably start to have Houston South is where I would say on the Texas coast you definitely have a good shot of seeing it. Obviously, the closer you get to it, the more you do. Portions of northern Mexico are going to be able to see this wonderfully well as well. But after that, it really depends on the flight path angle that they end up taking as to who else would be able to see this. As it climbs high in the sky, portions of Florida might be able to. But again, really dependent on the flight path it takes and how quickly it sort of moves in its trajectory as it's building that speed up toward orbital velocity.
Sounds good. All right, I'm gonna speed run a couple more super chats and things here. David Michaels saying, not surprised people are upgrading memberships. Things are getting very exciting and coverage is getting better all the time. David, thank you for the very kind words, and I do believe that that increase in memberships is hopefully because of all the exciting things coming up. So greatly appreciate that, and hopefully everyone enjoys the coverage of these exciting events going forward. Nitsu says, Chris G is one of my favorite humans. There you go, Chris. The Chris fan
Thank
club
you.
out in force today.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
I do want to point out before I continue with this that recondenser has come on to the right of the booster on your right-hand side view. That is usually, although again, nothing is certain, usually correlated with detanking. So we will see how that goes, but keeping an eye on all the indicators as usual.
And remember too, detanking the booster, there's 8 hours left in our test window today, and we do have indications that ship 24 is also up for testing. As well, and Mary did get an overpressure notice, so the sort of range of options of what could be tested today are on the table, if you will.
Exactly.
And also, to be fair, too, like detanking the booster doesn't mean they're done with the booster today either.
Right, exactly.
They could literally just want to drain it, let it get back into ambient configuration, and then do it again and head for an engine test. So definitely just detanking it and depressurizing it doesn't mean they're done with it for today. It could, depending on what they've seen, but again, doesn't necessarily mean that. And we do have information and indications that Ship 24 is scheduled to head for testing here as well.
Yeah, we saw them clearing out the suborbital pad, so our biggest indicator basically is there a bunch of stuff under the rocket? If not, that's preparation for an engine test, So
pretty much, yeah.
Also, keeping with the theme of fantastic usernames, we have a super chat here from unsymmetrical dimethylhydrazine. I'm honestly impressed I got that right. Saying, finally breaking my own curse and catching a test that's not a scrub live. Well, not to be that guy, but this might have just been a bit of a scrub. Hopefully it's just a recycle, but either way, we do greatly appreciate the support. Says thanks for the coverage, excuse me, as well as the commentary.
And also, as you said, Thomas, could have been a scrub, but it also could just be part of their testing plan
Right,
for
exactly.
today. It's a yeah.
Here's an interesting question. This also ties in with Super Heavy testing, or I guess Super Heavy flight at least. When the Falcon does a boost back burn, is it still using all 9 engines? Also curious how many engines are used for the entry burn. So no, the Falcon 9 boost back burn is a 3-engine burn, just like the entry burn. And basically that comes down to the vehicle is much lighter at that point. First of all, it's only the first stage, it's not carrying an upper stage and payload and fairing and all that stuff. But also, it's burned a bunch of fuel. So the vehicle is very light at that point, and firing all 9 engines would be a very high G maneuver. And even rocket components have G limits that if you go beyond, those components are not rated for that kind of acceleration. So Falcon 9 uses 3 engines for those burns, and this ties in with the Super Heavy flight. I don't know if we actually have, like, the actual number of engines for all the different burns for a Super Heavy profile. Obviously, we would expect it to be similar to Falcon 9 in that it will be partial. Don't need all 33 engines for a boost back burn or anything like that. It would probably, remove the outer, maybe it's the inner 9 engines or something like that. But that'll be an interesting concept. Chris, I don't know if you want any speculation as to the number of engines involved.
Not particularly, no.
But yeah, I'm personally just interested when we will learn that.
Yeah, and that's more what I mean by that is not like I'm not trying to make a cop out here. It's just
Yeah.
there are things during a testing campaign I'm happy to offer a speculative point of view on, but something about like how many engines are going to relight for all of these burns, I really would not want to say anything out of turn on that. Aside from we know they tend to relight more than they need for the landing burn, as we saw with the SN campaigns, and then sort of shut them down when they didn't need them. But aside from that, no, I really wouldn't want to speculate on engine restarts and how many and things like that until we get clear indications from them of what they think the what they know the mass properties of the vehicle will be like and the flight profile that it will need to fly, and then that dictates how many engines you need.
Right, exactly. Really quick question from Bloodhound asking if the next Falcon Heavy is launching from Vandenberg. Nope. Falcon Heavy only plan to launch from Kennedy Space Center right now. Could that change eventually? Potentially. But only Falcon Heavy is planned from Florida right now. I will point out before I continue that that pipe that goes around the base of the orbital launch mount, the engine chill pipe, I think the frost is starting to recede there a little bit. We'll keep an eye out. Keep an eye on it, of course. Kasak says hello from Greece. Hello, thanks for tuning in. Brianna says thanks again, guys, for all you do on all coasts. That is true. In fact, we've hit like 3 coasts recently: Florida, California. This is the Gulf Coast. We just need a launch from Wallops. Well, I guess Wallops is kind of the same coast, but you know what I mean.
Well, actually, we need a launch from Alaska, and we've hit all 4 of the coasts that we have in the U.S. Yeah, actually, like that's what we need to complete the trifecta.
On that front,
or the quadfecta.
There's a Kodiak launch coming somewhat soon. A
That's
new
very
rocket
true.
from Kodiak.
Indeed.
New rocket company in the form of Able or ABL. I'm still not sure exactly how that's supposed to be.
Very, very interesting. I pronounce it. Yeah, I actually pronounce it, but I don't know if they do. I don't know if that's correct or not. Yeah.
I don't know what ABL stands for. Like it's presented as an acronym. And of course, some acronyms get pronounced. NASA, for example. But yeah, I don't know. But anyway, whatever that rocket company is, however you want to pronounce that, that is coming up in a couple weeks here from Kodiak. So we'll hit that coast soon. Let's see. I got a couple memberships that are coming in here. M. Graham at the Red Team member, appreciate that support. Loxfall with the Capcom membership, appreciate that. Lanes at the Red Team membership, appreciate that. MDC Vegas at the Pad Rat level. Thomas Tucker at the Capcom level, appreciate that. A couple other Capcoms with Mike Reeves and Stefan. Thank you both for your Capcom memberships. Again, really hope you all appreciate this, the perks that come with the membership program. Christopher Link went all the way up to Flight Engineer, so that is very, very appreciated as well. Thank you so much.
Very much so. Thank you.
And Warren Hughes at the PadRat member. Thank you so much. Sev at the Capcom level. Thank you all so much. Greatly appreciated. Andrew Gay says, I know it's not, but it does feel like a loop video sometimes. You know what? I can understand that, sure. Staring at Texas tanks.
That's a good joke. I appreciated that. Yeah.
Here's a comment from Lance asking, will they need to eventually test all of the engines before launch, or could there be a point where they're satisfied with just a few and can go for it?
Will they? Okay, sorry. Let me just reread that to make sure I got that. Will they need to eventually test all the engines before launch, or will there be a point where there's yes. So the general line of thought is that they will, if they follow the procedures that they have followed with their other vehicles, right, is that they will end up firing all of those engines before they are actually committed to flight, right? Like we see the second stages of the Falcon 9s do some testing. As they go through the acceptance, we see the Falcon 9s go through it as well. We've seen individual Raptor engines going through it at McGregor. In fact, there's a great video of the test to failures of some of the Raptors on our YouTube channel, if you are interested in that, from our McGregor cams that we have there. But in general, yeah, I would expect all of the engines to be fired and tested to some degree. sort of outstanding question is, will they do all 33 on the booster at the exact same time? And a full 33 engine static fire on the booster. We know they're going to do a full 6 static on the ship before they stack it, things like that. So yeah, I would expect all the engines to have been tested before lifting off.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Chris.
Yeah.
Here is a
And
question.
that's pretty.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, that's pretty common across the industry too. Like even engines that are on like first launch engines have usually been acceptance tested fired before as well.
Yeah, thank you. Here's a question that I'm actually going to pose to the back channel because I know they have their, can have some things in front of them to help them maybe answer this question. Eliza is asking, does Booster 7 hold the record for most tests on a single Starship ship or booster or test tank? Booster 7 has seen a fair number of tests. I'm wondering how it compares to... I mean, Starhopper also did 1 million tests.
Starhopper
that
did a lot.
counts.
What do we mean by tests? Engine firings or tests?
I would say anytime you loaded a commodity onto the vehicle. So cryoproofs have to count.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you fuel and even don't get to the engine test, that's still got to count for something. Although there was also, I don't know. That's going to have to be like an in-depth research question, I think. Booster 7 is also not done testing, though, so maybe if it hasn't beaten the record yet, it might, and down the line. I think we're going to have to get back to you on that one. I'm not sure how easily we can pull that out, but we will try our best.
Well, Adrian might have some of that data from his tracking, but yeah, it's a very good question. Let us confirm with Adrian, and we'll get back to you. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Let's see. A question here from Kyle asking, has a booster outer ring engine ever been tested? Yes, twice. Both of the Booster 7 static fires were actually outer ring engines. So, yeah, absolutely.
Indeed.
Pedro is saying that they're going to be on a cruise leaving Port Canaveral on Friday, packing the 300mm lens to try and catch Artemis. Wish you the best of luck there, Pedro.
Well, don't leave between 12:17 and 4:17.
Well, no, that's Friday. It's the day before, so he'll be out at sea.
True. Because they moved it. See. See, they did such a good job of drilling 29 second and 5th into us that now they're on the 3rd. I'm having a hard time switching the day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no worries. Also got a Vishnu with a new pad rep member. Appreciate that as well.
Yeah, I just absolutely love Lensman with this 10-pound super chat, or as Stas calls them, curly L's, saying, I sat and watched Apollo 11 on launch day thinking, will it ever fly? Nothing ever changes. No changes 53 years later. True, although I'll note, Apollo 11 actually lifted off on time on its first attempt.
Although, the other caveat, I forgot to bring this up during the Artemis 1 coverage. How many wet dress rehearsals did the first Saturn V need? Like 15 or something?
It went through an immense amount, and so did the space shuttle.
So SLS does have the beat on that front.
Right, and SLS has not done as many, as they have. So it's not quite as surprising that you would still be seeing issues with SLS being ferreted out, just because it didn't do as many as Saturn and shuttle. Yeah.
Really quick here, again, we're getting through some of the super chats, and we'll get through some more in a second here, but I do want to introduce another voice to the commentary team. After the first kind of test attempt, we're going to rotate some voices here for a long day of testing. I believe the next voice you're going to hear is those of Jack Beyer. Mr. Jack Beyer, how you doing today?
I am doing. Looks like we've got some Starbase testing, so even though SLS remote camera pickup was moved today to tomorrow, we still have stuff to do. Whee!
Absolutely.
But I'm going to need a recap. I think we've seen some attempted booster testing and maybe at depress, and now we're kind of in a holding pattern, waiting to see what's going on.
Yeah, so a quick recap, for sure. Booster 7 testing was what they spooled up first today. They went into propellant load. They had definitely visible... Oh. rudely interrupted by Booster 7 depress vent. um,
Food.
But yeah, so they went into propellant load. We saw that frost ring develop on the LOX tank, saw engine chill underway. However, no engine test actually occurred. So don't know if that was an abort, if that was a planned test. Don't even know what the planned test might have been if it was an abort, whether it was a spin prime, static fire, things like that. But of course, only the first test cycle here. And we would expect that they're going to come back and try again, either with the booster, or they could shift focus to ship 24 if they saw something they really didn't like. All part of the test campaign. But we know a static fire is in the cards thanks to the overpressure notice.
Look at how much the and two, just to point out for everyone again, look at how much the frost has completely disappeared on the engine chill line that runs underneath the OLM.
Also, yeah, that and the frost ring at the bottom of the booster. You can see the top of it is starting to break anymore.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm going to keep doing some super chats here before we finish rotating out. Let's see. Greg Pennington with the PadRat member. Appreciate that support. A $50 super chat from Christopher. Thank you so much for that support, Greg. Generous, and we really appreciate that.
Thank you much. Thank you much.
James Jury, harsh. I will never forgive Engine 3. That seems harsh. And again, we've been over this. It wasn't even the engine. It was the core stage. YouTube has no chill, just like Engine 3. Anyway, Paul Dawson saying, were you surprised when NASA said they hadn't tested the temperature sensors on SLS since the factory? Well, the question says since the full static fire they did. I believe the actual answer was the sensors weren't calibrated since the factory, although I guess they used the temperature sensors on the green run, so maybe that's what you're referring to. I don't know, Chris, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, honest answer is no. That was not the part of the last couple of days that has surprised me with the issues that have been encountered with SLS, because usually like those sensors are really good, right? Like the sensors have shelf life limits, they have life limits, and those sensors are usually really good at meeting those. So they would have swapped them out if they were life limited. So the fact that they're not life limited is, I think what they're saying is a large part of like that, coupled with the other data that they're seeing upstream and downstream, is that what they're seeing on that sensor just should not match the physical reality of what's flowing into that engine, which is why they think it might be a sensor issue in the bleed system. So, but the fact that they did not recalibrate that sensor after it was installed on the engine and after the engine went through, and actually these engines did not go through acceptance firings because they were holdovers from the shuttle program. The first time they were fired after their final shuttle mission was the Green Run campaign in February of 2021 when they lit the engines for the first time. But as we were saying, like they saw some of those similar issues with getting the engines down into the correct temperatures, but they had a workaround at Stennis, but nothing to this degree that we're seeing with Engine 3 now that it's on the pad. So all of that stuff is kind of just pointing to the fact that it's a faulty sensor, or the sensor has gone bad. But that's sort of like your light bulb test in a way, right? Like your light bulb can be, you know, built to last 10 years with a warranty, but if at year 7 something trips it when you flip the switch, it's done. Right, so you're not removing it ahead of the end of its lifetime. It's still got life left in it, but it's just gone bad. And that's honestly kind of what it sounds like is the issue here with what they're seeing on Engine 3. And again, not the engine that's the problem. That's the engine that's being affected by this. So when we say on Engine 3, that's sort of the terminology that we're using because it is there, but it's not the engine itself, if that makes sense. It's sort of like when Challenger did the abort to orbit on STS-51F because the center engine shut down like 5 minutes 46 seconds into the flight, like literally right after the abort to orbit boundary was reached, is when the center engine shut down. And that's Engine 1 on the shuttle, so it's not Engine 3. It was a sensor, right? And there were sensor issues on those engines, but the engines themselves were fine. So that's sort of an indication of like, do you charge the issue to the engine or do you charge it to the sensor that then caused the engine to erroneously think there was a problem and shut down as a safety measure? I would not charge that against the engine. This is why I'm not charging this right now against Engine 3, because it doesn't sound like it's a physical thing with the engine that's wrong.
Yeah, definitely. Keeping the messages coming here, Housty has become a Red Team member, so appreciate that support. Stefan says, reminds me of my time in the Navy, hurry up and wait. Yeah, that can be rocket testing sometimes.
Oh, that's rocketry in general, right? Like,
And then, let's see.
It's also kind of how the film industry goes. A lot of jobs seem to be hurry up and wait.
somehow you are even quieter, Jack.
What?
You are lower than you were before. So we'll let you work that.
We'll just have to have Jack scream into the microphone.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't say that because then I'll actually do it.
and it'll be working at that point when he does it, right?
Right. Let's see.
But yeah,
what
everyone,
else?
we're gonna work the audio stuff with Jack and get him back in. I am just as excited to have Jack here for this testing as everyone else. So
Yes.
yeah, we're literally looking forward to having him here on the stream with us, and we will get that sorted with everything there. But yes, definitely seeing the detanking operations continuing on Booster 7. But again, as we've been saying, this isn't necessarily the end of testing. In fact, we do not expect this to be the end of testing today. There's still potential testing they could do with Booster 7 if this was their plan all along, to leave it in a cryo condition for longer than anticipated to gather data, then drain it and come back and do some engine testing with it. Could certainly see that. Ship 24 is also available for testing here today too, and our window is still open for another 7 hours and 38-ish minutes and change here. So definitely options for continued testing here today. So
Good.
don't
Quick
go
math
anywhere.
there, Chris. Well done.
Oh, I know, that was intriguing. See, Dr. Holly, I can do it like sometimes on air.
There you go. All right, let's see here. Musical Wolf is asking what was up with the man lifts underneath the booster yesterday. I think that just kind of goes in the realm of basic test preparations. Like, I don't know if we knew anything specific, and they're not working on repairs specifically.
Oh, that's yeah. I think the honest answer to that is just the easiest way to access the portions of the ship on the suborbital stands.
Yes.
Because they don't have the big platforms like SLS has, right, where you can put an engine servicing platform. Basically, you can put it in the flame hole underneath the SSMEs. Ah, dang it, I said it again. Underneath the RS-25s, and God, this is like on the briefing yesterday. I called it the external tank instead of the core stage. I was like, "Sorry, Charlie." Like, I know it's the core stage. Anyway, yeah, it's just the easiest way to access the suborbital, to access the engine compartment when they're on the suborbital stand.
Yeah, I gotcha. Let's see.
Yeah, flame hole, exhaust hole, call it what you will. The hole they cut in the deck of the mobile launcher for the exhaust of the of the RS-25s to go out to the flame trench is what we're referencing there.
Gotcha. KCJ Bomber, thank you for the super chat as well. Appreciate that support. Luke saying, afternoon lads, how many engines we thinking for today? Our speculation is multiple engines, but beyond that, hard to tell. The latest test was a 3-engine spin prime, so that's one potential indicator toward 3 engines, but we don't really know for sure.
And we definitely did see when the engines were in chill down, we did see venting coming from underneath the OLM that definitely looked more pronounced than the chills we've seen before, which would indicate multiple engines were in chill down. So 3 is a good guess since they did the 3-engine spin prime. Yeah.
Also, another message from Anonymous Mycologist who says, upgrade the launch circuit because I work from home and this stream accompanies me through the day. 20 hours a month is a feel for the entertainment I get from this stream. Well, Anonymous, thank you for your very generous support, not just for super chats, but for memberships as well. Glad you are enjoying the stream, and yeah, just glad that you're enjoying. Doug Knowles says, thank you, or I keep saying that. I keep saying the name and just says, even though they're like membership things. Anyway. Doug, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Appreciate that.
It's like all of our members are Pokemon, and they can only say what membership level they are. It's like Doug is just like Red Team, Red Team. I don't know.
First of all, Jack, you sound much better now. And second of all, yeah, it's like the NPCs that only have one line in those old video games.
Yes.
Oh man, but anyway, back on the stream now for good. Mr. Jack Beyer, thank you so much for hopping on.
Don't say for good, because that feels too final to me. What if?
Oh yeah, you're just stuck here until the end of the window. Have fun, bye. No, I'm kidding.
Whee! No, seriously though, go get some food. Thanks for being on earlier today, all day.
Yeah, fair chance I'll come back, especially if we're testing still later this afternoon. But I'll leave you in the very capable hands of Jack Beyer and Chris Giphart. Enjoy the testing. Hopefully they're back into propellant load here shortly.
Oh Lord, Jack, they've left us alone on a stream.
It's happened. It's finally happened. All right, Chris.
Yes.
So tell me, what's going on with Engine 3 here? Why haven't... I'm sorry.
This was a mistake.
No. No. All good. All good.
So yeah, we're in a holding pattern right now and waiting to see what happens next. Is that a fair assessment?
That is a really fair assessment. Yeah, we saw them at least. We saw the frost ring form on the oxygen tank. We saw the engine vent. We saw engine venting. We saw all the sort of signs that they were propellant loading and heading for engine conditioning, and then they held there for a really long time. So one of the things that we were saying is sometimes in these test campaigns, right? This does not, and what I'm about to say does not necessarily mean, oh, they didn't have an issue. They totally could have had an issue, and that's why we saw them holding, and that's why we saw them detank. It's also entirely possible that this was a planned test, because one thing you want to do and really understand is how your vehicle behaves in certain configurations if you have to hold them there longer than anticipated, right? So putting things in cryogenic conditions and then holding them there for, I think it was like 55 minutes or something like that, could have been the purposeful part of the opening of this test window today. And then if everything goes well, we'll see them proceed down toward other types of engine testing. We've also got Ship 24 that's available for engine testing today as well. So yeah, like kind of in that pattern of like, now what will the next thing they test be? But the test window is still open, as we were saying, for another 7 hours and 33 minutes, almost exactly.
All right, so it's some old-fashioned Texas tank watching where we literally watch the tank for a while and see and hope something happens. There's also other stuff they could be testing today, right? They could be doing a Ship 24 test or, heaven forbid, a test tank test. But I guess an overpressure notice was delivered, so hopefully we get to see some flames.
Hopefully we do. Hopefully we do, and then because that would be a good continued march in the test campaign for the eventual orbital flight for Booster 7 and Ship 24, which are still the two that are earmarked to do that. As soon as the end of the next month, right? Like I believe the target is September 30th.
I don't know when the target is, but hopefully it's soon. I know we all want to see this thing fly. It's going to be absolutely amazing when it does.
Yeah, I think Elon said September 30th. Yeah, was like the target or whatever, like end of September or something like that. But again, we'll see, because that's all dependent on how testing goes.
I selfishly just hope it goes before the end of October, because that would mean I win a bet. Let's see here. Darren, thank you. Darren says, Chris G, myself, Chris G, you and myself are his favorite combo, and he says shuttle and bacon. I love both indeed. I don't know if I could get a more us comment. It includes both shuttle and bacon.
Indeed. Or bacon shuttle, is that a thing? Ooh.
Oh, somebody type that into an AI art generator, please. That sounds like it's ripe for a computer to make into a horrible cursed rocket. Let's see here. Don't forget, everybody, if you do have questions, go for it. Type at NASA Spaceflight in chat, and we will see your question pop up and potentially answer it. Donnie is asking...
Jack, just check the control center real quick, Jack.
Oh, looking at control center really quick. Got it?
Cool.
Let's see here. Ooh, spooky inside baseball stuff that nobody knows about. But it's really not exciting. Donnie, thank you for the question here. Donnie is asking, I see cables and on the pad legs. Are they at risk of damage? There's all sorts of plumbing and whatnot on the legs of the orbital launch mount there, and it would not surprise me in the least if they ended up shrouded with some sort of large metal structures. It's just like, when Super Heavy lifts off that mount, it's not going to be, a perfect amount of flame that fills the center hole of the mount and impinges no elsewhere. It's going to seriously roast that entire structure. And the plume from those 33 Raptor engines is going to be massive and destructive. So you're definitely going to want to button up that orbital launch mount and its legs as best as possible. So some kind of cladding, some kind of armoring, whatever you want to call it, would definitely make sense for not only the legs, but also like this exposed interior of the mount. I wouldn't be surprised if the whole thing, gets cladding, so that we don't see like electrical boxes and valve cover. Like it just seems it's still, it's a minimally viable launch mount right now, but it will certainly change over time and get more bulked up. It's gonna have some protein powder. It's gonna have leg days. It's gonna have arm days. It's gonna bulk up. I apologize. Let's see here. More questions coming in, which I always like to see. Lyle is kind of coming in at the opposite here, saying, looks like work on the orbital launch platform complete. Is that true? No, I would say, how would I describe this? I would say work on the orbital launch mount continues. That's a joke about our daily videos, which had that on their labels for like months, because this thing took a long time to make. It's David James is asking, when SpaceX attempts to catch the booster, if it goes wrong and explodes or something, what kind of damage would we be looking at around the entire area? I think, obviously on a bigger scale slightly than Starship, but I think a good thing to look out for here, or to look at in terms of precedent, is the Starship test flights. When the Starship test flights happened, and they landed hard or whatever, each one did, except this is excluding, I guess, serial number 11, which we don't like to talk about. But when the ships landed, their tanks were mostly empty. So they hit, and there was more of a conflagration. Like, fire was involved, but it wasn't necessarily what I would classify as an explosion. I guess SN10 and SN11 are both kind of separate. So I'm thinking of SN8, SN9, and of course 15 landed successfully. But with 8 and 9, when they sort of landed on the flip and burn maneuver at the very end there, and kind of went kaflooey, if I can use that technical term here. You're all technical people, so I think it's fine. So I think a booster landing failure in the chopsticks would be something along the same lines. Obviously, it would be bad, and even just the sheer weight of a booster and all that steel could surely do some damage. But the remaining fuel in the booster would not be quite so catastrophic. Now, they could certainly damage the arms. They could certainly damage the QD arm. They could damage all sorts of things around the launch site. I think most critically, the orbital tank farm would be very bad, but I don't think it would be the end of the world. Surely it would be a setback. Surely there's things that could be damaged, but that is what I think. I mean, I am no rocketonomer, but that's, you asked, so I answered. And who was that in chat? Where did that go? Somebody said conflagrations and detonations are both kinds of explosions. Well, today I learned something. Yay. I like learning. Everybody in chat now is fixating on kaflooey, which I guess I should know this would happen by now. I'm just going to look for some more questions here from y'all and pull them out. Looks like the frost is going away a little bit, just ever so steadily. But the vent at the orbital launch mount is going strong. And looks like the recondenser is kind of wispy, but not really full-on active. So we're kind of in, I'm going to call this a holding pattern. Maybe detanking? I'm not sure. I guess it could be detanking. Yay, tank watching. Let's see here. Andrew M. is asking, what impact does atmospheric pressure have versus gravity at the start of a launch? I feel like this question is a little bit too smart for me, but my gut reaction would be to say minimal. I think, what is the normal pressure at sea level? It's like 15 pounds per square inch. Hang on, I'm going to check. Pressure. Yeah, so if it's Okay, 14.7 pounds per inch. If it's a little bit higher, as naturally can happen, I don't think that would really make a huge difference. Gravity is the main thing you're fighting here. If you want to think of it as like Rock'em Sock'em Robots, gravity is the red one, the rocket is the blue. Maybe the rocket should be the red one. Either way, they're two robots fighting each other. Think of it that way. That's very technical and scientific. Here's a good question. Tim is asking, why is there a bend in the main columns of the orbital launch mount? I mean, I don't think anyone has ever come out and said this is why there is a bend, like from SpaceX, I mean, but it would make sense that you want to get those legs out of the way of the plume as much as possible. And they're still going to get roasted, but this angle probably helps a little bit. Now, it's notable that the Kennedy Space Center orbital launch mount is a little bit different in that it doesn't have the bend. The legs just go diagonal from the start, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think I am. Let's see here. Billy Charleston is asking how close a steak would need to be to a Raptor in order to cook it medium rare. I have no idea, but I like this question. I like your train of thought here. That would be the ultimate barbecue.
I wonder if the question is like, how many milliseconds would the Raptor take to cook the steak to that level?
Okay, hear me out. This
Okay.
might be a controversial opinion here, but don't directly heat the steak with the Raptor. Put the steak in like a sort of a giant sous vide sort of situation, and then heat the water with the Raptor. I think that is how you're gonna reach ultimate rocket steak nirvana. That might
be it.
Yeah, that's my thinking here. Baba Booey in chat just says giant skillet. Oh man.
Just put a handle on the OLM.
Yeah, there you go. I was gonna say the OLM kind of looks like a giant. I love it. Oh man. Let's see here. Patrick Pemberton, slightly different. Patrick Pemberton says, consider the possibility. Starship will never take us to Mars, but will be the ship that takes the parts of a ship built in space that makes us interplanetary. Star Trek Timeline 2062. I think you're in the right place, Patrick, if you're mentioning Star Trek to Chris and I.
Indeed.
And this is not a bad a bad take. I don't think so at all. I do expect Starship, for the record, to go to Mars, but something like Super Heavy that is fully and rapidly reusable, and Starship as part of that can do things like take up large parts of a space station or ship or something along those lines, and help us build more massive structures and vehicles in space, because that's ultimately how you get to the amazing interplanetary future with giant, cruise ship size Star Trek Enterprise type deals, is you build those things in space. You don't build them on the ground, you build them in space. And in-space manufacturing is hopefully something that we see a boom of in all of our lifetimes. It should be, or hopefully, or could be, the next sort of, we had the technology boom in like the 2000s and the last, however many years. The next sort of boom industry would, if it was in space manufacturing, oh man, how wonderful of a world would that be?
It could really be interesting too. Like they're saying, the upmass capability of Starship is incredible at 100 metric tons to any point in the solar system. If that becomes true, my word.
Right.
That is just incredible. But the other thing to remember too with this as well is that the habitable volume they are talking about in the crewed version of Starship is the same as the International Space Station.
Yeah, it's wild.
So you can literally put one ISS in orbit with one Starship launch.
Yeah,
and not have to deploy anything because the ship is just your station.
I immediately think of probes. Like imagine we sent a 100-ton probe to each of the planets. Like no more. Well, we're just gonna have a quick flyby and we'll get the science we can as we fly by. It's like, no, let's send a probe that's very complex and can do a lot of things to each of the planets, maybe even a lander, and
Yep.
let's do some serious science, because as much as we know, there's always more to learn about our solar system and about the universe. So
And
how cool would
and
that be?
and Jack, I can make it one cooler for you because they've kind of talked about this a little bit as a potentiality. Is you don't put a probe in Starship, you make Starship the probe.
Yep.
And now you're not buying an extra multi-million dollar satellite bus. You're not paying for all that extra fuel. You're not taking all of that. You literally use the ship to mount a scientific platform in that kind of sticks out of the ship once it gets to Uranus, Neptune, Saturn, wherever it is going in the outer solar system. That's the incredible savings that I think that we can see on this is make the ship the probe.
Yeah, agreed. That would be super cool. Someone in chat says 100-ton rover and did the mind blowing emoji. It's like, yeah, we're just gonna send like a T-34 tank. Like it's just gonna be a tank on Mars. Why not? But no, I joke. You're making me think about Kerbal, Chris, because I can't not think about Kerbal. But it's like you're just cramming all of the science parts you can inside Starship and then letting it be the probe.
Exactly.
Think of all the tech nodes we can unlock.
That, but also but also think about too, like if you can put a mirror inside one of these and make it a telescope.
Yep.
My word. You think what Webb is showing us is amazing. Wow. What can Starship launch?
Oh man, I had something I could think about for hours. Let's see here. Is that
The
that
engine still pipe is look at this.
Chris? Whatever you're eating is making me hungry, and I'm mad.
Oh,
at you
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Yeah, to everyone who's watching, look at this. The pipe underneath the orbital launch mount that was frosty and then got unfrosty is now frosty again. So, and normal for it to get frosty when it's detanking, but just pointing that process out for all of you.
Yeah. It's also normal for it to get frosty when they are chilling the engines down. So either way, we're seeing continued activity. It's not like we're in a situation where they have held and nothing is happening. So things are happening. Maybe things that are a little bit oblique to us, but definitely continued activity here at the orbital launch site, and hopefully we get to see a static fire. A lot of people in chat are asking if they've missed anything or asking for a recap. I know we kind of just did one recently, but the short of it is they looked like they were attempting a test. There was a depress, that no test occurred, right? And then we're sort of in a holding pattern.
Indeed.
That is basically what has happened so far. There has been an overpressure notice delivered to Mary. Thank you to Mary for reporting those, as always. So we know that there is a possibility of a static fire today, and we are standing by to see if that does happen. But the frost on the booster is still going down. It could be that they're doing like a full reset here, or it could be that they're switching to something else in the testing flow,
like Ship 24 potentially.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we have two vehicles capable of firing at the launch site right now. We've got Ship 24 and we've got Booster 7, and they're both being tested as part of this flow towards an orbital. I was going to say an orbital launch flight, an orbital test flight.
I like that though. Orbital launch flight.
I hate it. Bothers me. I feel like something is wrong with my brain that it even considered that.
The OLF takes off from the OLM. I like that.
oh my god. Let's see here. Chaos or Chaos 23 is asking, do you think we will see future starships without any forward flaps, since Elon did mention it in Tim Dodd's interview? I think it's really important to keep in your mind that we are watching a development and test program, and that these are prototypes. And if you look at how much the designs have changed already, that's significant. And if you then extrapolate and consider, as they spend another year or two firming up this entire system and flying orbital test flights and gathering a whole bunch of data, they will surely learn a lot, and change things around and tweak things as needed. Now, will those developments be as dramatic as omitting the forward flaps? Possible. But
Okay.
but who knows? I mean, I'll definitely be sad if there's no forward flaps. They look, Starship, maybe just because it's been around in its current state for quite a while, but Starship to me looks right. And if you take those
Yeah.
forward flaps off, it's going to start to look wrong unless you, like, I don't know, enlarge the aft flaps and maybe make them much bigger and sort of like delta wingy, and then maybe put like a vertical stabilizer on the back.
And paint it
And
white and black.
yeah, maybe like, I don't know, throw some like pods or something. Like maybe like, I'm just making stuff up here completely. Like an ohms, like an orbital maneuvering sort of pod. I think that might be. I don't. I'm obviously referencing the shuttle. I feel.
But what I
feel
also
confident.
love,
Go ahead.
what I also love here too is we also have a Star Trek update in the back channel. DOS did the math. So it would take 32,000 Starship launches, volume aside, to launch the raw mass of the USS Enterprise E, which is given at 3.2 million tons. So there you go. 32,000
Lord.
Starship launches to launch the Enterprise E into orbit, volume aside.
Let's see. 32,000 divided by 365 is 87 starships a day for a year.
There's your goal, SpaceX.
Oh man, yeah. I think at that point you're going to. Want the 18-meter proposed Starship variant, because then you only need what is that? 43 Starship launches a day for a year. But we joke, but you start to get into situations where, let's say 20, 30 years from now, a 18-meter variant, a doubled variant of Starship is in existence, then 43 launches a day for an entire year. I mean, you break that up across 10 years, it becomes a little bit less insane. But yeah, I don't know.
I love how everyone in chat is like, no, do the original Enterprise. Do the original Enterprise. I love you all. I love you all for this, yes.
Ooh, William Constantini has a really, really interesting question. What is the size comparison of Starship to the X-37B? Could a Starship actually launch the X-37B? Well, Falcon 9 can launch the X-37B. So definitely Starship could. Starship could probably launch a couple.
Yeah. Falcon 9 can launch it, and the least powerful variant of the Atlas, the 401, can launch it. So, well, no, I think it's the 501, but still, in terms of power, it's the least. But yeah, can launch it. So yeah, Starship could launch many X-37Bs at one time.
It reminds me of this thing I made in Kerbal. It's an air launch vehicle, and it holds 10 rockets. It's kind of just like, I was originally gonna be like, I'm gonna make a strato launch, and then I was just like, well, what if I put a plane on top of the wing? What if I put 3 planes on top of the wing? And so yeah, I'll have to post that craft down in our member Discord there. But yeah, is the Frost is gone, or is it coming back?
The Frost looks like it is gone on the, or still diminishing on the liquid oxygen tank. Down there at the bottom. Yeah.
People,
but again,
people in chat are saying it's rising. I don't know if I mean, yeah, I guess it is. It's back.
Huh.
All right. Well, tanking again?
Okay.
Question mark?
They could be tanking again. They very well could. I do kind of see what they're talking about now, the line coming back. Sorry, on one camera it's a little bit harder to tell than the other one.
Yeah, you can sort of even see a little bit of condensation coming off the barrel of the vehicle itself. And it looks like the condensation coming from underneath, like the engine section area.
Has never stopped.
Yeah, and I almost feel like it's increased. So we've got a cold vehicle. We've got some hopefully cold engines. Hopefully the engines are chilling and bleeding. Oh God.
Don't.
This has become the new thing. I'm going to run it into the ground. I apologize. But yeah, hopefully we get to see some static fire testing here. I think the next thing in the flow that we would want to see is the engine chill vent down there. It'll be visible on the right frame there, sort of in front of the base of the orbital launch tower. So
Yeah, also, seriously, look at that frost ring go. That is really coming back with vengeance there. Yeah.
we're doing some fast fill now. You can see that condensation coming off the barrel there. That just looks cool. So,
So remember,
ooh,
guys, so remember, folks, like what we were telling you earlier, right? When they depressed and they had held in that configuration for a really long time, and we said, just because they're depressing and detanking doesn't mean we're done for the day. Now we're seeing exactly that, right? This is the part of testing in this type of campaign where they really could have just been letting that sit there in cryo conditions for a prolonged period of time to gather data. And now they want to go in that they've got that data, and now they want to proceed forward with engine testing. Could be that they saw something, backed out, and now they're going back in because whatever they saw wasn't a huge thing, and they just want to see if maybe a procedural thing changed it or fixed it. This is part of that thing, but this is why we tell you in super long test windows where we've still got 7 hours and 8 minutes and change left in this window not to go anywhere, because they can recycle and come back to perform the intended tests for the day. And Mary did get Mary did get an overpressure notice, which could indicate that the plan, well, it likely indicates that the plan today is to light the engines to some degree, but exactly where in the test sequence today that's going to happen is what we're waiting to see.
indeed. Oh God, it's contagious.
I know, I just said procedural change, didn't I? Like, I literally just said that.
Let's see here. Yeah, frosting continues to grow. That is what we want to see. Recondenser is going. I don't know if we mentioned that yet. Oh, and oh wait, no. I'm looking at an old YouTube. Hit live. I gotta hit live. There we go. That's what I get for glancing at a YouTube screen. I have multiple screens. I feel lucky because I'm not at my normal battle station, but I have multiple. I think I even have more screens than Michael right now, which I feel like makes me a god. I have all the power.
I just pictured like you and Michael being in the same room and you just looking over at him and going, "Look at all my monitors."
Right. I mean, essentially, yes. I just did that verbally. Look at the vent from the orbital launch mount. It's like almost just spewing liquid there. That's cool to see. Not a behavior that we haven't seen before, but still cool. So yeah, looks like they're filling up the booster's LOX tank again, and hopefully we get to see a static fire.
Indeed.
Some of these super chats are getting real old, so I'm gonna run through them real quick. Thank you everybody for being so patient. Priddle, thank you for the support. Asking, has SpaceX had the opportunity yet to test the ship QD? They've done some tests with it. Have they used it to fully load a Starship on top of a booster? No, I don't think so.
No.
But they have done some testing with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and remember back in February too when they did the full stack, that would have been a prime time to test that QD.
Yep. Elizabeth Chase, thank you for the support. They're saying, looking forward to this. Maybe static fire ship 24, please. That would be cool. I think we all want to see some flame happen. Amanda Jackson, thank you for becoming a Capcom member. Or as Thomas would say, Amanda Jackson says Capcom member. Capcom member. All right, I'm sorry. George S., thank you for the support. They say, I think will be a static fire because more fuel is in the booster. This is a 43-minute old super chat. So
Mary just says siren.
Holy cow. Okay.
Mary says siren in our back channel. Siren, that means we are 10 minutes-ish. If the deputy is correct, we are about 10 minutes away from a potential engine event here. She did get an overpressure notice yesterday, which could indicate a potential static fire. Could also be a spin prime or a pre-burner.
If there was a siren,
pre-burner or static fire, yeah.
If there's a siren, I think it's safe to say we are approaching a static fire here. Sometime around the top of the hour. Oh my goodness, this just got really real.
And sometimes just to get folks acquainted with this, so we are headed for an engine firing here based on the fact that we got the overpressure notice and the deputy did give the siren. Things can still happen, but that siren's about 10 minutes before the anticipated firing event. but sometimes the deputy is a little early, sometimes the deputy can be a little late, so that's why Jack's saying top of the hour and I'm saying 10. It's going to be around the top of the hour that we're really going to be looking for the event to occur.
Yeah, 10 minutes exactly from siren reported would be 1:04 p.m. local. But I'm like in my head, I'm kind of thinking they like to generally aim for even times, and sometimes there can be a lag in communication between SpaceX and the deputies to say, it takes some time basically for that game of human telephone to occur. But any time in the next, I would say 5, maybe 4, maybe 3. Basically, as soon as we see some activity from those engines, we're gonna shut our mouths and listen to the sound of Raptors roar, or perhaps honk, maybe both. So yeah, this is awesome. This is what we want to see. We want to see some testing of booster so we can move on to an orbital test flight.
Okay, we just saw a puff come down from underneath the OLM there.
Nominal,
Yep. Which
or
is
should I
what we
say
would want.
normal?
Normal. Yes, that's the joke I was trying to set up. Thank you. um, yep.
Imagine if we had John Innsbrucker on our stream, like for NSF Live or something. How amazing would that be?
Oh my gosh, I might just keel over in my chair. Like
I wouldn't even ask him questions. I would just say, "Can you tell us some stories?"
I
like
know, like just
just go, just talk. I am going
tell
to
us,
sit and
Dad.
listen.
Like
Yeah, Space Dad. Oh man.
yeah, but again, like I wanted to mention that puff from the engines because that's normal. That's what we would expect to see as we sort of head into the sequence here, and everything. I know I'm seeing our viewership surging now as we are heading toward with the siren that has been announced. So we are standing by for what we believe will be an anticipated static fire here of Booster 7 on the orbital launch mount based on the fact that Mary got the overpressure notice and that the siren was heard, but we're still going to call it a potential static fire because things can still happen here as they go down. Remember, test campaign.
Yep.
And stuff like that. So,
Wow.
but
Yeah,
based on that,
you're not kidding. There's been like an addition of 3,000 people watching all of a sudden. It's like
yes,
people from all around the globe, I'm sure, are tuning in. So thank you to everybody for joining us for this test. Hopefully, we get to see some Raptor fire here in just a moment.
indeed, we do. I know the big question is that a lot of people are going to be the timings, like how far away are we from the static fire based on the siren? We would be anticipating anything between the top of the hour here and 1:04, just about. But it could come at any time now. So we're gonna kind of pause on taking new questions, but keep them coming because we've still got a long way to go in our test window after this is done. Here, the
Fair
test
enough.
window is open until 8 p.m. local time, and we still have ship 24 on the suborbital pad that we've got some indications that we'll be heading towards some testing on it as well. So do keep your questions coming. We will get to them. We're just going to take a brief pause on answering them so we can really focus on the upcoming firing here.
A minute and 30 seconds to go until the top of the hour. We don't have any indication that it will be exactly at the top of the hour. That'll be about 6 minutes after the siren, and 10 minutes exactly from siren would be 1:04 p.m. Central Time. Unfortunately, they sort of changed how the engine chill vent works, so we don't necessarily have a nice marker like the vent sort of petering out like we saw with some of the previous tests. But we are basically, when we've heard the siren has happened. Mary heard it and reported it to us. Thank you again to her for that. And now we're just sort of waiting to see. Less than a minute, potentially.
Less than a minute, and thank you so much to the 21,000 of you who are here watching it. This should be a very interesting and a very important test firing here. Because based on what we're seeing, the possibility that this is a multiple engine firing is also high, based on the amount of venting that we're seeing coming from the engines. But about 25 seconds away from the opening of when the static fire might actually happen. But again, there's about a 4-minute window we think here based on when the deputy did the siren. So
yeah, and it could also be
just in
longer
case
than
we're
4
10
minutes.
seconds away. Let's watch.
All right. Well,
Yep. And again, based on that siren, it can be a little early, a little late sometimes, but it's roughly 10 minutes. So 104 is when we'd expect it, but it could be a little bit before that, a little bit after that. So just keep your eyes glued here on the orbital launch mount and booster 7. You've got our zoomed in shot here on the left, and you've got our wider shot out on the right there, to try and cover all angles of this. But moments away from a static fire here, what we think is a static fire here of booster number 7.
yep, standing by. It's like I'm afraid to talk.
I know, right?
Intelligent Gardening is asking about water deluge. I don't think there's a water deluge at the orbital launch mount. It's not like the suborbital launch mounts where we can see a deluge start and know that there's about to be a attempted firing. So just kind of waiting and watching here with a little over 2 minutes to go.
Definitely the phrase waiting with bated breath comes to mind right now.
I wish we could patch in.
But here's a way that we can make it. 1 like if you haven't liked our stream equals a static fire, guys.
I wish we could patch in mission control audio and know what's going on over at Stargate.
Same. But again, if that siren's correct, we are definitely very, very close to the window when we might expect to see an engine ignition if all is going well with this test, based on the siren and the overpressure notice that Mary got.
A minute just about to go until 104, which would be 10 minutes after the siren.
All right, static fire imminent. We see the vent.
That was amazing.
There we go. That definitely looked like multiple engines to me. I saw a few different columns of fire coming down from underneath that booster, which means it definitely looks like we lit more than one.
I want to say
Hooray!
3. It looked like 3.
I want to say 3. It looked like 3 to me too. Yes.
It also felt kind of like a long firing too. Like that wasn't just a quickie.
That seemed like a good 5-7 seconds. Just about.
Amazing.
I didn't have my exact eye on the clock, but it's Adrian saying 6 in our back channel is what it looked like there. And definitely looked like multiple ones got fired. So that would, at the very least, be the first multiple engine static fire on Booster 7 and the first multiple engine firing on the orbital launch mount as well.
Gotta love it. And,
Gotta love it.
If it was, in fact, 3 engines, then you know what? The thrust was 3. So the prophecy has been fulfilled.
Ah, there we go. Yes, the prophecy has been fulfilled. Yeah, but it definitely could have been 3. Like we're just We're just, wanting, like, we're just looking at the back. We're looking at the data. We'll be back with no. We're just sort of reviewing what we got on here too. Alex is saying one from each ring, it looks like, as well, got fired, and that definitely looks like 3 that were static, and it looks like they may have been from different rings of engines. So very, very good on here, and they fired for about 6 seconds here in tandem. So good forward progress. The vehicle looks healthy on its launch pad here, although it's not launching today. It's just the launch pad. And we haven't seen a depress yet. That's a very good note in chat. Have not seen the depress. So we will continue to keep all of our eyes and attention on Booster 7 here, but all indications are that we definitely had a static fire of at least, it looks like 3 engines from 3 different rings underneath the booster here. Just wow, and we'll work to look at our cameras and everything and figure out how many of them actually fired here. But the important thing here too today, this might not be the only static fire of the day. There's many hours left in this window. It closes at 8 p.m., so there's still just under 7 hours remaining in our test window here today. Booster 7 could be fired a few more times. We could switch over to Ship 24 as well for some static fire events there, or some cryo testing there as well. So definitely is not the time to go anywhere, and definitely keep this up, because the indications we have is that this was not the only plan for today, that Ship 24 might do something as well. So, but Jack, that was just really exciting. What are your thoughts on that? I mean, man, multiple engines on the orbital launch mount. What a day.
I have Starbase Live up, and I'm going back and watching it over and over and over again, and it really does. It looks like 3 engines, 1 from each ring, and it was a staggered startup. It looks like first the center engine went, then an inner ring engine went, and then the outer ring engine. Like, you can see each individual plume of gas as each engine starts up. What a cool image, and what a cool test, which is exactly what we want to see as we traverse this road to an orbital test flight on Starship. I know that's like the big enchilada, the thing that we all want to see, and I just can't wait. What an awesome thing to witness today.
Really, I mean, it really was. And like, we talked about this a little bit earlier when we were beginning the stream today about the various processes that might be in play here today, how many engines were going to be fired. They had already fired 2 separate engines on 2 separate static fires earlier this month. And if you sort of like watch what they did with the ship, like going from 1 to 3 is kind of a logical jump for what they've done before, because they've lit 3 engines on a ship before multiple times, because that's how they went skyward for their flights. So they've got sort of a lot of data about what lighting 3 does, right? So seeing them do 3 this time, not a huge surprise as they... All right, and there is our depress event at the end. And we are looking in the back channel just to make sure that we kind of saw the indications that all 3 actually ignited as intended there. So letting Alex and Adrian work on that in the back channel there. But 1:09 p.m. Central Time, and we have had a static fire of Booster 7 on the orbital launch mount. Multiple engines involved in this firing.
Yeah, you know what?
But Alex is noting in the... Yeah, go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
It does look like the leftmost engine to attempt to start up did abort. It was a bit of a staggered start. Kind of hard to tell based on the other 2 engines kicking up a plume at that point, but it's sort of, it looks like 2 engines actually fired and 1 aborted. which this is obviously a little bit of speculation and early analysis, but based on what we're seeing, that is sort of what it looks like, which is an interesting outcome.
And of course, what we're saying is like this is what it looked like to us. We're just going back and looking at our video to make sure, but that definitely seems to be our consensus, is that 3 aborted during its startup procedure. Well, the third one aborted. It's not engine 3. Please don't make those jokes.
Oh god. 3 engines. Oh god, what have we done? Engine 3. It's always engine 3.
But again, like what I'm trying to like get home on that is we're trying to do this based on visual indicators, and there was a lot of dust that was getting kicked up by the first 2 at that time. So that's why we're trying to be honest about what we saw, but understanding that we need to hear what SpaceX has to say about what happened. But they definitely, at the very least, based on what we saw, I mean, at least 2 of them fired for about 6 seconds, and that's that's going to give them some good data.
It could. I mean, Dawson in our back channel said it could have been just behind the leg. I'm sort of looking at it, and I feel like more light, if that makes any sense. I feel like we should have seen more light being generated by a Raptor plume in that area.
Yeah. So again, like just commenting on what we saw on our cameras and just offering that out, but we will definitely wait to see what SpaceX has to say for how many fired here today and for how long. But
basically, my
we definitely had multi-engine static fire today on the OLM. That's good.
Indeed. My thinking is behind the plume, at least for a bit, you can see the light coming from. You can see the light sort of, from each plume behind the dust and gas that is obscuring the view. But I don't see that from the leftmost engine, the outer ring engine that attempted to fire. So I don't know. I'm in team abort for one of the 3 engines, but we'll have to wait and see what more information we perhaps get.
Yeah. So, alrighty. Do we have questions that we can grab here, Jack?
We do. I think I need to go edit a video of this, or I'm gonna get some bottles thrown at me by folks on the back channel. But let's see. Yeah, here's one for you, Chris, while I go. Sir Bad Aim is saying staggered firing could have fired after dust kicked up. I assume they're talking about that leftmost outer ring engine there.
Yeah, and that would be sort of why we're saying like, hey, this is what we think we saw, right? But we need to see what SpaceX says in response to today, right?
So I'm going to jump off and edit this video, and in my stead, I will leave you with Alex Alcantarilla Romero. Alex, what's up?
Romero. It's Romero.
Of course, I can't get anything
It's
right.
Different, yeah. It's,
all right.
Things of the language. But yeah.
Things. I will be back sometime in the future. Future.
Future. Sounds good. Alrighty here. Let us get back into it. Alex, what is your take on what we just saw? Let's start there.
Yeah, so we're actually talking about that on the back channels, and the first instinct was like, I gotta rewind, and so actually I opened a different tab for that, just to keep listening to the commentary. But yeah, the first thing that kind of struck me was that we saw 3 engines spool up, but only 2 actually produced visible fire. And I actually compared the leftmost one with the 20-second engine static fire test that we saw 3 weeks ago, because it seems like it is somewhere around that same neighbor that also ignited for that test. And And that one, for example, was completely blocked by the OLM leg, one of the ones on the left, and we still saw the engine firing, and it's like I'm wondering if even with that, like I think it aborted. Like even with that, if you compare it, we're probably gonna see a replay shortly. Pulling video and everything from the camera. But I do believe it aborted. Even if you were able, like I was able to see the whole spin up of the engine, spooling up and everything. That stream of venting coming up from the nozzle, and then it just disappears. It doesn't, and you don't see any Mac diamonds. You don't see any of that. And yeah, I think that's a clear indication of no engine ignition. Now, that being said, I will totally be glad to be wrong. Let that be clear.
Yeah, well, Dean in our chat is saying, should we have a poll on how many engines fired? I think we can make that a reality.
Yeah.
But yeah, but I mean, what? But okay, so that's what we're thinking, and again, like we said, like that's what we're observing, that's what we're seeing, and we will go. We'll of course see what SpaceX says about this particular test here today. Here's a good question though for you, Alex, from Rents 1977, who is asking, I legit feel that stage 0 testing is more important to SpaceX than static fires just now. Less dramatic for tank launchers, but every day it's still standing is a win. What do you think about that in terms of like the priority of testing procedures at this point?
I do kind of agree with that, but I will point out that these engine tests, for example, also test the GSC. So you're kind of having a 2-for-1. Like, you're testing one thing, but you also are testing another thing at the same time. So you're getting two things just for the effort of just doing one. So I will argue that even though we want them to get the GSC right, but we also want to see static fire tests happening and ramping up to 33 engines. I will argue that both can be done at the same time. So the more static fire tests that we see, the better for us, and the better for them too. As Jack will say, more data, more better.
Right, because at the end of the day, right, this is science in action, right? I mean,
Yep.
this is having a hypothesis, testing it, looking at the data, and understanding if the hypothesis is correct or not. And if it is, you've validated your data models. If it's not, something needs to tweak. What needs to tweak? The model or the vehicle? This is how you do it.
Yep. So we're seeing, for example, one of the indications normally that they're spooling down things is, apart from the depress fan that we saw just a few minutes ago, it's also the engine shield line is defrosted, or at least with very, very little ice on it. We're also seeing the recondenser active on the orbital tank farm, which usually indicates a D-tank is in process right now. So yeah, we're seeing now spooling down all activity. And frankly, I wouldn't expect any more testing for the day for Booster 7, but only because I think they're gonna take this time now to, analyze the data and take the time to look at it and progress. Make more progress. Maybe next time we'll see, I don't know, 6 engines, 9 engines. We could do another poll for that, right? How many engines do you think it's next?
Ooh, boy, how many do you think are next? Yeah. That's a good question. I mean, I think the real answer, the boring answer, but the real answer is honestly like that's going to depend on what they saw today. Right, like because today I can almost guarantee you today with multiple engines firing on the OLM was not just about getting multiple engines firing, but it was about understanding the acoustics, understanding the dynamic, understanding the vibration loads that are going through the OLM and the booster at that point as those engines are igniting, right? It's gathering that piece of the data as you keep adding more and more, so you can keep adding more and more engines, right, into the firing plan for testing. But I would bet you that part of today was understanding not just the characteristics of the engine start sequence inside the booster, but how those stresses, how those vibrations and the acoustics translate through the structure, validating those engineering models. Because one thing that I'm not surprised to see today is the staggered start sequence. Because really, really, really powerful engines like the Raptor 2s and the RS-25s and even the Merlin 1Ds need to start in staggered formation for the acoustic considerations in the aft part of the vehicle. Because basically, if you light them all at the same time, you can have overpressures, you can inundate your area with acoustics that could make things leak, that could rupture things. But that slight staggered start sequence translates all those loads to the vehicle in a very safe way for engine start.
One thing that I just saw on chat, and they might be totally right here. What if they do next long duration firing of 3 engines, for example?
That could be next. Yeah, gathering that data in the hold down position would also be a very logical thing for them to want to gather. Yep.
Yeah.
Someone in chat saying wait until they do 7 of 9 engines. I appreciate the continued Star Trek references here today. Beautiful chat. Keep them coming. But no, honestly, like yeah, Adrian. Sorry, yes, Alex. That is. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Alex. I'm so sorry.
It's not bad being German.
That's also true. And Adrian's a very good guy too. If there's someone to be confused with, it is him. But no, just very seriously, gathering that extra data on long duration hold down firings is not a bad idea either. Yeah.
Someone just pointed out, how can be detanking if we see no vents and boosters are still chilled? Well, you don't need the booster to be venting for it to be detanking. They have the QDs on the booster, and that basically helps filling and draining the booster. So you don't see the frost immediately fading away. You usually see it going a little bit down, and it just fades away completely. So yeah, right now we're waiting to see what happens, and yeah, next thing after this, not today probably, but maybe at a later day, perhaps tomorrow. Who knows? We might see another engine testing from Booster 7, and that could be right a long duration firing of 3 engines. Maybe this time an actual 3 engines. if there wasn't indeed a board there, we might actually see all 3 engines firing for a long period of time. Which we will expect that to be about 20 seconds more or less, right? Just like we saw with a single engine. The only difference though, when they did the long duration one, was that engine was different from the one that they fired the previous day, well, 2 days before, which was a short one. So it was different engines, but still, we might be able to see, might be on the cards for next testing, and afterwards, we might be going for more engines. I will say, I'm thinking the next group will be 9 engines. 9 engines. Yeah, and basically with 3 per ring, like the inner 3 from the 10 of the middle ring, and then another 3 from the 20. That's my guess, at least, but that's probably a little bit of like a few days away.
Indeed. Alrighty. So looking, keep the questions coming. Please keep the questions coming. We are looking for everything, but I do definitely want to say, Zondorian, thank you so much for becoming a Padrat member. That really, really means a lot to us. Brent Freeze as well, Padrat. Looking at ADHD becoming a Red Team member. Tom becoming a Padrat member as well. Thank you. That continued support really means a lot to us. Aaron with the Capcom membership, that gets you access to our Discord. So if you like all the fun joking, especially that Jack and I do back and forth, well, now you can have it 24/7 in your life with our Discord if you come to the Capcom level. So thank you very much for that.
Just continue to think of all of these as Pokemon saying like Capcom. I can't get it out of my head.
That's awesome. I like that. Oh my god, I wasn't expecting that, Jack. That's amazing. John with a Padarat member as well. Thank you so much. And Samuel with a Capcom membership. So all the fun continues for you over in our Discord. And Joseph, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Thank you so much. Jimmy, thanks so much for the support as well, noting that Siren is in fact still required before static fires. Very, very good. So Alex, here's a good question for you.
Yeah.
Do you think they have applied to the FAA for a launch license yet?
Oh yeah, I do think so. The only difference here is that launch license stuff is usually a little bit more behind the scenes than for example the environmental assessment that they did. And also I will say I will totally expect them to need some of these testing to be completed first. We've seen on other rockets, like I'm thinking Astra, for example, or Firefly. They had submitted for a launch license, but they needed to complete testing beforehand, or as it happened for Astra, for example, one of those times they were returning to flight, and they had like this launch license from the Cape, and they had one initially that only covered pre-launch testing, but then they had another one for launch. Now, Starship has already pre-launch testing covered by another license differently from this. So in theory, all they might only need to do is actually finish that pre-launch testing, and then they will have all the data needed to feed that into the paperwork for the full kind of thing that they need to do for the launch license, for the full launch license. Now, does that mean that they need to complete all the testing on the ship and the booster, like all of them? I don't think so. I think probably with just completing testing on the booster and ships separately, for example, that might be enough. And then in the time that it will take them to get that launch license, they can do combined stacking tests. So you put the ship on top of the booster, and now you load it with the propellants, you test the countdown sequence, you fire 33 engines with the ship on top. Like that kind of thing might be interesting to do and gather more data as they prepare to the actual liftoff and launch of the vehicle. But as I say, I do think it's probably hanging on some of those test milestones to be completed. And once we see that progress, I do think we might see the launch license dropping at any time. But that's my total guess.
Yeah. And James Mays here in chat is noticing that the OLM line is refrosting, but I believe you were telling me earlier, dang it, I did it again. Alex, why am I doing this? I am so sorry. Oh my God, I feel so embarrassed. I know you are Alex. I'm so sorry. I believe you were telling me a little bit earlier, Alex, that that's actually expected when they detank, correct?
Yeah, so usually what happens is that the engine still vents after, like, while they're detanking. We see that on the ships. The only difference that on the ships is really noticeable. Like you see the venting from the sides of the ship and everything. And but here all you have is the lines that go into the engines for recapturing the methane for engine chill. Now, that means that when they're detanking the booster, you might see the same behavior here. So right now I'm seeing some of the frost actually go down a little bit. I'm doing A/B checks here, and I do see the frost coming down a little bit here. But you might see the engines getting a little bit chilly and a little bit frosty from time to time. Now, when do we know they're actually going again, like we did before? Well, when the frost, instead of decreasing, is going up again. That's an indication that they might go again. Now, do I think they're gonna go again? I'm not so sure. As I said before, I'm betting on them just safing the vehicle and going to ship 24. That's probably on the cards for today as well, but we'll see.
Yeah, and we are working on the replay, so we will definitely have a replay for you. We'll have a replay here for you, but we're working on it and getting those angles together. So bear with us. We're hoping to be able to bring that to you. So here's another good question here for you, Adrian. Do you think it's possible to test Booster 7 with a hop, no Starship on top, and possibly catch it? Thought it would be cool to see. Thanks, Matthew, for the support as well with that. Alex, talking while muted?
Oh, excuse me, I didn't see the question.
Do you think it's possible to test Booster 7 with just a hop, no Starship on top, and possibly catch it?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think that
I'm
they're
with
going
you on that
ahead
one.
with I think they're going ahead with a launch. Because if you're gonna fly the booster, why not put a ship on top, right? Like
Yeah.
that's sort of the reasoning here.
Yeah. Carl Giselle with a $10 membership, $10 super chat saying, a gift membership and lit engines on my 60th birthday. Can it get any better? Let's go ship 24. Well, first off, happy birthday, Carl. Having engines light on your birthday is always fun, and those are always the best birthday candles as far as I'm concerned. So happy birthday. Let's see if we get you some more on ship 24. Definitely there. And congratulations on the gifted membership too. Hopefully you enjoy some of the perks that come along with that. So thank you. Maha, thank you for becoming a PadRat member. Andy becoming a PadRat member as well. And Maha, just with the support, thank you very much. And again, yep, we're working on replays, hoping to bring those to you here, but just bear with us a little bit on that. Space Invader, Space Invader, love it, with $5 saying, it looks like they had at least a 3-engine static, maybe a fourth from the front leg. Yeah, definitely people are really scouring this to see what they could see here. But here's a good question for you, Alex. How come there's still vapor venting from the engines right now if they're detanking?
Yeah, so that was actually something that I pointed out before, that when they're detanking, you still have some leftover on the engines. So the engines may still be chilly for a little bit, and that's actually probably why the engine chill is still going. You can see the engine chill line is frosty. I'm even seeing some condensation on the left side near the band down the leg. So you still are seeing those engine chill lines a little bit frosty because of that. But again, we're seeing the LOX tank getting defrosted again. So as long as they do not load again, I'm gonna hinge on them to just be detanking and saving the vehicle. Now, if I do see them loading more propellants again, then yeah, I will go ahead and call for a recycle again. But that was a depressment. I don't even know if they can hear us if we talk now.
Exactly. Sometimes it's fun to just listen to the audio.
Yeah.
Well, Everyday Space Nerd was saying, have we seen the depress event? It be going on now.
Yeah, there you go. That's a long depress vent. Yeah, and now I wouldn't be surprised if we see the engines, not the engines, geez, the tanks cool down a little bit, because it's sort of this thermodynamic effect where when you have something that is pressurized and then you let the gas leave the tank, you usually get the tank gets colder. So I wouldn't be surprised if suddenly we see a little bit more frost coming up again. But we will have to see that sticking more like to be able to call for an actual recycle. Otherwise, it's just these just the tanks getting very, very cold, that they freeze on the outside, the atmospheric vapor. And yeah.
So another good question here, Alex, for you from Crispy Bacon. He's saying, where is the engine chill line you keep talking about? I'm having a hard time seeing what you're seeing.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try to describe it because I don't have like that in my goal. I don't have the painting tools and everything. So yeah, if you look at the handrail, you see there are multiple handrails, right, on the OLM. The lower one, you might see two circular pipes, like they are going around the OLM. The lower one, that's the one that usually freezes, and you might see it sometimes getting white. That's from the ice, from the frost. That's the one that is used for the engine chill. The other one, a little bit higher up, is the one that they used about 3 weeks ago for the early static fire testing, but it seems like they have completely abandoned that one, and they're using the new one, which uses a new. It's not really a new system. It's doing the same thing that the previous one did, which was venting overboard all the methane. But instead, what it does, it collects everything. And now, if you look at the leg on the left, where all the pipes are going down and everything, you might see like a bend coming from that circular pipe that I'm talking about. That's actually the same pipe going down the leg, and it then goes down into the ground. It goes down. You might see what it says, chat and crispy bacon. You can see some kind of doghouse there. The pipe goes down that doghouse kind of cover. I call it the doghouse because it looks like a doghouse. and then it just goes off to a berm, kind of like a pit, actually. And that's where they vent all the methane. And before people worry about that, they actually are allowed to vent some of the methane per the PA, the environmental assessment. Even though it's a little bit not good, but if it's low concentration, like if it's just a little bit what you're venting, it's not really that bad. It's not a huge deal. So yeah, there you go. I hope I explain it, like where's the locations and what's everything, so people can understand that.
Indeed. So here's a good question. Thank you for the support. It's 83 minutes old. So sorry there's a lot that's been going on today, but it's a good question. SN15 was a while ago. Shouldn't they test SN24 landing to confirm previous data gathered from SN15? And I'm going to add a caveat to the end of this question too, as I put it up here on screen, especially since they only landed it once successfully. Like, whereas in, like, they landed 2 successfully, but 1 blew up because of a methane leak shortly after landing. So technically the first one to refly. Ha ha ha. But what do we think about this, Alex? Is there any particular reason why they would need to test the landing profile again? Because the landing profile has changed quite a bit since SN15 did its flight.
Yeah, I wouldn't think the landing has changed too much. Just the difference now is that they're planning to land the ships on the catch arms. Well, stacking and catch arms. So yeah, I'm not sure they will actually need to test that, because at the end of the day, it's just the same as SN15. The only difference now is your landing pad, instead of being on the ground, is on 2 arms on the tower, right? Now, do I think they might need to test it a little bit more? Well, yeah. I mean, before they even try any catching, I do think they need to try it out, probably in the ocean or something. But right now, Ship 24 and at least Ship 25 seem to be more oriented towards testing re-entry rather than the landing itself. Because if you think about it, they did like 5 different tests of the landing part, which is like the belly flop and like the flip and all of that. Whereas the re-entry, they haven't tested at all. And now that they have ships with old tiles and everything, that's when they actually will need to test the heat shield. That's actually when they like, now it's the time that's my point here. Now it's a time to actually test the reentry route on the landing. The landing can be tested at any point later down the line if it's still not like you can still test reentry, and once you survive through reentry, you can test the landing. Anyways, so
Yeah.
I mean, right?
Indeed. But I am seeing a lot of questions in chat. We've got some people who are cycling in here asking what happened and what's been going on here. And what's been going on here today. So yes, Booster 7 did have a static fire at 1:03:38 p.m. Central Time today. All indications are that they went for a 3-engine static fire. Of this booster, there's some question as to whether all 3 of them actually came up and fired for the full duration. Of course, we need to let SpaceX comment on this right now, and everything to see exactly what happened here. But that is what we had. We had a multi-engine static fire of Booster 7, the first multi-engine static fire of it, and the first multi-engine static fire on the orbital launch mount, and that occurred at 1:03 p.m. and 38 seconds Central Time today. So that is where we are, but the testing is not over yet for today necessarily. The window currently lasts, for the test window currently lasts until 8 p.m. Central Time. So we do have about 7 hours and 18 minutes and change remaining in the test window, and there is some indication too that Ship 24 might undergo some testing here as well today. And also entirely possible that they're not done with Booster 7 and they have some other things that they'll want to put it through as well. So again, what we had a multi-engine static fire at 1:03:38 p.m. Central Time today from Booster 7 on the orbital launch mount. So keeping this going here, and keep your questions coming. I'm still pulling them out of the chat as I see them coming in. So this is always really, really good. And actually, this is a really, really good one here, Alex. With all of these cryogenic tests in the Texas ambient atmosphere and heat cycles, could the booster or ship experience thermal fatigue failure?
That's an interesting question. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, right. Because at a certain point, yes, right. Like the more cycles you put it through over and over and over and over again, yes, statistically, the more that becomes a probability. But in this case, my answer is going to be no, because they want to be able to rapidly reuse these things and reuse them hundreds of times. So it does have an effect, but it's not the effect that like that NASA is saying, where like, oh, you can only put 20 thermal cycles on the core stage of SLS, because that's what it's certified to. The Starship system would be many, many, many times over that. The boosters themselves, according to Elon, the goal is to fly them 3 times a day. So yeah, that's sort of how I would answer that question. Like in reality, yes, this does have an effect on it, the more cryocycles you put it through, but this has been designed to withstand so many of those, right? It's like kind of like filling an airplane tank in that regard, right? The tank is designed to be refilled over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. I don't know if you'd add anything to that, Alex, but that's sort of how I'm looking at this.
Yeah, you were totally right there. I was thinking a little bit more the concerns of SLS and tankies and things like that, but I also believe those are probably very conservative as well.
Yeah.
In general, you have a lot of margins. Yeah. So one thing that I wanted to point out, though,
and important to note. Sorry. Also important to note,
Go
just
ahead.
people are pointing this out in chat. These are the Raptor 2s that were fired today.
Yeah.
In
Raptor 2s.
Booster 7. Yeah.
Yeah. One thing that I would like to point out is that the indication of a static fire imminent actually worked this time again. So I'm really proud of that, because I it was like during the live stream that we did last week. I think it was on Thursday. I noticed on the first spin prime test they did, I noticed that, but when I saw it on a second time, I was actually back then on commentary, I was like, hey guys, I think we have testing imminent. And today I saw that it was like, static fire imminent on the back channels, yelling and everything. But yeah, that's something that is now really helpful. And I'm now wondering why there's that kind of vent from the OLM. I do wonder if maybe related with safing the lines, like for example, just closing the valves. Like I can imagine maybe closing, like you don't disconnect the QD, the main QD of the booster, but you probably can just close the valves to it and vent all of that. Like I don't know, like I could think that could be one of the reasons, or might be pressurizing the OLM, kind of like the systems on the OLM might be getting pressurized for whatever, for the engine ignition to be able to start the other engines or whatever. Like I can think many reasons why that vent occurs, and if that vent keeps holding, I will be very grateful for that, because that's a great indication that testing is about to happen. So yeah, I believe people are still asking for the replay. We're getting there, getting prepared for that, but we'll see. We have more questions, Chris?
We do indeed. We have many. I
Keep
just
them
want to go
coming.
through. Indeed. I just wanted to hit a couple thank yous real quick. Andrew, thank you so much for the support, saying keep up the good work, guys. We really appreciate that support. We do try our absolute hardest to bring you all of this. Stan with just some support, saying no questions for you no questions for you guys today. Just wanted to hang out. Thank you so much. A joke from ADHD: SpaceX should have a cattle farm to collect CH4. It's a good joke. I appreciate that. Josh with the support, thank you so much. Team Chris, Jack, and Thomas, the prophecy has been fulfilled. All of that. Very good. Just looking for a few other things here. Stephen Ferris, thank you so much for the support. Very much appreciated. Ubiki, Ubiki, thank you so much for becoming a Capcom member. So you get all of our wonderful chats and insanity and digressions and non sequiturs 24/7 to your phone now. It's a really a cool thing. Very good here. Hey.
So, anybody want a replay?
We have. Ask and ye shall receive, my friends. Das has arrived with the replay. Yes, Das. Yes.
Das and Patrick and Michael, the team has arrived with a replay. We had the replay working for a long time. It was the replay with synchronized sound, is what we were working on there.
Gotcha.
So we didn't just want to show you a silent movie replay. We wanted it to have the sound as well. And I think we're ready to do that now. So you're going to see the live shot. I sound okay, don't I? I just jumped in, I know.
You totally do. Yes, Das.
Sounds look good to me, yeah.
Okay, cool. So we've got that live shot is always going to remain on the right-hand side, and the replay should be on the left-hand side. And if I do this correctly, that replay should have audio as well. Patrick, hit the button. Wait till I say hit the button next time. Good grief. Pretty sure y'all heard that audio. Stand by for more audio.
Honk!
He hit the button before I unmuted it. Cool, Chris.
Yeah.
All right, here's the other view. Oh, this isn't confusing or anything. That Raptor honk at the end. If we're lucky, this will loop back to the first angle again. Nice, it rewinded. I'll take it. Rewound. Nice. So here's what I want, Patrick. This is going to be, I'm talking to Patrick, he can hear me. See if we can pause it when the spin happens, but before ignition happens, right?
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
There you go.
There we go. So clearly there were two spins. That shows another spin on the left-hand side, right? Go back to just the spins. There we go. So there's clearly right in the middle, there's a spin, right? And then to the right of that, sort of half hidden by that leg, there's a spin there. And if we go a little bit more, well, suddenly, there's one more on the left-hand side. There, perfect, right? There's one more on the left-hand side, sort of partially hidden by that front left leg. Do you agree, Alex?
Yeah. There's,
Okay, so
there's totally there.
yeah, 3 clearly visible spins from this angle, and then clearly an ignition right there in the middle. I mean, there's mock diamonds forming. And
I'm disappointed you said, do you agree, and not do you concur? I concur.
Oh. I should have concurred.
Jack backseating here.
So clearly 3 engines spooled up, and then we definitely see ignition from 1, and then it gets a little bright under there. Which one do we think ignited next, Alex?
I think it was the 2. So the one right on the middle, I think that's one of the inner engines. Then there's one a little bit to the right that might be from the middle ring. There you go. And then the other one to the left, you can see it there, like finishing the spooling up of the engine.
Yep.
But then a few frames afterwards, that vent goes up the engine. What you usually see is actually the opposite. Is what appears next is the thrust of the engine, like all the exhaust coming off.
Like you see in the middle. I mean, there's literally
Exactly.
a pencil of fire coming down in the middle, and the spool, the spin up on the left-hand side isn't even half down the mount yet.
Mm-hmm. So I'm clearly thinking it is at a board. Again, we don't have full confirmation about that. Usually we get some kind of tweet by Elon or SpaceX, and I'm kind of having an eye, like one of the eyes looking at the live stream and the other one looking at Twitter, just to make sure that update comes. But until the end, I'm gonna be thinking that, just by visual clues, that I do think that aborted. And it's not a huge deal. Again, this is the first time they actually try multi-engines on Booster 7 and on the OLM, so it's not the end of the world here.
Maybe Elon just doesn't want anybody to know that his Super Heavy has caught a stage of orange core stage.
Ha! Engine 3 didn't work, right?
Yeah, Engine 3 did not show up for work today. But let's go a couple more frames.
I have a shirt that matches that.
We do have a shirt that matches that. Like, it's tough to see. You don't see a pencil of fire very clearly on the left-hand side there, and then all of a sudden, since that center engine, or I guess the center plume that we see sort of hit the ground and started kicking up dust, we get obscured by the dust cloud there, don't we?
We do. But this is also, to me, what's really fun about this, because like what we've just talked about what they do, right? Like you have your hypothesis and then you go back and you test it. Like I love that this is what we do too. For what it looks like, and yeah, like there is something is very, very visually different about the one on the left, the third one to ignite. I'm not calling it Engine 3. I refuse.
Let's see. We have the replay
from right, DOS.
It does. We have the replay from the other angle. Let's hop over to the non-dust obscured angle, which is a little bit more further out. That may be too small to really see anything. I mean, that looks like a pencil of fire times 1.
Yeah. And then bump that forward, and then you can kind of see it start to ignite there. On it's the flash right there, and the flash is just an optical illusion, nothing more than that. I'm just pointing you out where it is. Like that's the one in question.
Yeah.
So the engine that I think aborted, you can even see from this angle that that venting from the spool up actually goes up, and you don't see any actual fire. What you see is probably the actual vent from that engine from spooling up getting illuminated from the other engine
with the
exhaust.
brightness. Yeah, the brightness of the other engine can light up that vapor, light up that plume, and make it look like fire, but it's just really brightly lit vapor, like white vapor that's been brightly lit by an orange light source, the other engine, right? So let's see. We do have another camera. We just pulled these two first. We do have that other camera, we call it Infinity, that's out there from the same angle, but it was zoomed in on the OLM. Right? It's going to take us a minute here to bring that one up. Okay. And I don't know, in the meantime, Patrick, I don't know. Here, I'll swap back over to the live thing so that you can set this up. But get us our T-shirt that is very widely used between different rockets here that are firing engines. And Chris, I'm sorry, I'm calling it Engine 3.
Meanwhile, I'm gonna drop because I think we have a video with this, and
Also, hang on. Before you do, Alex,
Yeah.
is the engine chill line frosting again?
Is the booster itself getting frosty again?
Not yet, but the engine chill line that wraps under the OLM.
Okay, let's wait then, right?
I mean, that's getting frosty again, is it not?
Yeah, but as we pointed out before, it might also be that it's part of the detanking. So we should be cautious here.
Okay.
And if we see the booster getting frosty again, that might actually be the indication that they're trying again.
Sorry, maybe I was just misremembering, but I thought I had seen it get mainly defrosted after the detank, and that's why it just caught my attention that it's white and frosty again. But good point.
Yeah.
Let's watch the booster on that. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt what we were going to plug there, but just wanted to draw people's attention to that frost line. Yeah.
I was just pointing out that I think we actually have a video about that, and let me see. I'm gonna put it on chat and see if people can actually see all those other camera views, right? That we have.
I'm also loving the fact, Alex, that you keep saying 4 lights, and everyone keeps saying the Star Trek Next Generation joke back to you at that end. And since we've done this to Adrian, do you know the episode we're talking about?
Actually, I haven't watched Star Trek.
There we go.
Star
Anyway,
Wars,
continue.
I did, but Star Trek, I'm not
sorry.
really...
Sorry. Anyway, continue. We needed to make that moment of levity there.
I think. How many of the angles did we get in that video? I know we've ended in chat, haven't we?
I think the hands one is there, but I need to check that out. I haven't really watched it myself.
Who can really hear when it's venting anyways? Stand by. Okay, thanks, Booster. Now we can talk.
Yay!
Oh, we do. Yeah. In the video, in the video that Jack just edited and turned around, we do have that closer zoomed angle. A lot of atmospheric turbulence on it, but we do. The second angle, I guess, that we show there is that angle that I'm talking about.
Yeah, that shot's killer. You can see some serious mock diamonds despite the atmospheric distortion.
Yeah, Patrick, let's see if we can't get that up, and we can just use that as our replay here. Here we go.
Also, welcome back, Jack.
Yeah, hey, Jack.
I don't know if I'm back, but I'm around. I don't want to clog up the good analysis quality.
Well,
that's
hello,
audio.
Everybody hear that?
No views.
That audio's working here.
The booster was tired of Jack talking.
Yeah, I'll go. Bye.
Let's see if we can get this back over, but the audio's not synced on this one, I don't think. So let's just do the frame by frame sort of thing. And this is the replay from that other more zoomed in angle, different brand camera. You can see it doesn't match exactly. But step through this one for us, Patrick. Let's see what we can see. Wow, that goes from 0 to a big plume. I think that just might be where he's clicking or something. Can we play that at like 0.25x speed or something?
Yeah, that's different on the YouTube video.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a second there, I panicked and went and checked the actual video itself to make sure it didn't look like that on YouTube.
The true mark of an editor, right, Jack?
Yeah, thank you, Patrick, for the anxiety attack.
Let's see.
But that video is up and live. You can listen to us now, and you can go check out the replay video yourself and thumb through it yourself while we also try to do that.
Indeed. And as Patrick works the replay here, just wanted to say a quick thank you to Space Pony for the 5 gifted Red Team memberships. If you were one of the recipients of those, please let us know. This new gifting program is really neat and interesting, but just wanted to note that really quick. And also thanks to Miss Wilkes for becoming a Padrat member. And thanks to Tom G for becoming a Capcom member. So all of our shenanigans and everything you now get to experience 24/7 in our Discord. As well as Tom, who became a Launch Director member. Thank you. That is an incredible amount of monthly support. We really really do thank you for that, and we mean that from the bottom of our hearts, because the vast majority of what we do here is directly supported by you guys. So thank you for that. Really appreciate it. And Kara, not sure how you're pronouncing Kara, but either way, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. So thank you very much for that. And Sir Greybeard, thank you for becoming a Patterat member. Thank you very much. Loving the new members here today, and also keep your questions coming. I'm watching them and pulling them into our chat queue for that. But Das, back over to you.
I think this might work now as I talk very slowly because it says Patrick is typing. Patrick, are we okay to hit play in the slow-mo version of the thing? Yeah, we can't go play by frame, but we can play it at 25% speed. Yeah, okay. Don't worry, Booster, we're still watching you, it's fine. We'll wait till this venting spools down a little bit.
I'm gonna share again the link just for people to not miss it
Nice.
as well.
This is a good question, though, from Kyle regarding the test that we're going to get the replay for here. Kyle is asking, is it possible the third engine was just meant to be a pre-burner test?
Well, a pre-burner would be
I would
fireball. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, I see where you're going with it, Kyle. It's a really good question, but I think it would be more advantageous to actually just do the same test on all of them at the same time versus mixing it up with a different test on one.
Yeah.
It didn't even look as a pre-burner test at all. So
yeah. Let's play it back in slow motion here. We literally loaded up our YouTube video and we're just playing the YouTube video back. There you can see the spin. There you can see an ignition in a late spin, and then see how it flames out.
Yeah.
Right there you can see that other it spun up late. The other engine was already lit. It already had a pencil-thin Raptor fire coming out the bottom of it, but the other one spun up late, spun up about half, and then looked like it sort of dissipated, flamed out with no pencil Raptor ignition. Let's do that one more time if we can, Patrick. It'll be a little hiccupy here because we're literally just controlling YouTube, but whatever. Y'all can do the same. If you want to actually step through this frame by frame or whatever, you can go to the video that we just posted.
1, 2, and then
yeah,
flame out. Yeah. Like it never got the mock diamonds, and you can see like the exhaust isn't like, because watch the first one there, right?
Yep. Big plume,
you see
ignition,
big plume ignition, and
starts
and clear flame. That's the big part of that.
Yeah,
indicating a very stable combustion in that engine, and then watch that one on the right. It never achieves that clear. Stable combustion flame, it looks like.
Like Alex said, it almost looks like it retracts or something. See that? Like, is it being lit up, or it looks like the plume doesn't become a thrust plume? Let's put it that way.
That's something that you don't see on the other engines. What you see is the plume goes out, and then the next thing that you see is the exhaust coming out, rather than the see there?
Yep.
You don't see it receding. You actually see it just appearing. See?
Hang on.
Boom. And it appears.
Goes down towards the ground. It doesn't retract up towards. But you know what? Okay, this is.
But keep watching it. Just keep watching it, because this is the camera angle difference. Like, yeah, no, it doesn't look this. It doesn't look the same. I know what you all are saying in chat. It doesn't look the same.
It's tough. It's very tough with all the smoke that comes up and then the lighting. But the thing that and this is rampant speculation mode turning on, right? Like totally rampant speculation mode.
Yeah.
It almost looks like there is some sort of ground effect on that, I'm going to say late engine. It was probably, maybe it was in time, it was going when it was supposed to. But that third engine to spool up, it almost looks like maybe there's some energy ricochet off the flat ground below that sort of makes that plume look a little bit different. So maybe it seems to be retracting, but then there's a clear flame that's obscured by the dust cloud. Like maybe it's just because that other engine lit so fast, potentially there was some sort of energy I mean, clearly there's lots of energy going all over the place out of the bottom of the Raptor, but it almost looks like something is pushing that little plume up, and then it gets to where we can't really see it anymore. So maybe that's...
But again, like, this is hard because of the angle, right? Like, and you know, this is where, you know, SpaceX saying something could be really nice right about now.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, in all honesty, because like it is something like, to me, there looks to be a visual difference, right?
Yep.
And 3 definitely started. But like, if you look at how quickly 1 and the first and second that start get to that stable combustion, and the third one doesn't get there as quickly. I mean, it is different. Something is different about it.
I mean, that's like, did you see that where we were paused a couple frames ago? That was like instant mock diamonds. Like very clear mock diamonds in, I'm just going to say center.
Like instantly.
Yeah.
Like there's like the puff of orange, and then it's just very stable, tight combustion.
Yeah. Patrick, go back one more time. Let's see if we can freeze it right where those like obvious shockwaves form. There's the plume. Bam! Look at that.
I mean, the orange part of the fire barely hit the ground, and the engine is already so stable in its... Yep. And then just keep that in mind as you watch the third one start.
And also keep in mind that engine has already lit, and its plume, its actual pencil plume, is reaching all the way to the ground, hitting the ground, and so there may be some sort of force going back up towards the sort of loose cloud that's coming out of the late or the third engine. It's when I say late, I don't mean late. Like, oh no, it didn't light on time. It may have been that they intended to stagger it like this. Because remember, they need to do 33 of these things. If they need to learn how, well, one engine's on, how's that going to affect the lighting of another engine? If one plume's already ricocheting off the ground and the other engine's not lit yet, could that actually blow out another engine or something like that, right? Like keep it from igniting correctly. Play it slowly here one more time.
And just see, now there it goes.
See, it's
now it's
orange.
But it's orange all the way to the ground.
And
the other one didn't do that. That's what I mean. The other two didn't look like that when they ignited, right? By the time the orange flame hit the ground, they were already mock diamond stable. And this one is very clearly different. Because just like advance one frame if you can, Patrick, really quick.
Nope, we're going to advertise some other videos to watch.
Nope, we'll do that. No,
it's okay, we're literally just watching our own YouTube video. Like, turn it around fast. And
yeah, see, like, it's just, it's different. It's different.
Yeah, and it's so hard to tell, like, is this some sort of plume of vapor that's between us and the engine that's being lit up orange, right? Is this a reflection off the interior part of the leg? Because see how the legs on the sides are very bright orange on the inside because there's an engine lighting them up on that perspective, and they're dark on the outsides, right? I mean, it's fun to speculate. It's fun to play like, roadside rocket scientist here.
Exactly.
Hopefully we do get an official tweet from Elon or something like that, but there were definitely 3 spin-ups.
Yes, please.
Potentially 3 engines attempted to light. Did one engine light and become unstable? Did all 3 engines light and we just can't see it clearly because one engine was ahead of the others by so far, and so it changes the way that it looks, and that's not how we normally expect it.
And this is an interesting thing because by lit, what you mean, Das, is like they reached stable combustion as they were supposed to.
Those mock diamonds, like clearly the mock diamonds, just like on the shirt that we sell. It's shop.spaceflight.com.
Yes, exactly.
No, but for real, y'all, I know there may be... Wait for the vent. Is. Okay.
Yeah.
I could just turn it off, but nobody wants to do that. So remember, y'all, if people may be screaming at us, do this, do this, do that. If you want to step through these frames on your own, we did upload that video. We've got that video pinned, don't we? Tell me we've got the video pinned.
We do, and actually, I love the fact that we paused right here because you can see what we're talking about very clearly in here. You can see the second engine starting between and behind the pillars.
Yeah.
Right? And look at it. The orange flame isn't even to the ground, and stable Mach diamond combustion is starting to come out of it. You can
Yeah.
see the first engine in very good condition, it looks like, in that shot. And again, like, the other one just looks different. So anyway, Das, continue. But I just love that that's where we pause, because you can really see on that second engine that ignited what we're talking about there.
Yeah, for real, if y'all want to step through it on your own, go click on the video that we've pinned in the comments there. Let me see if I can't get a link in chat a couple times, or one of the mods or something, if y'all could help me out. Just go really quickly. There's the link. I'm just going to copy that. It doesn't make it easy for me to do this, but here we go. I'm just going to post this NASA spaceflight. That should be the link to the... There we go. Thanks, Marito. Look, me and Marito there. It's like a flag almost. Thank you. That is the link that you can click on. That is not the link that you can click on, actually. Really? I don't even know what mine will do. Apparently mine need to be gotten rid of because I got it from the pinned comment here. That's weird. All right, we won't do that anymore. Anyways, click on the link and go and check out on your own time. Like, you can step through it on your own. You don't have to worry about us doing it, and see what you think the engines did. I have no clue if that link that I did, because I right-clicked and did copy link, and it gave me a link that was not the same. Oh, okay, mine works. Well, I'll be danged. That's something I'll have to
You
look
can even
out for in
go
the future.
frame by frame, right?
Yeah, you should be able to go frame by frame, yeah.
Yeah. And just really quick here, David Graper has a good question here in chat saying, recently became a Capcom member, but I can't figure out how to access the Discord channel. Please help. So you will get an invite from the system once you do that upgrade to Capcom or above, but it sometimes takes a little while to come through. So just give it a few hours and you should get that, and it'll walk you through all of that.
So, guys,
Yeah.
looking
Alex?
at the other cameras,
Go to the other camera.
and I'm seeing that the tank farm at the suborbital pads is spooling up.
Oh man, the way you started that, I was about to think you were telling us like you saw one of our camera angles with like stable combustion on all three.
You're talking about this
No.
camera.
You're talking about this camera, which means dun da da da.
Well,
Phase
that
2
and some of the ones that we
testing
have on
underway.
SPL, by the way. We also have more camera views on SPL for those that are not aware. I do know that maybe there's like some people that do not want to hear us commentate. That's a very percentage of people, but if you don't like that, and it's totally fair, right? We have SPL. We have 24/7 live views with no commentary. You can watch it, and we have all the views there. Well, at least the important views, right? And you can watch it right there. And that was actually what I was looking at. That view that we're seeing right now, we can see the log side of the tank farm at the suborbital pads active. So it's definitely spooling up for any sort of testing on Ship 24.
Times! Oh, no, this is... Well, let the vent stop. I can't fight arguing with a Starship. I guess it's super heavy.
By the way, it's SPL, Starbase Live. It's like the acronym that we also make here, because, you know, if we have NASA on the name, that might be carried over, right?
Yeah.
Starbase Live, yeah.
Okay, so this is where it gets complicated, because we've got booster stuff going on, and we've got ship stuff going on, and then we have to come up with a concoction of views that shows everything, which is not ideal. Somebody...
Okay, well, we have a bunch of questions and stuff that we've got in our queue if we want to go into this and keep going.
Go ahead.
Alrighty.
Keep it coming.
Keep him coming, indeed. All right, the redhead with some Australian support for us. saying, oh god, this is back when we were having our how to cook bacon with an engine conversation. How long do you think until a bacon and egg roll is cooked on the moon? It's 2 a.m. flying across Australia. Cheers for the great in-flight entertainment. Oh wow, I think that's the first time I've heard that someone's been watching us from an airplane. Awesome. So glad we're keeping you entertained on your cross-country flight here in Australia. Oh, I don't know. Starship's going to make a lot of things possible, just from the sheer volume that it's going to enable. I think I was reading somewhere like the airlock of the lunar lander is like the same size as like the entirety of the habitable volume of some of the other landers under proposal, and it's just the airlock of the ship. So
It's crazy.
it really is. It really is. But thank you so much there. Matthias with some support saying, will SLS have ejectable and recoverable data and video recorders like the Saturn V stages did, or is it all live telemetry nowadays? Thanks. Yeah, it's so it does have recorders on board. So the cameras will be trying to downlink live as they are going uphill, but they'll also be they will also be recorded and for telemetry downlink through the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite Network, or TDRS network, prior to core stage reentry on its first orbit. Neil Marshall saying, with some support, saying, help settle the debate for me. What's the bigger nerd, tank watching for all hours or the wife for wanting a robot vacuum cleaner? I'm not sure. Both. I'm not sure I want to get in the middle of that one.
Robots?
But Dot said robots, so he might be he might be a team robot vacuum. Just always treat your robot vacuums nice. So when the uprising occurs, they are nice to you.
Look, the reason the robot vacuums help you keep your house clean is because you have to pick up everything in advance of it.
Yes.
So you have to go and clean your own floor so the robot vacuum can clean your floor for you. Like, what a scam. Seriously?
Because we've all heard the horror stories of when they encounter things that the dog has left behind. Yes.
It's a new marketing thing, by the way. There's like advertisements about how their computer vision can avoid messes. Like,
I know,
right,
yeah.
dude.
And mine still slams into the refrigerator every time.
Nice.
Yeah. But okay, very cool. Dutchman is asking, does this all get reused? What's the cost of a vent? So Adrian or Alex, I see we do have Adrian on comms, so Adrian might... Oh.
More venting.
Hard to compete with the vent.
It is.
See, now you can call Adrian and not be wrong.
Yes, actually, now I can. But the Dutchman is asking, and this is for either of you, Adrian or Alex, does this all get reused? What's the cost of a vent? I believe what does this all get reused? I think they're talking about the propellant that gets pumped in to the Starship tanks.
Well, if Adrian wants to take that one, yeah.
Adrian's here, right? Adrian.
Yeah.
Yes.
Earth to Adrian. NSF mission control.
Well,
calling
actually,
Adrian.
Oh, there we
your
go.
microphone. It actually might work. Just a pro tip for you all right there. Yeah, I was just lurking here and just listening to you guys, but I'm not sure of the cost of a vent. That would require us to know how much that also depends on the length of a vent. These vents are not like normed, like, right? Yeah, there's a lot of uncertainties here that we cannot really tell for sure. But yes, they are trying to recondense stuff. We know they are trying to refill their tanks, because if you don't use it, why not refill it so you don't have to bring all of these tankers back to Boca Chica, which is not always a super easy location to get liquid oxygen and methane to, because I heard it's a bit down the road to call it like that.
The tankers surely rip up the road, that's for sure.
Yeah, I love how every few months we see some road work going on because this area is not built for all of these tankers going down there and orbital class boosters going down the road.
Nice. Hey, I have a question for chat really quickly here. Chat, do y'all prefer the two equal-sized boxes like this that are a little bit smaller? Or do you prefer the full frame thing like this that's bigger, but I've got to crop that one for Starship a little bit more? Like, which do y'all prefer? And I'm reading chat over here. Got a full frame, quad boxes. Go watch Starbase Live if you like that. It doesn't
box.
matter. Yeah, 4 box, full frame, full. Couple double boxes in there, but it looks like most of you are saying full frame.
Can I
frame with the
say
crop.
3-pip?
3-pip? You want 3-pip?
Yes,
Sorry,
I want
we don't
3-pip.
We don't have 3-pip in this compositor right now. You have to go to Starbase Live for that. Okay. All right. I will leave it this way. The Starship fits basically, and you can see that ground vent happening. And then we've got the orbital launch mount on the other side there. But I'll leave it this way. I'm just curious which one y'all prefer. I can click either one. It doesn't matter to me which one I click. I just want to click the one that y'all want to look at. So. All right. Adrian.
Indeed.
Yes.
Chris. Alex. What are we doing next? Do we have super chats? Do we have questions?
I mean, we can give a quick rundown what we are expecting from Ship 24 right now, since apparently it joins the party, right?
That sounds like something you would be good at.
It
Yes.
does indeed. We're also getting a few questions if we could also recap what's already happened so far today.
Should I give that a shot?
Sure.
Okay, let's start with the past, because the past first, then the future. So what we saw so far was static fire from Booster 7, the first multi-engine static fire from Booster 7. So far we are
I can hear you.
Oh, thanks, Booster 7. It really has an attention problem.
Every time you start to talk, I mean, I can turn that down if you want me to, but okay, go quick, talk fast.
Okay, so Booster 7 static fire is 2 to 3 engines. We are not sure it's 2 or 3. That's the recap so far. We think that might be it for Booster so far, but since they also have a ship down there, the suborbital tank farm now started, spooling up. What we are now seeing right now is the LOX side of the suborbital tank farm. The methane side so far is not active, but that is a pattern we have seen in the last few tests. So next up, we expect the recondensers to spool up, and then probably a countdown to a ship static fire. I think that was a recap.
Yes.
Nice.
Very good.
So what's coming up next with Ship 24?
Sorry. Yeah, that's where I thought we were going to. Yeah. So Adrian, what's next with Ship 24?
Oh, well, I hope static fire. Next up would be the recondenser. The recondenser, if you let me look at the cameras we have open right now. So, the problem is the recondenser is basically behind this huge cloud of vent there. But yeah, that's a good camera to explain.
Does that help
Thank you?
Yeah.
Yes, that helps me. There you see these 3 vertical tanks right in front of the suborbital tank farm. They're kind of basically the first tanks you see. And right behind that is the methane recondenser. This is right now not active. You cannot see any clouds or like any condensation emitting from that. As soon as that happens, you see a bit of the recondenser going on there on the right side. I love how every time I talk about something, the exact opposite happens. It's amazing.
Welcome to test day with SpaceX, right?
Booster 7 for sure won't test 33 engines today. Okay, got that out. Yeah, but the recondenser apparently is spooling up. So that's the methane side of the tank farm spooling up, which would mean we are into a countdown for a ship static fire here. Because, yeah, that's what apparently happens. They cleared the pad before in the morning. We know that the pad area is basically cleared, so they can fire. There's no cherry picker next to the ship parked, which would not be great. So yeah, it seems like they are moving into a ship testing for a multiple engine, probably ship static fire.
Excellent.
Talking. Keep talking.
No, exactly. No, Scott Ellis just wanted to say thank you so much for the upgrade to Capcom member. Alexis, just thank you for the support. No question, just some support. Thank you, appreciate that. Walkin or Yakin, thank you for the upgraded membership to the Red Team. Wonderful. Maha, hello and hello back. Wonderful to see you here. William Green, thanks so much for becoming a Capcom member. All our wonderful craziness continues in the Discord for you, as it does for Will. Oh man, this depends on how you break this. Willamid 20. I thank you. Sorry for mispronouncing that. Ben Jackson. Stink, thank you for the Red Team memberships. Very much appreciated. And the last one that I just absolutely... Eric Ahan, thank you for becoming a Capcom member just now. Thank you very much. And the last one that I absolutely must read is from Unstable Warp Field, who's saying Engine 3's quoting as saying, "Ye cannot change the laws of physics." Loving the Star Trek references that keep coming today. Please keep them coming. Chris G loves his Star Trek and those references, so thank you very much for that. But yeah, Adrian, do you got the host panel and everything up?
Yes, I have the host panel up, so I can take over if you want to.
Perfection. Yes, indeed.
Perfect. And I will jump into question here a bit, and let's see. So if you have questions here, make sure to tag at NASA Spaceflight in chat. That will make sure that we see your amazing questions and we have them in our panel here, and then I can ask them to our commentators here. So that's that's where we start right now, and I will jump into these discussions now. And the first question is about the orbital tank farm here. Does the orbital tank farm hold enough fuel to fuel a full stack Starship as of now? Alex, you want to tackle that?
Well, yeah. It appears that it could be doing that once they actually go into full stack, but I have a little bit of doubts just yet because we really haven't seen it do that, and the tank volumes are a little bit marginal there. Now, do I think they have, for example, to be able to do 2 launches? Absolutely not. They will need to do like a long recycle thing, like they launch once and then the next try should be like many days or even weeks afterwards, because it's like many tankers that you need to be able to fill all of these tanks on the ground systems.
Thank you. And there's actually another question here about the operations during these static fires. Any reason they have to detank between static fires? They don't necessarily have to detank, right, Alex?
Yeah, we've seen sometimes they have done testing where, and I think I'm seeing the recondenser keeps puffing here and there. Talking about the all the ground systems, but yeah, the the ships, for example, we have seen them do a test and then do not depress or do not even detank at all, and then they do another test with the engines. We saw that on SN9, for example, between static fire tests, and we saw recently that with Ship 20 and Ship 24 with spin prime tests so far. I do not know if they're gonna do that the same with the static fires, but we'll be having our eyes on that.
Yeah, it's I remember that crazy testing day on SN9 where they did three static fires in one day, right? That was an amazing day to experience. I remember that day. That was so much hype everywhere. Everybody was so excited every time the tank farm spooled up again, and suddenly they moved it to another flow again. It was very cool to see. Okay, there's another question here about the recondenser, Alex. What does the recondenser do exactly?
Yes, so the recondenser basically, as the name suggests, it recondenses the methane back into a liquid. So what you usually see is venting and vapors from the methane, and usually on some other systems you recapture those vapors and you burn them off. That's something that it happened before with a Starship, and we usually had the flare stack. You can still see that flare stack, but it doesn't do any flare anymore. You can see it on this view. There's 3 vertical tanks, smaller vertical black tanks. A little bit to the left, there's a pipe. That's the now called the vent stack because it only vents rather than actually having a flare. Now they do have a flare stack at McGregor, for example. And there are other rockets that do have flare stacks, like Shuttle had, SLS, and Delta IV Heavy, because they do the same, but instead of being with methane, they do that with hydrogen. So the recondenser, what it does now is those vapors that you capture from the rocket, instead of burning them off, just basically turn them again into liquid and recapture them into the ground tanks so that you don't lose them, but also don't basically vent them unnecessarily, right? Like you don't have to vent those. Like you can actually recapture them and save that little bit, and also at the same time don't pollute, which is also important. It's not a huge deal, but if you can do something against that, it's a good action, I guess.
Yeah, it's I really miss these time of a flare stack. I'm a big fan of the flare stack, and I every time they do some groundwork and lay some pipes on the ground, I always speculate it's a flare stack. Sometimes I think it's not even reasonable that I suspect that. It's more like that I hope it. It's more like I basically try to make it existence by just talking about it, which of course doesn't work, but it's my belief. Also, we can see here the lock side of the orbital tank farm has a bit spooled down here, but that's not unusual. Sometimes we see it like going up and suddenly it's coming to a complete stop again. So this is like in these early beginnings of the countdown, this is quite expected at this point that we sometimes see an on and off pattern of this tank farm. So don't panic as of yet.
Yeah, it's just slowly ramping up, and it'll get there when it gets there. It's not like that meme with Patrick, the starfish, that it says, "It's okay, you go when you go."
Yeah.
I love the rock. Also, I kind of wanted to introduce myself with a joke here when I first started the stream, but I didn't get to do that. So we'll just pretend I now joined the stream, and my original introduction was, man, today I learned Vulcan will be a great rocket for the future, and I learned this in the last week because it only has 2 engines. That was
okay. That was good. I will admit it's bad, but also good.
See, that's when a German tries to be funny. So there's another question here about engine out capabilities and in general, how many engines do a booster need to work? Chris, do we really know that and what the engine out capabilities of super heavies are?
Well, we don't really know firmly, like in terms of the number of engines that they could use just yet for a couple of different reasons. We're waiting on the final mass characteristics of the vehicle, the final thrust capability of the Raptors, and all of that sort of factors into what your engine out performance can be. However, what we do know is that, like the Falcon 9, they can lose engines, multiple engines right off the pad, and still be good. But Elon hasn't really offered exactly how many engines that would be in order to still successfully complete the mission, versus maybe successfully being just able to get the Starship into a lower orbit that it can't do its full mission, but it can at least get itself to orbit, get itself safe, and then come back and land, if that makes sense.
Someone said just in chat, Vulcan will never be part of Artemis because Vulcan has no moon.
What is the
Star Trek reference? Star Trek reference.
Yeah.
Love it. Okay, very good.
See, I haven't watched
you all
Star
aren't
Trek, but I
disappointing
did
me.
knew that.
Yeah, I feel like this will be a sad stream for Chris because he's basically. I feel like if there's two people on the NSF team with the most probably must-see movies they have not watched, it might be Alex and me.
Well,
So-
actually, this is going to be a really interesting look as these keep coming as to how many obscure Star Trek references I am actually very well versed in. But let's keep going with Starship, shall we?
Yeah, if you get Stargate references into the chat, I might get them. So just bringing that out here. There's a question by Handy Zombie here. When do you think we will see another static fire? I really have to sleep. In brackets of Germany.
Sleep?
That's
What's
complicated.
Well, I mean, because it could be relatively quick, right? Like if they just sort of fuel it and go for it on ship, I mean, like if they started fueling right now or started the fueling process right now, how long would it take?
If they basically start right now with the recondenser and start the flow, we are talking sub 1 hour. So 45, 50 minutes. But they're kind of moving away from that flow bit. So, but I would say it's a reasonable guess to say about an hour would be the net at this point. So, yeah, it could still be not super late in Germany because the question clarified there from Germany that would be 10:35, which is which is reasonable for Starship terms. But it also could be that the window is still going on for 5.5 more hours. So, yeah, it could be a long day. Not gonna lie here. And there's so many Stargate references now in the question queue. It's
Need those I can understand better.
it's filling up with that. There's some really good ones here. I'm impressed.
I'm impressed with the Star Trek references too. To be totally fair, these are really good.
Yeah, like
Shout out to the Enterprise C3 reference, John. That was good too. But yeah, it is kind of interesting, right? Like I mean, like this test campaign could go very quickly here, or we could push, a little bit into the night. So I understand the question, Handy Zombie, but yeah, it's kind of we don't know. Wish we did.
Yeah.
Wish we could tell you, but we're here watching it like you.
Dan, we have another question here about how much fuel does a launch of Starship and Super Heavy use? Do we know what would be the full capacity of both vehicles at launch? Like, do we have an estimation, a guesstimation?
I do.
Okay.
So, they actually ask about the fuel. So the total propellant that you can fit on both ship and booster is about 4,800 tons in venting, of course. And that, I don't even know if they can hear me.
I'm not sure either.
I'm gonna wait for the vent to stop.
Booster 7 really likes attention.
Okay, there we go. I think.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Chris is super excited.
Just keep going. I saw a really good question in chat that I put in the queue. That was just really good.
I will
Okay.
ask you that after this.
Yeah.
Okay, so the total propellant capacity is 4,800 tons. That equates to about 1,050 tons of methane, which is the fuel. And that's actually the question. So there you go. That's how much fuel it'll use.
Nice.
Now the other question.
Chris G, I have a question here from Ultra Boom.
Yes.
Why don't SpaceX use photogrammetric markings like NASA?
Yes. Okay. This is the question I went. Ooh, this is a really good one.
I know. That's why I ask.
So, so if we remember from the Artemis 1 launch attempt on Monday, right? The solid rocket boosters are primarily white, but they have these checkerboard patterns painted onto them at different locations. And so does the core stage and the launch vehicle stage adapter as well. And basically what these markings are, and the mobile launcher has them too on the SRB hold downs in different places as well. Well, SRB posts, they're not hold downs anymore, sorry. And basically what these markings are is you have the computer and mathematical models that tell you how the vehicle is going to move when it actually starts to lift off. And then for the solid rocket boosters, you have the computer models that tell you how they are going to separate away from the core stage. But the way you one of the ways you can verify this in flight is by putting these photogrammetric markings on the various parts of the vehicle, because that gives you a very stable point for the cameras looking at those parts of the vehicle to know exactly how far apart they are in relation to one another. And once you know that, as soon as they start moving in their programmed sequence, you can then use that to verify that all the computer models are correct and these things are actually moving away from each other as they are supposed to do, to cleanly separate when leaving the launch pad and to cleanly separate when the solid rocket boosters are separating from the core stage, and then as the core stage is separating from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Now, we have not seen these markings being placed on the booster or the ship. That is true. However, there are a couple of big differences that sort of help here, because the ship has thermal protection system tiles, the booster does not. So you can sort of get the same type of data with radically different patterns like that, where that SLS doesn't really have. Right, Starship is also it has a different exterior mold line. It's different in the way it separates, in that it's a totally inline vehicle, but an engine does not stick down into the inner stage, right, or anything like that. So it's a very clean, plain separation. And to be totally fair too, photogrammetric markings are not a required part of spaceflight, so they might not need them. They also just might not be on them yet, but that's what they are. That was a really good question. Thank you for indulging me.
Now I'm not sure, does Falcon 9 have them? In any shape or is there...
Good question. So photogrammetric markings don't always have to be present on the vehicles. So the idea for SLS is they're going to be on the first 2 flights, and then they're not going to be on any of them going after that. The first few shuttle flights had some of them as well on the solid rocket boosters, and then they were taken off once you verify that the vehicle's actually going to move the way it's expected in relation to its launch pad and itself, you don't need them anymore.
It basically, like the first few flights, verification tests.
Exactly.
Okay. Thanks for that answer. I learned something today. There's a question about the... so we saw a lot of tests so far on the booster and on the ship. And Janie Burke asked, what are the chances of over-testing now, and then on the orbit test one or more Raptors fail to perform? Like, basically destroying your hardware now with too many tests. What's your thought on that? Who wants to tackle that?
Want to go for it?
Yeah, I'll go for it first.
Okay.
Over testing isn't really a thing in this regard, because this is part of what the Raptors are designed to do, right? They're designed for rapid reuse or rapid refirings without the need to pull them and inspect them after flights. So in that regard, I get what you're saying, right? Because in most of the time in rocketry, right, like the more you test something, the more you stress it. There are possibilities, right, that could happen, but the Raptors are supposed to be designed to handle that. So that's the first part of that question. But I think the back half of your question, like, what are the chances on the first orbital attempt that one or more Raptors fail to perform, either because like they get stuck throttles and they can't throttle up or throttle down like they're supposed to, or or you have an engine shut down during flight. I mean, based on the number of engines we're talking about, it wouldn't necessarily surprise me if every single Raptor didn't exactly work the way it was supposed to on the first orbital attempt. But that's really just like the fact that they've got that they have so many. Like, I mean, this is going to be the most engines ever ignited on a single vehicle that is designed to lift off and reach orbit. Right now, the record is 31 by the N1 rocket, and while it never reached orbit, it did fly. And Starship's going to beat that by 2 with Booster 7. So, one of them could fail. I mean, that wouldn't necessarily be a surprising outcome because, remember too, like by the time they got to Falcon Heavy, the Merlins had been flying a lot. There was some good flight history there, and even Elon was saying that was a risk, right? Having that many going at the same time. So, we'll see. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me though. That's my answer to that one. Alex, would you? Curious on your thoughts on that one too.
Hold on.
Okay.
Then I will jump it.
Adrian. Then I would really like your
go
thoughts
you.
on that. Okay.
All good. I will give a quick one on this. I think if they right now would run into overtesting issues with these vehicles, they would have to rethink their design approach, because then it would already fail their design goals they have set out for. Because, as you said, Chris, this vehicle is designed for rapidly and high reuse. So if you already run into these issues after short test campaigns, well, you might have a problem with your general idea then. And so I'm not worried about that as of now, and I hope the test campaign brings them exactly what they need. And I'm not fearing they overstressing the hardware. I think the more likely issue is that some of these tests will destroy hardware, not because they are overstressing it, but because the test doesn't go well. But that's always the risk of a test. If you're 100% certain in the outcome, why test, right? So as we saw with the spin prime test on Booster 7, tests can go wrong, and yes, that can damage hardware, but I'm not sure if too much testing will damage hardware as of now. Okay, let's...
Yeah.
There's a question here about
Rolling
the...
forward.
There's a question here...
Is that a frost line?
I was just
On the
noticing
ship?
that. Yeah, is that frost or a sun angle?
would be
Hold up. We
very-
have other views.
That's a frost
That's
line.
a frost. Yep.
Okay, that is the most sneaky filling of Starship I have ever seen. I'm kinda raging right now, because this makes my job really hard here, because we saw nothing of an indication that this is happening. But yeah, that's a frost line. They are filling up Ship 24.
And I can see the recondenser is active as well. I just saw it like a vent from the recondenser.
Yeah, I feel like it's the weather and the wind conditions today are not helping us. It's kind of hard to see everything.
We were
but
totally
yeah,
unaware.
this means we might be 25 minutes away from T0.
It's also weird because normally you will see this frost and then the engine chill vents either come like they come around this time, right? If I remember correctly.
Can I? Okay, here I go. That's my cue here.
Okay.
I recently wrote an article about this. There are two flows here that are in play for Ship 24. There's the short flow and the long flow. The short flow is the let's call it the usual flow. The usual flow is the one we saw before. A lot in these early SN5, SN6, SN8 tests. And that's the one where recondenser spools up, and there the engine chill vent starts basically in the moment you see a frost ring. We saw it multiple times where like, oh, there's the frost ring, and 5 seconds later, oh, there's the engine chill vent. There's another countdown. There's two different approaches to this, and the different countdown, A, starts the LOX farm first, which we saw today, and B, the frost ring goes higher, and the engine chill vent starts later. This is, in general, the flow that will have more load on the vehicle, and I think that might be the flow for today, and that could point-ish into multiple engines firing because they are loading up more. So that's my very early analysis here.
I was actually talking about that on the back channels. That it kind of reminds me of the static fire test that they did with Ship 20 with 6 engines,
Exactly.
where
Yes.
they started with a long countdown, as you mentioned, and it went for more LOX load on the tanks than usual, and that probably is because they want to load more propellants on the vehicle, so that the thrust to weight ratio is at a decent number, so that the hold downs can keep the vehicle in place when the engines fire. And this time the Raptors are more powerful than the ones on Ship 20. So we're seeing Raptors are more powerful, so they might actually fill it up a little bit more this time
Yes.
around. So we'll see.
So correct me if I'm wrong. If we see 6 engines today, that would be the most thrust ever generated by a Starship prototype, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
Actually, gonna do the math right now.
Well, I
It'll
mean, because the
be
most one has ever fired is
6.
But it was Raptor
Yeah.
ones.
But they were
which
Raptor
were
ones,
lower.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's for sure more. It's for sure, like, if they fire 6, it would be more than 6 Raptor 1s. So this is the most thrust like, if they fire 6, it would be the most thrust ever generated by a Starship prototype.
One thing that is worth pointing out, though, it's that usually the vacuum engines, when you fire them at sea level, they do not produce the full thrust that you expect a vacuum, just because of the physics of the engines. But the sea levels should produce 230 tons at sea level at full thrust. Now, do we know if they're gonna be igniting them at full thrust? We actually don't know, right? They might not be firing them for a full thrust kind of firing, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. If you assume full thrust for the Ship 20 and the 6 engine static fire testing for Ship 20, and now you assume that they're going to do the same here, full thrust, all 6 engines for Ship 24, well, you could argue that, yeah, they're going to be having way more thrust this time around. Probably about 1,200 tons of thrust, more or less. But yeah,
That's still a lot of thrust.
that's a lot. That's actually I was
That's
thinking.
more than Falcon 9, right? That's
Yeah,
by
well,
far.
that's definitely more than Falcon 9. I think. I'm kind of thinking of other similar rockets with the same kind of. I think even more like Delta for Heavy.
Delta for Heavy has, but Delta for Heavy is in that ballpark, right?
Yeah. I was actually thinking of that rocket, because the R68, which is the engine on the Delta 4, is higher thrust than Raptor, but there are 3 of them. But now here are 6, right? So it's like, I think Delta 4 is about 1,000 tons of thrust off the top of my head, while this one is 1,200. So this one is more powerful than Delta 4 Heavy. Just the Starship alone.
Yeah, that's the upper stage. It's still, I love when we point all of this out, and then we are like, yeah, this is the upper stage. It's sometimes a bit crazy, I would say that. There's a question about the probably upcoming test here. What are the chances of spin prime test instead of static fire on SM24? I think
I hope
we
not.
can say, but it's not 0, right? We cannot for sure
it's
say
not
it's
0, no. But it's not 0, no. But yeah, yes, yeah. I would still be expecting something else, sort of, based on the sequence of testing we've seen them try to attempt before.
Yeah, and also on the load, because I think the load also is a big indicator that they're trying to counterweight something here.
And I know we're hearing those vents, so let's caution people here, because we're hearing venting. That's Booster 7. That's not Ship 24, by the way, because it's a little bit confusing sometimes for people watching just now. That's Booster 7.
Yeah, you can hear the ambience of Booster 7 right now, so do not get confused by that. But yeah, this is such a quiet tank farm for the fact that the vehicle is getting loaded right now.
Yeah.
It's basically you would not see it if you would not see the frost ring. This is very sneaky. I love this. I love this. This is new, and I always love sneaky things when SpaceX pulled them off. There's a bit of a theory, or like let's say a speculation question here, but I like it. Starship has had many changes since the first prototype. What changes do you think we could see in design? If so, why? Thank you, big fan and daily viewer Jamie Berg. Thank you a lot. Yeah, what do you have any changes for Starship that you would think they might do in the future? What an easy question to answer.
Gosh, I know, right? That's such a hard one, because without having that, like, oh, what are they seeing within the system? What's the design iteration they're looking for? You know, I guess, yeah, I really don't know. I mean, do you think we could see in the design? I mean, maybe changes to the aero surfaces are coming.
But I guess that's a fair, like, not 100% being sure here. That's a fair answer because this is a very complicated design and a very complicated rocket, as every rocket is. And
I mean,
for us
it's
here,
more complicated than yeah. I mean, it's simplified in many ways, but it's you're exactly right, Adrian. It's still very complicated.
yeah, and for us here to just sit here and make design changes, that would be hard because if some people like us could think about this, SpaceX would probably already do it. So
May I
Yeah,
say one possible
ahead,
change?
Alex.
Well, not just possible. I will say it's certain that it's gonna happen. It's different payload base coming down the line because we know
Oh,
that
yeah.
Starship has a contract to launch a GTO satellite, the Superbird 9 satellite for JSAT, which is like a Japanese company, telecommunications company. So we know that at some point in the future, he should be able to deploy those bus-size satellites that Falcon 9 launches. I did mention a while back, I don't know if it was me on a live stream or maybe me on the Discord server, that just the payload base section, so if you make a cutout there and sort of like let a door open from that, not counting the nose cone section, you already have the same volume or sort of like you can fit there everything that can fit on the Falcon 9 fairing because it has the same it's as tall as the Falcon 9 fairing, the non-tapered section, which is the only part of the fairing, well, kind of that you can put something in it, but it is much wider. It has a way larger diameter, so you can fit big stubby things, like they are very short but stubby and fat satellites. You could probably do that. So you can probably fit everything that Falcon 9 can fit already without needing to cut a payload door all the way to the nose cone. Just the payload base section, it's enough. So that, if you think about it, that probably can be one of the easy design changes that they can do later down the line.
I just want to point out something here because it will happen soon. There is an access port that is on ship 24.
Oh,
and
hey.
as soon as that is reached, it will look like a leak. Every time it does, and every time people are getting nervous about it. So I want to point out that's normal. There's basically a lot more condensation on that area, so it looks like Starship is leaking from there. Don't get nervous if you see that, but I think it will happen soon because I feel like we are getting close to that excess edge. And also you can see the frost ring here just constantly rising. So they're really putting the pedal to the metal here and accelerating the Starship countdown. And the next thing we are really looking for here would be the engine chill vent. And that might, I guess, start up any second now. I wouldn't be surprised to see it start up very soon. And that we would already be in the very, very high crunch time of this countdown. So, yeah, they're really busy today.
They are indeed. If it's all right with you, Adrian, I'm just going to hit a couple of super chats here and do
Hold up.
Go ahead.
Just before you do that,
Yeah.
Well, I'm not seeing the engine chill vents. I'm seeing kind of like vapors coming off from those engine chill vents. So it's not like they are venting themselves. It's like I'm seeing this vaporish kind of remnant living there. We might see venting later on, but let's leave it at that.
Gotcha.
Go for super chats, Chris.
Yep.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Envain, thank you so much for becoming a flight engineer. That is very much appreciated. Thank you for that support, as well as Christopher Martin for becoming a launch director member. Thank you very, very much. Greatly appreciated. That really will go a long way to helping us continuing to bring all this wonderful and awesome coverage to all of you. So thank you very much. Indeed. Siop with the support saying, I love to watch the future of spaceflight happen before our eyes while I study for the LSAT to work in space law. Thank you very much for providing such high quality content. Well, that's awesome. And space law, my gosh, that is definitely something we are going to need, isn't it?
Good luck for the LSAT.
Yeah. Whew. Indeed. Good luck. Good luck. Matt Weaver saying, hopefully 24/7. Something about that was 33 minutes ago. I'm not really sure what the hopefully 24/7 reference is there, but he also says go Kaguyashi Maru. So thank you for the Star Trek reference there. Unstable warfield. They better hurry up with the static fire before the Tribbles jump ship. Starship tribulations. Thank you very much. James Juries with some support. What's the weather looking like for Artemis 1 on the 3rd? Well, yesterday they were talking about a little bit of moisture in the area that would really hold the potential for some storms, even though the overall percentage wasn't great. And as of this morning, the official forecast is calling for a 40% chance of violating weather constraints, so a 60% chance of acceptable weather conditions. So 60% go in terms of weather for Artemis 1 on Saturday right now. So very good. Musical Wolves with a good question here. Adrian or Alex, is the orbital launch mount required to be chilled down before a static fire?
Well, we see the lines, at least for the static fires, being purged. I'm not sure about the mount itself, but we see like the line. There's the pad is not one single thing. There's lines, there's vents, there's everything included in there, and these lines and everything get chilled down. So I would imagine, as we see that now for static fires, that would also be a case for a launch. And this, as even asking about static fires, I'm not sure why I answered the question for launch, but
well,
hey.
6 of 1. I mean, if you're gonna do it, if you need to chill it for a static fire, you'd need to for a launch, right?
Yeah. So yeah, it will be chilled down.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Moldy Space Industries with the self-sealing stem bolt. Question there. I don't know. Maybe Quark could answer that for you. I'm not sure what the size of a self-sealing stem bolt is, but thank you so much there. Mark is asking with some support here. He is asking this mainly to you, Adrian. Do we have an estimated T0 if they are going for a static fire here?
No. I wish I had, but since they pulled a sneaky on us, I could say, with the sudden frost ring, it's hard to really say. I'm not sure when the frost ring appeared at this point. I didn't note the time down. But my expectation would be at least 25 minutes from the appearance of the frost ring. But at this point, it's way longer than that. The next big indicator that we would see is the engine chill vents. From there on out, it's about 15 minutes. So wait for that, and as soon as you see that, you have a very good indicator for the static fire.
And like, if I'm right, Adrian, that's like the really unmissable, like it just starts streaming out of the ship, like, hey, I'm venting and chilling down the engines, and you're not gonna miss this, right? It's that vent we're talking about.
Yes. Also, I love the German word at the beginning of the super chat.
What does it mean? Is it?
It's a spreadsheet calculation master.
I almost called you our spreadsheet master, not realizing that's actually what it said. So that's awesome. I appreciate it. Siddharth, thank you so much for the support there. Really, really appreciate it. Here's another good question. I saw a date of September 29th for the orbital test. Is that likely? Oh, we have echoing silence. No one wanted to take that.
A date of September 29. Okay, go ahead, Adrian.
No, I would. At this point in time, that would be less than a month. I don't want to shatter dreams here, but I don't think so. I think realistically we are more into October at this point. It would require a lot for that to happen. So I would not expect any sort of test flights in September.
Well, I will say realistically, we're probably more like November, December, at least in my opinion. But from a SpaceX target standpoint, I really haven't heard of September 29 at all. I'm more thinking probably towards October in that sense. Yeah.
Gotcha. And here's another good question that we've got from Just a Viking. I like that name. Yeah, so Adrian or Alex, why did we not see a frost ring on the top of Booster 7 at the methane tank? Obviously, it had to have methane in it because the engine's ignited.
Well, the reason for that is most of the methane that was on the vehicle was on the transfer tube and at the bottom of the bulkhead of the common bulkhead. So you didn't see frost because what happened is that the liquid, the cryogenic liquid, didn't touch the tank walls, which is what actually happens when you see frost. Is that the liquid at the other side of the wall is literally touching it. So and it's super cold. It basically forms the frost almost instantly because it's super cold. And so that's basically what happened with Booster 7. You just don't see it. The same way that we not always see a frost ring here on the methane tank on the ships because of the same reason. You can have easily a couple of tons of liquid methane on the ship and just have it on the transfer tube in the bottom of the common bulkhead, but not have it at the above the weld line of the dome. You could also see that on some of the engine testing on the LOX tank. We saw that on Booster 7 on some of the spin plan tests, and on Ship 24 we also saw that on a few tests here and there. But yeah, that's actually with the old ships, we were able to see that they were being loaded with propellants because the first thing that you see, or like we saw back then, was like condensation from the bottom of the aft dome. So they start loading liquid oxygen on the aft dome, and so the first thing that you see is condensation coming off from the skirt of the vehicle because of that. And that was like a clear indication that they were loading propellants into the vehicle at that moment.
Also, to add to that, they need less methane than they need liquid oxygen, right? In general, like
yeah,
the combustion requires less methane than LOX.
Yeah, but it's also worth excuse me. It's also worth pointing out that in terms of the volume that they occupy on the vehicle, you see that the tanks are not really like, it's not like SLS where the core stage has like this big hydrogen tank, right? While the liquid oxygen tank is super small, but now the liquid oxygen tank actually has more mass of liquid oxygen than the liquid hydrogen tank. Here, both tanks are about the same. It's obviously not the same volume exactly, but it's, to a first degree approximation, you might say, well, okay, it's like 1 ring or 2 rings differences for the ship and maybe for the booster, but it's about the same kind of ratio of volumes rather than the extreme that you see on SLS, right? But the point here is that you don't need. So you can basically overload the liquid oxygen side. as we're thinking for this one, where you can load more liquid oxygen than needed, way more than needed, just because you can load them and not really have any problem with that, and it serves you as a ballast kind of thing.
Gotcha. Alrighty, keeping the questions going here. Oh, I guess a few days ago, a crane was attached to S-24. Did we ever get any indication as to what they were doing with that?
Yes, I think what they did, correct me if I'm wrong here, Alex, is they opened the tank, and it seemed like that crane was more to secure the vehicle while the tank was open, and they worked on it, rather than really any removal operations. That's correct, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Gotcha. There we go. Here's another question from Davey Powell, who's asking, is the orbital tank farm plugged into the suborbital tank farm, or at least the pipes going to the suborbital pad? Could that explain the sneaky prop loading?
No. There's, as we like, no no with the caveat that there could always be change, but to our knowledge right now, there is no connection between the suborbital tank and the orbital tank farm. Also, just to add to that, we did see signs of the orbital tank farm spooling down, and we are still seeing that.
Yeah.
So the indication we are getting from that tank farm would not explain the behavior we are seeing right now on the ship. So I would say no.
Gotcha. Here's a good question from Ghost Dragon, who's asking, for a high school student, do we have any advice on what kind of math they use in rocketry and aerospace engineering? Well, it's a lot of calculus.
Yeah.
A lot of calculus and also, sorry, I had my mic a little bit farther away. I will argue that some of it, so this is funny because some of it is simple calculations like divide and add up and subtract and things like that, but there's no intermediate point, because it's either that or you have to integrate like derivatives, like these super complex kind of differential equations and all that you gotta do to be able to solve the problems for rocketry, especially for really complex systems, as you know, an engine ignition and like all the physics and chemistry that goes into that. You need super complicated mathematics there. But then for some other stuff, it's like simple, like maybe a square root here and there, but that's it, right? Or maybe a natural log, but that's probably the most that you do. There's no intermediate. There's not like, oh yeah, well you gotta do some Pythagoras theorem or something. No, it's like either very simple or very complicated mathematics. It's not really an in between there.
They are really filling up this ship right now. I am.
They really are.
This is a decent sized frost ring.
Yeah, much thicker than we've seen in the 3-2 engine campaigns, right?
Yeah, I'm right now looking up the frost ring as it looked in the moment of the 6-engine static fire, and yeah, that's still a way to go, because that would be, I think it was 5 rings, and that's basically, we are now at kind of 1, so that would be still be 4 more rings. If they fill up all the way to the how it looked like with the 6th-engine static fire. And just to point out there, with the 6th-engine static fire, we also didn't really see a frost ring on the methane tank, so that pattern so far kind of fits. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see when that will happen. But there is a Oh, I think I have a difference here. Let me have a closer look here. But yes, okay, there is definitely a difference in the countdown flow compared to the 6-engine static fire of ship 20 already, because the engine chill vent was already active at this point. It went on for over half an hour. So there is some difference here.
Okay.
So we'll see.
There we go. Alrighty. Thomas Malloy asking here with some support. Do we know anything about Starship naming? I can't help picturing the first humans on Mars stepping off the Starship Enterprise. What would you name a starship? Well, Elon has already said he knows what the name of the first one on Mars is going to be, right?
I think it is like in the past it would be Heart of Gold, right?
Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah, Heart of Gold from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy,
Yes.
and everything like that. What would I name a starship? You already hit it in the actual question there. I so want a Starship Enterprise to be a reality. So, honestly, I mean, that would just make my little nerd heart so happy. But
For me, it would be, thanks to Stargate, would be like Prometheus or like Daedalus.
yep,
Stargate.
good choices. So, like, Alex is gonna vote for the Death Star because of Star Wars.
I really don't have any name. Well, I guess
Oh, that-
Endeavor.
See, he knows he's on with the boss. So yes, he's no, all
no,
good.
no.
No,
well, you. Okay, you. Okay.
yeah, yeah,
Because I was thinking of the other boss, which is Atlantis.
which is Atlantis, yes.
Other boss is
Paul,
Atlantis?
So,
Okay,
so Paul all good. Paul Tompkins with some support also asking. So this was one when we were back over with the booster, but the orbital launch mount legs sort of come out of the ground at an angle, and then they go straight up. And the question is sort of, was the mount originally supposed to be lower, or what's the why are the legs the way they are over at the orbital launch mount?
My initial thought is stability, but I'm not sure
Yep.
if I can back this up by any. Like, I'm not a person that can back this up by deep knowledge in the topic, but my thinking would be that having legs crop out a bit is more stable than having this leg straight.
Yeah, that's sort of what I've been told to, for why that is the way that is, because it's exactly replicated at the Kennedy Space Center. So it's not like they made a mistake at Starbase. And it's the exact same way for the legs that are going in at KSC at 39A.
I feel like you can even experiment this with yourself. If you think about standing completely straight and having a force pushing from above, you kind of already go into a position where you make your legs a bit wide, right? Because it gives you more stability.
Same thing with a tripod for cameras and everything.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yeah, it's a stability thing.
Yeah. Indeed. So KCJ Bomber, thanks so much for the support. I know that was a while ago. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Dave Wolf, thank you so much. There as well from a few hours ago. Maurice Walker asking, who will go around the moon first, Artemis 2 or Dear Moon?
Oh boy.
My honest question to this is Dear Moon still a thing? Because, man, we have not heard a lot about that for a while.
We can modify the question and say what will go around the moon first, a Starship or Orion? Orion. Or,
yeah, Orion.
Yeah, Orion. With people. Like a crewed Starship or a crewed Orion. And actually, I go with crewed Orion.
Yeah.
I'll go with Orion too.
I'm gonna go with Orion too, because I haven't heard enough about Dear Moon to know where it's actually at, or if it really is still a thing.
Now, if you ask me, will a crewed Orion go to the moon before an uncrewed Starship? That will be a different answer. That will give you. That will be a
yes.
Maybe not. Maybe Starship might be going to the moon uncrewed first, sort of like in a loop. Not going to the moon like landing there, but more like the exact Artemis 2 kind of profile where they go out and do a a translunar injection and fly by of the moon and come back. I could see that with an uncrewed Starship. Eventually, if you do the math, you will only need one refilling in orbit for
Yeah.
Starship to be able to do that. So if they do a couple of them, and they might say, hey, we've done one or two on this ship, let's send it out there. Why not, right? Like, instead of dispose them on Earth, just send them up there and see what happens.
Indeed. All right, Musical Wolves, thanks so much. I think you asked this question twice about the orbital launch table having to be chilled, and we got it on the second one. But thank you so much. Sorry you had to send that again. Dog saying with $3.33 for fingers crossed for 33 engines. Well, you didn't get 33 engines, but yeah, at least got 3.
There was
on
a
that
3
one.
at least in there.
Yeah, exactly. So Dutchman also saying, imagine the siren being for a starship instead. Yeah, I can't wait until the siren is for the full starship, and they're like warning all of us at the border line that we can't cross to get back. That would be cool. Steven, thanks so much for the support, saying, hey guys, thank you so much for the coverage. I always listen and learn so much from your commentary. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that you're always here with us, Steven. Thanks a bunch. And Adam Swenson saying moon. Oh wait.
Moon.
Moon.
Indeed. Eric Meyer excited about the historic moment of the multiple engines firing on the orbital launch table. Indeed. Dutchman talking about the static fire and the staggering start there for those 3 engines earlier. Steven, thanks so much for that support, indeed. And let's get some others down here. I like Neil's Starship Rocinante for when. I agree, the Rocinante is another good name for a starship.
Isn't that
Dutchman.
from Don
Maybe.
Quixote?
I'm sorry, Alex.
Isn't Rocinante from Don Quixote?
It is, and it's from, but it is because they named the Rocinante after after the reference in Don Quixote. It's a reference to the Expanse series.
Okay. See, I need to watch that series.
You really do. You'd love it.
Yeah.
It's very, very real in terms of the science that they employ. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been wanting to, but.
Yeah, and Adrian or Alex, we got this question earlier, Dutchman. You must have been away when we got it. But asking, what does the fuel venting cost them?
We don't know
here, and I believe the answer was we don't really have enough information to be able to answer that conclusively, right?
Yeah, it's always there's so much going on into this question. Like I like numbers, in case you didn't ever notice. And there's so much you can put into this question because what's even the purchase price you get for methane logs? Then what other costs you're attaching with logistics and everything? Then how much is vented? How much you're recycling? There's a lot of stuff going on into this question that I would just mark it as it's very complicated to answer.
Yeah. Alrighty. Jakes, thanks so much for the support there. Rob saying at least one Mars-bound starship has to be named Podkane. Okay, that's a reference I don't get. Sorry, but we'll go with it. Jake, here's another good question. Will Starship re-enter Earth slower than Orion? I hope so. Well, if it comes back from low Earth orbit, yeah. Just sort of naturally how the velocities go. The Starship's coming back from other points in the solar system. I'm not really sure exactly what the I'm not exactly sure what the plan is, right? Like, because if they just came straight back, you would be coming in at around the speed that Orion's coming back in. But if you had enough propellant in your tanks that you had that you had enough delta V, you could do a braking maneuver and actually slow down and enter Earth orbit, or enter like a highly elliptical orbit that could slow that you could then use to change your energy profile into the atmosphere. But that's a good question, because at a certain point, if they are coming back from other points in the solar system, and they would be coming back at a pretty high velocity in that regard.
You
That's
could
kinda
also
like-
ideally do. Oh,
No, I was making a joke. Go ahead, Alex.
oh, I was just saying that you could ideally do some kind of aero braking maneuver and just do multiple passes, because unlike Orion, once Orion separates from the European service module, you don't really have any more consumables than maybe for 2 hours or 3. Whereas the Starship, it's its own contained service module, crew quarters, like everything there, right? So you could ideally do multiple passes of the atmosphere, and actually don't have to re-enter head on all the way down to the ground if you don't need to, right? Unless you're probably on an emergency, you maybe don't need to do that. Now that doesn't mean they're gonna be doing aero braking and all of that, but ideally you could do that.
Yeah, and I now think about KSP when you're like coming back from interplanetary and making sure you're not burning into the atmosphere, and you're basically like have to use your remaining propellant to do this brake burn, basically at re-entry. That's a very that's my usual Kerbal way to fly interplanetary.
I don't know you, but to me, sometimes on KSP it happens that I overbuild my rockets and spacecraft and everything. So when I come back, I have plenty of Delta P to just fire the engines and slow down and get me into a low curving orbit. Because it's like super overbuilt.
Gotcha. ADHD Gaming, we've answered this question a couple times now, actually. I see you're saying third time now, but we've answered your methane cow emission question and cattle wrench a couple times. We do. Thank you for the support. We kind of chuckled at it for the for the question for the question that it was, but thank you.
It's very moving.
There we go. Yes.
Our pants are banned, sir.
That wins. Very good. David here, thank you so much for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. If you're one of the people who aren't yet a subscriber to a member of our channel, let us know if you got one of those memberships. Yeah, thank you, David. Really, really appreciate that.
Someone said on chat, and it just, I don't know, made my hair in my neck like go because Starship Ishimura, and those that have played Dead Space know that name.
We are getting some good answers to this too. We've got Starship Asimov. I could get behind that one. As well, maybe one after Arthur C. Clarke or one of his creations as well. James Jury's also saying Pathfinder, Sojourner, Phoenix, Calypso, all family references for potential Starship names there. Jake Shirley is also wondering when the orbital when they did the firings of the engines on the orbital launch mount, they're saying that something came off the left side at a 45-degree angle when the engines ignited. Do we know what that was? I would either say like a piece of paneling that came loose from the OLM, or just like a piece of FOD, foreign object debris, that was just there and got kicked up into the air when the engines ignited. Alex, Adrian, anything else that you noticed really there?
I'm having a frame-by-frame look right now.
I think they're probably talking about the OLM vent, because it does shoot off at engine ignition. But I'm not sure if that's...
what shoots off the side at 45-degree angle when the engines ignite? That little stream of venting that shoots out at a 45 degree. That one. Yeah. I saw that too. Yeah, that's probably yeah.
Especially from the other view that we have. Them from the road, you can see like the OLM vent shooting off at engine ignition.
Gotcha. Kenner saying that we need an indeed counter for when Krish G is on the stream, and to that I say, indeed. Glad somebody liked that. Niall, thank you for becoming a Padarat member. Cosmic Mustache, thanks so much for the support as well. Ron Smith saying that the first lunar starship should be called Planet Express ship. I really appreciate that joke since that's the
Yes.
first place Planet Express ship went in the series, and that's a good nerd level. I'm with you on that one. Neil saying, what about names for the first Martian settlements? Also a good question for things that we might have there. And Rough Rider Show saying, definitely heard a lot of Philip Sloss on the Max Brewer Bridge during the SLS at launch attempt #1. Seemed like a lot of people were watching NSF. Thanks for the coverage. Coming back down for attempt 2. Oh, nice. Nice that you're able to come back for it. There. But, alrighty. Well, I'm going to move over to some other questions here. We're going to come back to some Super Chats too, but I'm going to move over to some other questions here that we're getting. Because there's a good one here. Adrian or Alex, what are they going to do with the landing legs on ship in the future? And I think this is largely a reference to, sure, if they catch them with the towers on Earth, that's one thing, but we're sending these to Mars and we're sending these to the moon where there aren't towers to catch them. So what's the landing leg situation looking like?
I mean, they need one. Not one, they need multiple for Mars.
Yeah.
One would be funny.
One would be funny, yes, although
yeah,
not
like a
recommended.
Spike. Yeah, like a spike just like spiking down and you're like basically like a tent. No, if they land on Mars, they need landing legs. There won't be Mechazilla on Mars as of now. Yeah, they need to have some sort of landing leg design for these starships. But there will also be a need for the landing legs for the human landing system Starship, so they might just use that design, and use that experience they have from there to design the landing legs for Mars.
Gotcha. Here's another good question from Matt, who's asking, how would the center engines be started by gas generators on the OLM (Elon tweet? Thanks for your coverage.
Oh, I think I know what they're referring to. So, wait, I don't see the question here. Where is it? I lost it.
It's on the
there
screen.
You go. Now, that's interesting. I don't think they are started by gas generators. The engines themselves have their own gas generators that are called the preburners. But apart from that, I think what you're referring to is some comments that Elon made about starting the center engines through the main QD of the OLM, and that's actually something that I've been talking about for many months. Actually, despite some of the comments out there, I've actually been talking about this, that the center engines are started by the main QD. They are routed through the main QD, and that was actually a recent change that they did with Booster 7. That's something that I do not think that Booster 4, for example, had that capability. Whereas Booster 7 now fortunately has this, and they are capable of doing this now with this new design, and also they had like new QDs for the outer engines and all of that. Like they revamped all the ground systems just for this new booster design and also Raptor design. As for how it is started, well, you see, there's always confusion about what they actually start. What they do is flow high pressure helium into the pumps so that they can start turning, and so once they start turning, they can start sucking in all the propellants into the pumps. And on top of that, while the Raptor 2, I'm gonna anticipate this because I know people are gonna say I'm wrong. While Raptor 2 does not have igniters on the main combustion chambers, the preburners do have igniters, and those need to be ignited. And so what the ground systems do, the OLM in general, what they do is while you're igniting engines on the ground, you're using the ground systems, because that makes sense, right? You're hooked up to the ground. You want to use the ground systems rather than use systems on the vehicle, because once you're off the ground, you're not using the systems, but they are on the vehicle, so it doesn't make sense, right? You want to use the things that are on the ground because you're hooked up to the ground at that moment when you are on the OLM. Now, when you are in flight, you will use, CUPVs and things like that you have on the vehicle itself. This is something that they already do. Like SpaceX already does this on Falcon 9. Falcon 9 uses even the RP1 for TVC testing during the ground. They use RP1 for hydraulic for the hydraulics on the Merlin engines. Those are even fed by the ground systems when they are on the ground, even when they do those TVC tests. So even that is fed by the ground, and that's Falcon 9. Starship is no different, because it makes sense. You are on the ground, you are hooked up to the lines, to the ground systems. Why not use it, right? It makes total sense. It makes perfect sense. And it's actually weird that Elon just confirmed that very recently when, it's something that, as far as I understand, it's something that came with Booster 7 and all these new kind of ground systems that they upgraded.
There we go. And
I do know that
Yeah.
I've recognized a certain super chat that just came in.
Oh, and I'm
we're
so
gonna-
sorry for busting out laughing while you were talking there, Alex.
Yeah.
But I saw it literally
I saw
hit
it
the
too.
chat. Yeah,
I saw
and
it
I
too.
just busted out laughing. Okay, off nominal. Thank
If
you
you wanna
very
read it,
much
yeah.
again. I'll read it again.
Oh no.
You know what this is. This is amazing. Off nominal with a really generous 73.39. I really want to know how they came up with that
Wait.
number.
Yeah, why is it 73.39? What's that?
I will totally ask Jake, but what if the rocket gets too wet? This was a question that they asked on the Artemis 1 launch stream for us,
Yes.
and while we laughed at it, we actually answered it legitimately, and I'll do that again.
I hope they enjoyed the Starlink from yesterday and the
Yeah.
other one from
Well-
last week.
That too, but the answer is actually going to change from rocket to rocket. So my answer is actually different for Starship than it is for SLS. So, you thought this was a joke, but there's some science behind this.
Ooh.
For SLS, it doesn't matter, right? Because the spray-on insulation foam is water resistant, so it's not going to absorb things. Well, you have just put tiles on the outside of this vehicle, which can absorb water. So you have to have weatherproofing on your thermal protection system, or it can absorb water and get waterlogged. So for vehicles with like tile TPS systems and blanket TPS systems, water can actually make them get too wet. So that is why they are weatherproofed.
And you thought you would only make a joke.
That's what happens when you mess with a Gebhardt.
love how-
Chris Gebhardt.
But
Love how you-
I really love the question. Thanks, guys.
Yes.
That made this stream for me. That was awesome.
Yeah, amazing.
I
guys, love you.
had to go to their Discord and tell them that too. That was really
I think they're aware.
yeah, that was awesome. Thanks, guys. Alrighty, Donna, thanks so much for the support with no question. Just really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Eric's saying he's headed out to see the SLS launch on Saturday. Let's go. I agree. Let's go on that one. MI Space Technologies or Michigan Space Technologies, depending on if MI is Michigan or if it's supposed to stand for something else. Thank you so much for becoming a PadRat member. Thank you very much. A Space Shuttle Discovery saying the meatworm is the best NASA logo. We're not getting into the meatworm discussion again, are we? We should, but we won't. And yes, I will check my DMs as soon as I am off here. And also from Shuttle Discovery asking, what does PIGO mean? This is usually in reference to weather forecasts where you either have probability of violation, POV, or probability go. So PIGO is just the inverse of probability of violation. So like if you look at the current weather forecast that the 45th Space Squadron has out for the SLS rocket attempt on Saturday, they say the probability of violation is 40%. So you could also say the PIGO forecast is 60%. So just kind of if you want to be negative and go for violation, or positive and go for go. Kind of the only difference.
Chris, I think you haven't noticed this. This is a meme on Space Twitter. You got memed here.
I
Wait.
just rejoin comms, and the first thing I hear is Chris G not knowing a space meme.
Okay, I don't know a space meme,
Okay.
so what does it mean?
Also, hi,
Oh, so
Thomas
the-
Burkhardt, back on comms, by the way.
News director, roll the card, Patrick.
Okay, we gotta educate on the meme. So one time, someone asked Tori Bruno on Twitter what the PGO was for some launch, and then Tori, I think, answered like Chris did and was like explaining what PGO meant. But then someone else replied, no, what is the PGO? Like, because they were asking for the number, and now it's just a meme to go back and forth between explaining what PGO is and then saying a number whenever someone asks what PGO. So I think that was a meme, but I appreciate Chris
yeah, I
actually
think
answering the
basically-
question.
I think basically somebody did not know what the word what PGO meant, and he answered 80%. It was like
Or,
PGO is
yeah.
80%. What's PGO? And he answered 80%.
Yeah. Okay,
Good times,
gotcha.
good times.
Very,
Which is 80.
very good. Well, yes.
We'll
That
show
added-
you the meme later.
By the way, the whole tank farm with the recondenser is going like crazy right now. Just as
It-
a side note, there's a Starship apparently here.
Yes,
Yeah.
well, that's what I was
You
just going to
didn't
say.
notice.
Thomas, you were here. The next thing I was actually going to do was a recap of where we were, but I
Yeah, do
believe
it.
you are here to relieve me, actually, from some commentary duties. So, Adrian, do you want to take us through what we're expecting here, and I'll go ahead and pass off some of my duties here to Thomas too.
Yeah. First of
let's-
all, Chris, thank you so much for hopping on commentary today. Appreciate it.
Thank you much. It wouldn't be anywhere else.
All right, Adrian, give me the rundown on what we've wrapped up Booster 7 testing, and now we're on to Ship
Yes.
24.
Yes, and it looks so far they are going for a big LOX fill, which we so far saw on the 6-engine static fire test of S20. So at this point, I feel kinda leaning into the direction that this might be a 6-engine static fire on Ship 24. So yeah, they are filling it up. It's still the ring is still rising, and the engine
Yeah.
chill vent has not yet started. So yeah, this looks like a very high engine number test, I would say.
Potentially that elusive 6-engine static fire.
Please.
Yes, I would.
Yes, we want it.
I would like that. I would love that.
So we are standing by. So fueling is underway. However,
Yes.
no engine chill.
No, the engine chill has not yet begun, which is actually kind of unusual compared to the 6-engine static fire we saw before, because it started like 45 minutes or 35 minutes before T0. That was a bit weird. I know that put me off back then. So yeah, engine chill so far is calm, and also no ring or frost ring on the methane side, but we would expect that based on previous testing that the methane tank is not really getting filled. But yeah, next sign we are for sure would expect here is the engine chill vent that would appear next to the flaps.
Right, okay. Well, while we keep an eye out for that, fueling is still underway. I'm going to try and catch us up on some super chats and things like that, because we have a few that are
Many of
even.
them.
We have a lot that have been coming in, so I think we've fallen a little bit behind. I'm going to try to just speed run. I do want to thank everyone who obviously sends support to the stream. So David Patrick, thank you so much for your support. We got Java Man. Some of these names we see a lot of time. I've seen Java Man in chat before. Let's see. Satiarth, I believe, is maybe how that gets pronounced. Appreciate the support. Jimmy J, seen them before as well. Evan Hubbard, thank you for the support. Thomas Molloy says, new business idea, rocket birthday candles, flamey and up. Appreciate the support there. Framerick with some support there, appreciate it. Paul, thank you so much. We have one user whose username is literally just the letter T, so appreciate that. Tristan, thank you so much for your support as well. Let's see, Aaron Wolf, appreciate the super chat support. Jason Alexander as well. Pythagoras? Is that like Pythagoras but not? I don't know, but appreciate the support there. Angry American, appreciate the support. Zatharus, thanks for the super chat support there. Grant D, appreciate it. We got Space Shuttle Discovery again. They've been in this exact stream a few different times. All right, we're caught up to some more recent super chats here. If you asked a question that we did not answer, please throw them back in the chat. I'll be pulling more questions too.
I believe
We're
one of those
closer to
super
caught up.
chats. I saw a reference to. I saw that when it was actually sent. I think it was an hour ago. We were way behind because we were talking about many things going on before. I believe it was talking about Falcon 9 debris from second stages and how is that going to be addressed for Starship. And I will argue that the problem with those debris is actually because they were uncontrolled reentries from Falcon 9 second stages, and you know there's times where the performance of the vehicle doesn't allow the orbit burn of the second stage, and sometimes where it does, there might be a problem, right? There might be a failure of the MVAC for some reason, or there might be some performance shortfall that had on the mission or something like that, and they ran out of fuel. So they might get stranded in orbit. But that, to my knowledge, that only has happened a couple of times in the past, 4 or 5 years. Whereas the
And I think it's
first
been a while
option-
since the most recent one.
Yeah, you're totally right there. I think it was like 2 years ago, the last one, which was a long time ago. In terms, especially when you talk about 30 launches in 2021, 31 launches in 2021, and 39 launches this year so far. So you're talking about many launches ago that happened, and for Starship, obviously, it's gonna be a thing to be seen whether you obviously will not want to see a ship stranded in orbit, and you probably have options, especially if an engine fails. You still have another 5, so that kind of helps. You also have options in terms of how you do the deorbit burn, and like if you're gonna deorbit burn, for example, if you do know in advance that your performance might be lacking, you might as well not put flaps and TPS on the ship, for example, just like some of the potential upcoming ships that we were going to see soon. Just because if you anticipate that there's not going to be enough performance, I don't think they will probably risk it. And still, it will be a very capable launcher in that configuration, and you probably will be able to do a wide range of missions and still be cheap. You can still reuse the booster and not like maybe for a decent amount of money you can have that kind of missions. So yeah, while it must be addressed, you obviously do not want any Starship in orbit to decay or even stay out there just being more orbital debris, because this is a 100-ton vehicle. This is not like 3-4 tons like the Falcon 9 second stage. This is a huge vehicle with a lot of mass, and it's also made to survive reentry.
Right.
So many big pieces can survive reentry if you left this in orbit. So obviously we're gonna see that, but the obvious thing is they're gonna be deorbiting them whenever they can. That's for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
I wanted to address that question because it's something that I usually, at least myself, I get asked about sometimes on Twitter. So I wanted to address that.
Yeah, sure. I think, didn't Elon mention in the past the possibility, or at least the idea, I don't know how serious it was, of using Starship tank sections and Raptor engines, but in an expendable stage, so not something that would be, designed to survive reentry and things like that?
Yeah, that could be another way.
And that would mitigate, and I think he kind of pitched it as a interplanetary launch kind of like an interplanetary, not a kick stage, but just a way of, if the mission profile doesn't make a whole lot of sense for a reusable Starship, it was an option. I think we've also seen talks of you can release a payload from a reusable Starship, and then the Starship does another maneuver to return to Earth and still do a reentry and stay reusable.
Yeah.
So I think it'll be interesting to see how Starship gets used to send payloads that are not itself outside of Earth's sphere of influence, or even to higher orbits like geostationary missions.
I've seen some arguments, especially about launching Starship with a booster reusable and ship expendable being, oh no, but that's super expensive and all of that. I will argue that SpaceX is kind of into the business of making rockets low cost even when they are expendable. Like Falcon 9 was a rocket that was decently priced for an expendable vehicle of their performance. And even to this day, when they launch an expendable Falcon 9, it's still very well priced for the kind of performance that it can give to the customer. Something of the performance of expendable Starship with reusable booster, that is probably 200 tons to low Earth orbit. You cannot find any other rocket. You cannot put a price on that. Even if it were like $250 million, for example, the next thing next to that is SLS, and we all know how expensive it is, right? So it's like, and the low cadence of flights, for example. So you cannot put a price of such a huge vehicle that can probably be putting, even if it's $250 million, just to put a number out of the blue here. Even if it's like that, which might sound expensive, if you compare it to the rest of the vehicles, you're like, geez, that's actually like very cheap compared to, you know, SLS, right? Or even if you compare it Delta for Heavy, which is still flying, even though it's not going to be flying and it's not getting any more contracts, that's still only 30 tons to low Earth orbit. You're not getting anywhere there to what Starship can do, and it costs about the same in that sense. $200 to $250 million. So yeah, I think that's an argument to be made that perhaps a deep space version of a Starship is not really that bad.
Yeah, sure. Thank you for that. Let me bring in some more messages and things here. Really quick though, I want to check in with Adrian. What was the time, or do you have the time that this fueling process actually started?
It's they kind of sneaked on it because we were kind of surprised when we saw the frost ring. The
frost ring, if you want to have some kind of clue here, it was 2:47 p.m. Central. So over an hour ago, it appeared on the vehicle.
So we are 2:47. We are now at 3:51. Let me just look at the ship 26 engine static fire, because I think that's the only data point we have compared to this. But weird.
Yeah, I'm wondering just because this, I don't mean, granted, this is on the suborbital, like the test stand, so this probably isn't indicative of like an operational fill rate, like if this was a full stack, how long it would take to fuel Starship. Probably we should not be assuming that this fill rate is the same. This is on the test stand, but I'm curious how long it has been. And also comparing it to Ship 20 might give us an idea of how much longer we might have be sitting here.
Yeah, the frost ring, let me...
I think the Adrian's
flow
pulling up.
Flow is different on Ship 20, I think.
Okay. While Adrian's pulling that up, I'll bring in a couple more super chats here. Vins, thank you so much for your support. And then Fez, yeah, we're talking about some of these again are things we've already touched on. Yeah, the leading hypothesis for how much LOX they're loading is the 6-engine static fire hypothesis. And Delta V2 TLI, appreciate the support there as well. Joey becoming a red team member, appreciate that. Space Shuttle Atlantis saying that Discovery is being highly illogical, so we got some inter-shuttle questions there, appreciate that. And James Dury's continuing the Pigo meme, asking what's 40%. Appreciate that. Crucial for some supporters there, appreciate that. And Discovery talking right back to Atlantis. So Discovery and Atlantis are communicating via Super Chat, apparently. Appreciate that, though. Normally they communicate via the Tejas network, but whatever. Stuart, thank you for becoming a PAD rep member. And Mercon asking a quick question. What does COPV stand for? Composite Overwrapped Pressure Vessel is the COPV I'm meaning.
My second favorite, what is it, abbreviation?
Abbreviation?
It's my second favorite abbreviation in spaceflight.
What's your first?
The ICPS.
Why is ICPS your favorite acronym?
I love it. I think it just sounds amazing.
Don't you like more DCSS?
No,
You should like
Yeah,
more that
Adrian's
one.
the Delta 4 fan, and he's not even using the Delta acronym.
Yeah, but I think ICPS just sounds amazing. I maybe that's, but interim cryogenic propulsion stage, really, that has a rank to it. That sounds powerful. Even though
You know,
The interim kind of lowers it a bit. If the I stood for something like cryogenic propulsion stage, yes, I'm there. But interim, by definition, is reminding us that the stage will only fly 3 times and then get replaced by a better one. So,
you know,
So
I do
I'll-
like NASA, for example, because it stands for North American Space Agency, so that kind of fits.
no. I have never heard that before. That's funny. The Canadian Space Agency is very offended right now.
also, yeah, they are kind of like angry at this point. Also, I compared a bit with the ship
I like
20.
the engines. I don't have any chill.
With the ship 20 static fire, and also I got some screenshots by Mark which showed the progress of this. So they are filling this up rapidly, and they are filling this up even faster than they did for ship 20, it looks like. And based on that, I would say, and based on what we saw with ship 20, it could be 35 minutes-ish. Very big-ish, but 35 minutes-ish.
35 more minutes.
Yes, more minutes-ish. The from Frostspring appearance to static fire, it took ship 20 90 minutes.
Interesting.
So it could be a little bit less than 90 minutes.
I'm just pointing out that 35 minutes from now is 4:20 p.m. Central Time.
Oh no,
Oh
it's
boy.
happening.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
no.
Anyway, moving
Hey,
right along.
you have your T0. Let's go.
There's your T0. Let's see. Oh, Daniel also talking about the increased propellant in the fuel tank, saying more fuel means longer duration static fire. I suppose that is also an explanation, although I still like the 6-engine theory, but we'll have to see, of course. Let's see. And Clinton with a question. If we think... Alright, so yeah, this is a question I'll reach out to you guys. If Starship 24 has a successful static fire of 6 engines today, and all data looks nominal, etc., would that complete the ship test campaign up until stacking for the orbital flight? Basically, would this be the last test ship does on its own without being stacked on top of the booster?
I could see that. I could see, like, ships are very much tested compared to boosters, and I could see a situation where they perform a 6-engine static fire, verify everything is good, and yeah, that's it for ship 24. And then the next time it fires would hopefully be in space. I would not be surprised. However, there could always be the situation where they're like, "Oh, we're not sure about that one. Let's fire one more time," because I feel like the ship right now is for certain not the pacing item, where they are really waiting on the ship.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be the case where they're like, "Okay, we have more time. Let's do one more."
Yeah, potentially, sure. Bringing in some more questions here. Smooth Juice asking, great source says, great stream again, appreciate that. Who is the top space-related person you've met? I don't know, I've met a lot of pretty cool space people. I don't know if I could pick a top one. I don't know if either of you want to chime in.
I saw some European astronauts earlier this year. No, it was late. I'm not sure.
Astronauts are up there, for sure.
But I didn't see that much space people so far because I live in Europe and, well...
Yeah, we understand.
Well, the pain is there, right?
Yeah. Oh, man. We'll keep the questions coming here. Let's see. Here's a question from Infinity Space News. Thanks for the spot-on coverage again, appreciate that. Firstly, if the orbital tank farm is at full capacity, how many times can it fuel a full stack? I believe we touched on this before. Alex, what's the capacity of the current orbital tank farm as far as, like, fuelings go?
Might be just one stack. Barely one stack, yeah.
But if they recycle and they're detanking back into those tanks, they can still recycle and go again, right?
Yes, they might. Again, I'm a little bit wary to say that it's actually being able to do like it's ready to go to fill up the whole thing. Because there are reasons for me to think that it might not be able to do the entire thing, but it might be able to do a little bit more down the line. Now, once they actually do it, I'll believe it. That's sort of the thing, right? Until I actually see it, then I'll be able to say, oh yeah, definitely now this is the moment that I can say safely that they are able to load the whole rocket. But I do believe they might need some tanking in between recycles. Even if you drain the whole thing, it's sort of like SLS, where you boil off some of it and some of the consumables just get out in the atmosphere just because of that. So I can see some need to maybe roll out a few tankers here and there to tank a little bit more of the ground systems.
Yeah, sure. And there's actually a second part to this question yet, so let's do this as well. If only a few times, how will this affect the rapid turnaround? So, yeah, so following on to this, would we expect any upgrades to the tank farm in order to support more rapid turnarounds between different launches? So not a recycle where you get most of the propellant back probably, but booster and ship lift off, booster comes back, gets caught, put back on the launch mount. How quickly will they have the commodities ready to fuel another rocket? That's going to need some sort of upgrade, right?
Yeah, that could be one of the things.
We'll have to keep an eye on that. That's a very good question that we keep kind of getting. So I think we need to perhaps investigate that a little bit more closely. So while we're sitting around waiting for the ship again, ship fuel load is underway. You see a lot of frost on the liquid oxygen tank. We believe this is either gearing up for more engines firing or a longer duration firing. The favorite is the 6-engine static fire theory because we know that's going to happen at some point, but not entirely sure the exact plans, of course, so we're just going to keep our eye on it. But until we get into Engine Show, we're going to be sitting here for a little second, and I want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who sends support to the stream and things like that. And folks, if you're looking for a way to help support the stream and help support NASA spaceflight, we are, of course, always adding really cool merch, and we've got some new Starship merch, relatively new Starship merch. If you have not already seen it, first of all, we have the Starbase collection with the new Starbase design. There's shirts and towels and things like that. There's also the Moon to Mars, which is, of course, very relevant to the Artemis mission, Artemis 1 coming up, and Starship having its role in the Artemis program, as well as moving on to the Red Planet further down the line as well. It's a really cool showing the HLS design on one half and the sort of steel Mars design on the other. So if you want to show off the different variants of Starship to the Moon and Mars might be your thing. There's also a whole slew of Artemis 1 specific merch, things about SLS. There's the new expanded view, which has the 2 versions. Oh, by the way, there's been some people asking which ones have sold more, because we had the for fun version, this one, where all the labels are like jokes about the different parts of the rocket. And then there's the other one that has like the actual names of all the components. And I can report that the For the Fun shirt is vastly outselling the like serious one. But glad people are enjoying both designs. They're both pretty popular. If you have not checked them out already, definitely do. There's also the Road to Artemis shirt, which is like the retro design that we had for rollout and things like that. So if you need to show your support for the Artemis program, for SLS, for Starship, go ahead and check out the NASAspaceflight.com shop for all of these merch items. Also, the ever-popular metal prints are being added to all the time. A new photo from Brady Kenniston just went up there with the lightning behind SLS. That's a personal favorite of mine. Also, lots of Starship content in there as well. So, whatever way you like to show off your space fandom, go check out the NASAspaceflight.com shop, and all of that goes towards improving our coverage, so we greatly appreciate the support. Keeping an eye on ship as we continue to get into some more questions here, and we got one here from Slackdo saying, do we think we'll get an autogenous pressurization test on ship 24 similar to what we got on booster 7 some weeks ago? What is the latest on... I'm sorry, go ahead, Adrian.
That would be cool, right? A long duration fire of ship.
Yeah, do we have any like confirmation that ship 24 is autogenous pressurization? I know because in a few prototypes ago there was like, oh, autogenous isn't working right now, we're going to come back to it later. What I off the top of my head, I legitimately don't remember. What's the latest? Are we back to autogenous now?
I
I know we are on the
cannot
booster because they tested it, but
I cannot recall, but I would like this is a very guesstimate kind of speculation. But since they are both using same Raptors, I would maybe expect that they are also using the same mechanisms.
my guess is yes. I'm just wondering if we got official confirmation of that.
No, I don't think we have official, but I also guess yes.
Perhaps that's an Elon question. We'll have to get Elon's input on this. But let's assume that they are. Would we expect another test on that? Or there is a little bit more data in ship testing already because of all the hop tests and things like that. Perhaps they already are confident in that system and don't need a dedicated test.
It also could be the case that they are like, it's the same system. Like, we don't know how big like, assuming they're having it on both vehicles, they could also be the situation where they're like, okay, we don't need to test this on ship again because we tested it on booster and the system is the same.
Sure, okay.
So there's like there's a lot of crossways in this answer that require knowledge about the situation that we just don't have. And there's like, the first question is it on ship? The second question is, do they need to test it again? The third question is, did they ever test it so far? Like, it's there's a lot of uncertainties here, but from just the feeling of my belly, I would say I would like it.
Your gut feeling, Adrian. The saying is your gut feeling.
Oh, in Germany we say belly. Okay.
Really? I mean, I
Yeah.
figured out what you were saying, but today I learned.
It's Bauchgefühl, so we say belly. But yeah, I just want to see it, so I hope it comes true.
Yeah, sure. It's also worth noting, so if you don't know what autogenous pressurization is, I know that's not a super common phrase that you hear, even in rocketry. There's a couple different ways to pressurize tanks. Propellant tanks need to be pressurized in order to maintain the vehicle's structural strength, as well as put propellant in all the right places, especially when you're in 0G. So there are a couple ways to do that. Sometimes you have COPVs, composite override pressure vessels, that contain something like helium or nitrogen, something like that. Some inert gas that can be pumped into the tanks and use that to pressurize the tank as the fuel is depleted. Other times, when you're using cryogenic fuels like liquid methane and liquid oxygen, you can let those fuels, as they boil off naturally to ambient temperature, use that evaporated gas as your pressurant and keep the tanks pressurized that way. Using that method, where you are using the propellant's vapors to pressurize the tank, is called autogenous pressurization. And it basically simplifies things because you don't need those extra tanks. It is sometimes more difficult, but if you can pull it off, it does reduce the other commodities that you need to have on board. So it is desirable, and a lot of new rockets are trying to go that way. I remember Relativity talked about it in some recent tests, that they are using autogenous pressurization, and the Starship program is definitely as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. It is also worth mentioning that if they tested it on the booster, like you said, it would make sense that that would be enough to verify the ship system, because the ship's tanks are smaller. So if you can autogenously pressurize a booster tank, you should also be fine on the ship scale. That's my added 2 cents there.
Also, the 420 dream is dead.
Oh, no engine show yet, right?
No, and at this point they would, like, the fastest we have seen is 13 minutes. So, yeah, sorry for 20 time betters here. No, it's not that time today. It's not today. It was before. It's not today.
Another time, perhaps. We'll keep some super chats coming in here. Lesigo asking, shouldn't we see Ship 24 test launch and landing to confirm Ship 15 data? So I guess this is asking, should Ship 24 do a hop test before being stacked for an orbital test? I think they've gotten the data that they're going to get out of those high altitude flights, and you guys can offer your thoughts on this. But my guess is that it is more valuable to try and reach orbit right now than it is to get more data on a flight that you've already successfully accomplished. Does that make sense, or do you have any differing opinions?
I mean, it's also not needed for the first flight, right? Like, there is no landing of the ship in the first flight. So it's not on the critical path right now to test if the landing works. They're right now, I feel like they are very much focused on getting this thing to orbit first. And I just don't feel like it's right now they're like in their high priority. They need to really get to this orbital test first. and it's not an important part of the first mission.
Right. And getting to orbit does not require a successful ran chain landing. That can be a bonus test objective, which
Also,
I think makes a lot of sense.
Also, just a quick up the engine chill. For
There we go.
422-ish, 423-ish, somewhere in that around. So
they clearly just had a 2 or 3 minute delay, and we're like, all right, fine.
yeah, this is too close to 420. But there's an if here.
Sure.
Or a but. There's a more but than an if.
Bonus.
Yeah.
So it's a but.
There's the problem here is that on the previous 6-engine static fire, this went on for 35 minutes.
Oh,
so
wow, okay. So
yes,
it's at minimum 13 minutes based on previous flights, although,
Yes.
of course, that's only based on what we've seen, so for all we know, it could be less. But it could also be a while.
yes, there's a good indicator on ship at this point, which is, it's hard to describe. It's kind of an upstream. Like, right now you see the vents going down.
Okay.
They're pushing to the ground. And previously on static fires of this vehicle, we almost saw like some sort of upstream before the test, where some sort of condensation was going up the vehicle very rapidly, and that was
Like
a
a
very
vent?
good indicator. Yeah,
It could
It
be one of the, you know, how they've been using, basically venting the tanks for attitude control. That could just be, you know, a more powerful vent that just happens to be facing that way due to they're going to also use it for attitude control in flight.
yeah, that could very much be the case, and that was
So if you-
a good indicator.
So yeah, if you see that, definitely point that out, and we'll try to relay
Yeah.
that.
Also,
But-
another good indicator would be the deluge system. You would probably see it on
Yes.
the left view right now.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on these camera views here, but we are into engine chill operations on Ship 24, getting closer to potentially a static fire. Could, of course, also be a spin prime or something like that, but we've seen Ship do a couple static fires, so it would be in line for more static fires, and with the amount of locks on board, could be supporting a more substantial static fire. And now I wonder, is this fuel load more tied to the amount of propellant they expect to burn during the static fire, or is it more of a, we need more weight in the tanks in order to hold down the vehicle when 6 Raptors fire?
I think the corresponding methane tank is not filled enough.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly where I was going.
So it's definitely not the ratio you would need for this extent of firing.
You
So
could
I
burn
think this
very
is,
oxygen rich.
yeah, very oxygen-rich combustion here. They are going for it.
If you go that oxygen rich, it will. If you go that oxygen rich, it will surely become engine rich very quickly.
That's a Raptor classic, right?
But yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm wondering if if the propellant load is actually much less, because again, it's still a short static fire engine. So my guess is it's more about a weight consideration, which would make a lot of sense. And we were talking about that with Booster 7 testing too.
Yeah. Like
Anyway.
I absolutely, this is a weight simulator. It's not a weight simulator because we cannot simulate. It's a
It's a fuel. Well, it's not even a fuel simulator. It just is fuel. I don't know if you're
Yeah,
really simulating anything.
it's when people say it's a mass simulator. We cannot simulate mass, so it's not
You know
mass
what they
simu-
mean, though.
Yeah, but it's a payload simulator.
Anyway, all right. So now that we're in engine chill, I want to speed run a couple things before we get to the point where a static fire could become imminent. Again, it's just started, so we're safe for a couple minutes here. Eric, thank you for your support there as well. Desmo asking about our thoughts about if we're worried about any of the recent developments with SLS launch campaign. My quick answer is going to be no. NASA went into some pretty good detail as to how they can rationale their launch decision, and when they see, you know, similar performance on that one engine chill sequence, they have ways to investigate whether or not it's a bad sensor or something like that. They will not launch if there is a chance of, if there is any significant chance of an actual problem. They're not going to launch that mission. I think they've rationalized it very well. Rationalized it, I guess, is the actual verb there. My apologies. Let's see. Matthew's saying, my son just got home from the first day of first grade, and all he wants to do is watch you guys and see Ship 24 light up. Thanks for the coverage. Well, Matthew, tell your son that we're glad he's tuning in, and we are on the verge of potentially a Ship 24 static fire, so hopefully he'll get what he wants. Let's see. Wenshi, giving us the timestamp for Frost starting to show. I know Adrian was looking for that. Appreciate that support. Here's a question. Do we know if they're still going to be moving the front flaps of the ship forward? Moving the front flaps toward the spine of the ship, like Elon mentioned last year. I know that was pitched at some point, but we haven't heard much about it, so it's possible those plans are either on hold or being thrown out. We haven't heard anything recent on that, so we'll have to wait for more updates or to see hardware before we give an update on anything like that.
Also, update from Mark, who's doing like lines on the frost rings here. The frost ring now with the engine chill is stable, so it seems like they reached the configuration they want to reach, and then they started engine chill.
Gotcha. Okay. Also, Chad is pointing out that the correct word for the extra fuel load is probably ballast, and that is very correct. Thank you for giving me that.
Try not to make the joke.
No,
yeah,
no
I'm also
ballast
resisting.
Jokes. No ballast jokes.
Okay, okay, we're going on. Go. Next question.
Next one.
Kushal, thank you for the support with the 7 and 24. I see what you did there. Appreciate the support. Here's a question from Eric. What is the ultimate plan for Starship recovery? Will they revisit landing legs since catch unlikely given the position of the forward and aft flaps? Alright, so here's a point to reiterate before we dive into the question. Just like on the booster is not being caught by the grid fins, the ship is not being caught by the flaps.
Sorry. The ship just vented from the header.
Did it?
Yes, just a few seconds ago, the ship vented from the header. So it seems like there's pressure at the top. But it vented for 100%, like 20 seconds ago. It vented from the head. So there is some sort of pressure there. Weird.
Oh, now I see it. Yeah. It occurred at about 4:15:01 p.m.
Yep. Sorry, I had to interrupt you there,
almost a
Thomas.
minute
Yeah, no,
ago.
thank you. Yeah, always dive in if you see something that we need to be pointing out. So, potential header tank action on this engine test, whatever it may be. But
Yes.
engine chill still going. Again, if you're not sure where we're looking for engine chill, it's the vents that are right in front of the flaps, especially on the right-hand side view. You can see the vents coming out.
Yes.
But anyway,
And
back
based
into
on-
this. Sorry, go
Based
ahead.
on previous, we might, like, as soon as we are reaching, like, 4:22, 23, we should be very careful.
Okay, copy. Thank you that. So to dive back into this question, the flaps and the grid fins on their respective vehicles are not being used to catch those vehicles. There are mounting points that are also used by the chopsticks to lift the booster and ship onto each other. And those are the same points that the ship and booster will settle down onto the chopsticks during a landing attempt. That being said, obviously I could see how the flaps would be something else that the ship has to basically avoid when being caught. And landing legs are going to be necessary for landings on the moon and on Mars because there won't be the catch infrastructure there. So, do you guys think that ships will be caught long term here on Earth when we can build that infrastructure? Or do you think landing legs are going to become a universal feature of all starships, not just the ones landing where there are no catch towers?
I think it's the plan of SpaceX is the reverse, actually. I think their long-term plan would be to have catch towers everywhere they want to go, so they don't have to do legs anymore. I think that would be their desirable outcome. I do not dare to speculate if they get there, because I think it would be a very complicated situation. But I think that's the way, and I don't think they would easily go away from the catch tower idea if they don't have to.
So you think that SpaceX is going to spend the resources to fly starships carrying the infrastructure to build catch towers instead
One
of
day.
just putting landing legs on the vehicle?
One day, maybe.
I understand exactly what you're saying. Something tells me it's way easier to just put landing legs on the thing, especially because you will need it, like, at least for the first couple landings. But it's very interesting.
I feel like this all depends on how far does SpaceX get with their Mars goals and with their Mars ambitions. Like, a lot of this is very much dependent on that. And I don't think they would ever go away from the Earth no landing legs situation if they don't have to. As long as it works, I think they will just catch it because it saves mass. If it works, it works. But there could also be a situation like this is a very fluid answer because there could also be a situation where it doesn't work and they cannot catch it, and they need to design landing legs to get this program going.
Very good points there. Let's see. Aha! I think I know this person. The username is The Magician and says, Thomas, it's been a long time. Met you at Boca a year ago. My son Silas says hello. Yes, definitely remember that. Glad to see you're still tuning in. And they have a question. Why do we see so much frost on the liquid oxygen tank but not on methane? I think we touched on this slightly earlier. So the first explanation is simply that you do load more liquid oxygen than liquid methane. The ratio is burning more LOX than methane. However, given that you literally don't even see a frost ring on the methane tank, the much more likely actual explanation is that they loaded a bunch of liquid oxygen as ballast to help weigh down the vehicle for an upcoming static fire, and given how much ballast they seem to have added, definitely fuels the, no pun intended, fuels the speculation that this could be a 6-engine static fire. So it's mostly actually about weighing down the vehicle for the static fire test. We believe that is the explanation. So they're not loading the actual ratio that you would normally load.
Well, 420 and nothing happened.
Yeah, and we are past the 420 mark for those keeping track. Thank you, Alex. Bruce with a question. While a 6-engine test would be cool, would they ever run all 6 during a launch, running a sea-level engine in vacuum? Yes, and we've touched on this a little bit before. Keep in mind that the vacuum engines do not gimbal. So to have some better steering capability, you'll actually still want to fire the sea-level engines during the initial ascent. Gives you a little bit more thrust, even though they're slightly less efficient in vacuum, obviously, but it also gives you gimbal authority and steering authority. So the understanding is that all 6 engines would be firing. Am I correct there, Alex?
Yeah, and also because it is a sea-level engine, it doesn't mean it doesn't run on vacuum.
Right, it's just less efficient.
Exactly. It's less efficient than the vacuum optimized version, but it is still more efficient than when it is at sea level. So that we gotta keep that in mind. And also Falcon 9, when it does all these boost back burns in space and all that, it's in vacuum. Yep. And once the booster goes up with Super Heavy, for example, when it's approaching Miko, it's almost near vacuum already. So just because it is a sea level engine doesn't mean it doesn't work on vacuum. It's actually more capable, more thrust, more performance. The only difference is that the vacuum optimized one has even more. Right? That's sort of the difference. The key difference here is that.
I just looked more into the countdown on previous things and just A/B testing old tests right now. The deluge system and the upstream vent will both start at 20 seconds before T0.
Okay, thank you for that. We're also going to be keeping an ear out for the siren, which does give us that 10-minute warning, approximately 10-minute warning. So that is definitely something to keep an ear out for as well. It could give us a heads up for the T0. But since we're into engine chill operations, we could expect that very shortly. In fact, we're into the window where, Adrian, you mentioned, we're into the time where we could be expecting an imminent test. So I'll try to keep some quick messages here, and maybe we can start to listen in a little bit more closely.
But however, this could take long.
But this could take much longer. Yes, gotcha.
Yes, this is.
You know what uncertain. I wish I had a T-minus 10-minute siren for when bugs enter my room. I just have one in my room. Getting some company here, just getting ready for the static fire test.
So want to see it.
Alright, let's see. Some other messages coming in here. Dane saying, good morning from down under. Has there been any more info about orbital refilling? Not sure we've seen any recent updates on that front, actually. But that's definitely something that's going to be coming up very shortly after the first orbital test flight. If they can demonstrate successful launch to orbit, I think one of the next test objectives, if not the next test objective, well, alright, maybe deploying Starlink satellites is another thing they'll want to develop first, but then maybe after that, orbital refueling for purposes of the HLS program, as well as just supporting missions beyond Earth orbit, that's going to be a very near-term test objective. But we haven't heard anything super recently on that.
Also, just because I saw some people mentioning it, yes, this pulse pattern was on previous vehicles a good indicator for an imminent T0. No, it's not anymore. That's one of these cases where SpaceX kind of trolls the people that try to find out the stuff and just changes stuff with the countdown, and suddenly you're back at 0 and you start all over again with these indicators. That's one of these good examples which used to be a good indicator and it's not anymore.
Gotcha.
Times they changed sort of the countdown sequence. I believe if someone had a good eye yesterday on Falcon 9's launch, they might have noticed something as well there, but shh.
Several people are right now like, oh, what happened there?
I did notice that, for what it's worth.
Some more questions coming here. Bash asking, does Starship have vacuum Raptors mounted or standard Raptor 2? Also, how many times can they temp cycle these engines before they need a full inspection? Even the vacuum Raptors, it's vacuum Raptor 2, right? Like those have also been upgraded similarly?
Yes, that's the case.
So the 6 engines on Ship 24 are 3 sea-level Raptor 2s and 3 vacuum Raptor 2s.
And we pointed out this earlier, this will be the most thrust ever generated by a Starship prototype if this is a 6-engine static fire.
More than Delta for Heavy. One thing that we saw, it was rather recently that we saw, I believe it was a visit of the HLS program people to Starbase. They released some pictures of that. And there was one of the pictures where they showed one of these Raptor 2 vacuum engines, and you could see the nozzle extension was completely different, and the plumbing was simplified, just like the Raptor 2. So yeah, it was a total different kind of vacuum Raptor that you could see there.
Gotcha. The second part of this question, how many times can the engines be cycled before they need a full inspection? I don't know if we have official info on that, but what we do know is that these engines are, of course, designed to be very reusable and very easily reusable. And so they're going to have to withstand many ignitions, they're going to have to withstand many minutes of firing, and many temperature cycles before any substantial work can be done on them. And so I think it is safe to say that they're not really approaching any of those limits.
It would be bad if they already approached that. That would be very bad for their design goals with a rapid reusable system if you had to inspect them after like 10 firings or so.
Right, exactly. Here's a question from Matthew. Says, isn't the Air Force looking to land in austere sites for their rocket cargo program that would require landing leg development? Well, so we know landing legs are going to be required. The first ship to land on the moon and Mars will have landing legs. But yes, there's also... Ooh.
Oh.
That's a depress, right?
That does indeed look like a depress vent. From the header tank, too.
I'm not a fan of that, I have to say.
That's a lot of venting. All the vents. You get a vent, you get a vent.
So that uptick in venting there does look like they have depressurized the tanks on board Ship 24. Which would be a potential indicator that they are backing out of this countdown.
Yeah, that could be the case.
There is still 3.5 hours remaining in the window, and it's not super clear how far out of this countdown they may be backing out. We saw with Booster 7 them back out and then come right back.
Yeah. So let's be hopeful for now.
Yes. Alright, while the looks like the countdown may potentially be entering a recycle. Let's dive into the end of this question here. Talking about landing light development, and yes, we do know that some ships are going to need landing light development. And I think the Earth-to-Earth concept, especially for the military use, where you might not be landing at spaceports, is definitely another key indicator that landing legs will be required in some way, shape, or form. What else? Also, Camtech with the comment saying that you could build the catch infrastructure using in situ resources, so resources that you can actually gather from those places. And that is true. However, you would need to bring the equipment required to gather those resources, all the equipment required to process those resources. So using in situ resources on the Moon and Mars still require a lot of up-mass capability initially. So, worth making that point though. Appreciate the support and the comment. Oh, here is a good question here from Dominic saying, do we know why engine chill on the ground is so long when flip and state separation can't have long engine chill? That's a great question, but here is the catch. Those engines, when you're doing the flip for like the boost back burn and state separation and things like that, those things take place after the engines have already been firing for a while. So the components of the engine have been operating at their stable operating temperature for several minutes at that point. And the engines are not going to like all of a sudden go right back to ambient temperature or go out of the temperature ranges in the couple seconds between MECO and boost back burn, for example, on the booster. And so during ascent, just like they do on Falcon 9, the upper stage will kind of start its engine chill either during the ascent, or it could even start before liftoff. Depends on how long engine chill has to happen. On Falcon 9, Merlin vacuum engine chill starts while the first stage is still flying the mission. So you can time it that way, and then once the engines have been firing for a while, the engines are already at stable temperatures, and so you don't need to do extra engine chill. If there's a coast phase, like a extended coast phase between different burns, then you might have a little bit of time where you do another engine chill or something like that. But it depends on the flight profile. But if you are worried about the short gap between different firings, that's not actually a thermal issue because the engine is already operating at the right temperature. Dave the Wave asking, have we done any radio scanner monitoring to see if there's any useful radio chatter to help with test monitoring? I do believe, in fact, a long time ago, I think Jack Beyer caught some radio chatter regarding some crane activity down in Starbase, but I don't think anyone has ever listened in on actual testing chatter, and it's unlikely that those communications happen on a rate frequency that you can just scan and listen to.
I also feel like over the long term it would be a situation where you might hurt your relation with them there, because I feel like that would be a line that they would not like to have crossed during testing.
Potentially, yeah. Let's see here. Here's a good question from Taras asking, at lunchtime, how much ice is expected to be on the full stack, and what effect does that have on the rocket as it ascends? We get this question a lot about not just ice, but also any soot that builds up on the outside of Falcon rockets, for example. Worth noting that this is a pretty negligible effect. We don't usually experience any sort of aerodynamics effects for either soot or ice, or the weight effects even. It's basically such a small effect that it does not really change the trajectory of the rocket or anything like that. Appreciate the support there, Terrace. Keeping an eye on Ship 24 as they appear to be into a recycle.
And if with this view on, I can point out something to watch out for. You can see the old flare stack on the left side. In the past, a great indicator if they really spooled down activity and kind of depressurized the whole system was that vent stack starting. So as long as that is not starting, I am very optimistic about this test still.
Like you're thinking that they could jump right back into it without like a full detank or anything?
Yeah, I feel like that vent stack is some sort of like tank farm saving depressurization related, because it always boots down with the tank farm. So we'll see, but I think as long as that is not going, we are fine. And it's not going, so good.
Gotcha. Well, we'll keep an eye on that, and we could then remain a little hopeful that we're not going to back too far out of the countdown.
Oh, look, it's grass vent.
Oh yeah, what does that mean, Adrian?
Nothing. Nothing. I just saw it, and I had like this meme of the chicken having like small eyes and looking at it angrily. That was me right now.
We got a question here from Zachary saying, what is a recycle? So I should clarify that. Basically, a recycle in rocketry is when you go back to a previous part of the countdown. So something happened that you plan to get there, you plan to get to a certain point of the countdown, intentionally abort and then go back to a different point of the countdown and redo it, or you saw some data or a sensor indicated something that was outside of the acceptable ranges or whatever, and there's an abort. You don't necessarily have to do a full recycle in the sense of you have to detank the vehicle, stop everything, and then go from the very beginning. You can sometimes go back to a recycle point, which is where it's just an earlier part of the countdown where you can then resume from again. So that's what we're talking about, a recycle. It's basically not a full detank, remove all the fuel from the rocket. You can cycle back to a earlier part of the countdown and go from there once again. That can happen on testing, that can happen on actual launch attempts. Very common in rocketry. Stephen with a super chat saying that there was an emergency depress if I've ever seen one. I don't know about an emergency depress, especially considering it didn't seem to be a full depress. I would not classify it as an emergency depress, actually.
Yeah, the emergency depress would be like, I feel like then the vehicle would just open all vents until it's empty.
Yeah, exactly.
That for me screams emergency depress, and that wasn't the case here.
I agree that that depressurization vent was pretty, dramatic. Like there was a lot of vents going on, but I think that's nominal. Or at least more, maybe nominal is not the right word because it still could have been an abort, but not an emergency.
Yep, I agree.
Musical Wolves, thank you for the support there as well. And Michael, thanks for the Red Team membership. Appreciate the support from everyone who is tuned into the stream. Hope you're enjoying the live coverage. Hopefully we'll get yet another static fire here. I do remember the Booster 7 aborted that first static fire attempt while I was on commentary, and then I hopped off and then they static fired, and then it came back and Ship 24 then aborted again.
Okay, someone tag Jack on
so we gotta get someone else in for me.
Yeah, it was good to have you on here, Thomas. I will take
I'll
over
just
you
leave.
from
It's fine.
It's been great, but
It is also worth reiterating, though, that it could have been planned that way. It's not necessarily an actual abort. It could be that they planned to do some fueling up to a certain point, abort, recycle, and now they're going to get into some more testing. Those are actual options.
Yeah, what I want to point out...
Go ahead,
just
Adrian.
point out here, the frost ring is still very much consistent. You see the frost going up here, but it's hard to see, but there's a difference between the real frost ring and just a bit more frost creeping up the outside of the tank. I think that's related to boil off, where the liquid oxygen in there starts to boil, and then as gas goes up the tank, and even liquid oxygen that just turned to gas is still very much cold. It's not... It's just boiling doesn't mean it's 200 degrees here. So it still freezes the tanks, I think, while going up as gas.
Well, maybe a little bit of that. But I would also add that I think even the perhaps stronger part of this is that when they depressurize the tank, if you drop the pressure rapidly like that, that is also comes with a big drop in temperature. And so frost can form on the outside of that tank right after a depressurization event. We actually see that during detanking operations sometimes as well.
There's a name, right? There's a name for that effect. I always forget it. When we bring it up, I'm like, yeah, it has a name. And then somebody remembers me of that name. And then I'm like, yeah, I will remember that now. And then I forget it again.
Some other messages that have come through here. Oh, here's a good question. Tara is asking if SpaceX or NASA wanted a Starship that was optimized to be part of a space station, could the methodology... Oh,
There we go.
Can we go to infinity, I think? Yeah.
oh
The
yeah.
event stack is active, which it kind of spells not a great message here. This is really, in the past we have seen this so many times, and so far it was a sign for spooling down activity. I think that's a fair statement to say. This right now, from a chance perspective, makes a test in the very near future at least unlikely.
Now curious to see how long it'll take to detangle that LOX.
Right. So, folks, if you are wondering what we're looking at on the, it's hard to see because it's daytime. It's much more obvious at night. To the left of your screen, right above where the ticker says Starship, there's that black vertical stack with a little bit of vapor coming out. That is the flare stack, and that is the indicator we're looking at. That usually coincides with a full detanking rather than just a recycle. So, worth pointing that out. Again, nothing is certain in the world of Starship testing, and the window does not close till 8 o'clock p.m. Central Time. And so it is possible, there you go, now that the stack is picked up, it's a little more visible. Possible that we're not done for the day. However, this is a pretty strong sign that they are going to detank Ship 24 right now.
Yeah.
Alright, well, while that goes on, and we'll keep an eye out for any other indicators of new activity, but we'll dive back into this question. So, if Starship was going to be optimized to be part of a space station, could the fuel tanks be shrunk significantly to make a larger livable volume in the payload section?
Oh, let me... I mean, you would reduce the performance significantly, right? At some point. And also,
but that's the thing. If you're only going to low Earth orbit, like, you only need the fuel to get there, and then you're a space station module that's in orbit, you know? Like, imagine you take a Starship variant. You don't need the heat shield. You take off the flaps. You've got, I guess you'll need the engine. Think of it like almost like a Skylab situation. You don't need the extra propellant to go beyond low Earth orbit. It's possible that you could have smaller tanks. You know, you move where the bulkheads are, and as long as you have the propellant margin to get to orbit, beyond that you don't actually need any more.
Yeah, but wouldn't that also mean a very significant amount of work and redesign in terms of like pressure and everything? Like, redesigning tank size is not that trivial, right?
It's not very trivial, right? It is probably simpler than on other rockets, where simply because the bulkhead on Starship is, you know, just putting a bulkhead between the outside walls. There's not a tank within an outside wall, you know? So maybe that makes it slightly better, but I do agree with you that it wouldn't be super trivial.
Look at that flare stack. That flare stack is getting out what it can get out.
Going wild.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They are basically emptying this thing right now.
But definitely a good question, Taras. Thank you for the Super Chat support to ask that question as well. And Dartax has become a Red Team member, and Jerwa has gifted 5 Red Team members. So appreciate both of you and your support. Hope you all enjoy the membership perks. And Vince, thank you for the Super Chat support as well. Appreciate it.
Just look, this is insane how much the vent stake is going on right now.
Brian Pop with another Super Chat as well. Appreciate the support, Brian. Let me see some other messages here. Again, if you have questions, please tag us at NASA Spaceflight in chat. I'm reading through some to pick out some fresh ones. Oh, here's a good question. What are they venting? Do they just vent all the fuel into the atmosphere?
That, I think, is liquid oxygen, what we are seeing on the vent stack.
Right, so liquid oxygen can be safely vented because obviously there's plenty of oxygen in the atmosphere and it just vaporizes.
Yes, and the recondenser is still on, so I think they are using the recondenser for the methane.
Yeah,
Right.
what I think both do though, the recondenser and the vent stack, they both vent nitrogen, but for different reasons. Detanking of the oxygen, as you mentioned, is via the vent stack, and then the recondenser is for both loading methane and also detanking the methane.
Yeah, because it uses nitrogen to also liquefy the methane, right?
Yeah, and it's also more about the pressurization systems that they run to be able to drain back the liquids. You may also see that sometimes even on Falcon 9 missions when they have to recycle. There's very little times when that happens, but they actually happen sometimes, and you can see some of that venting from especially for the liquid oxygen on Falcon 9. You can see that as well, some venting from the tank farm for that.
Yeah, so on the left-hand side of this camera view is what we're calling the flare stack. Of course, the flare itself is not active, and they're actually just venting oxygen. It's very cold oxygen, it's in a liquid form, but once it gets out to the atmosphere, it'll evaporate into gaseous oxygen. And then on that other camera view, we were seeing in the background the methane recondenser, which you see some venting from that, but it's not methane being vented. That's just nitrogen, which is used to cool the methane back to a stable temperature where it can be stored again. And that, in that sense, you're not venting methane into the atmosphere, so it's a safe process there.
Someone said it was working well until Chris G left.
Oh no.
Chris G is the secret sauce to get a Starship and booster running. Is that what we are saying here?
Yeah, if Chris G would have stuck around, we would have had it. Let's see. A couple other memberships that have come through here. James, thank you for becoming a Red Team member, and Keith with the Padway membership. Appreciate both of y'all's support. Really, really appreciate it. Can't say it enough. Let's see. Question in chat, why doesn't NASA go to SpaceX to use their rockets to get to the moon? They are.
Starship.
A version of Starship is the human landing system, is the lander for the Artemis program. And plenty of other Starship variants are going to be involved in fueling that Starship before it heads out to the moon. Falcon Heavy is being used to launch the Gateway Station. There's Dragon XL, which will be a cargo vehicle for the Gateway Station. So, plenty of SpaceX involvement in going back to the moon. In fact, not just involvement, they are required. Can't get to the lunar surface without a lander.
You could even argue that there's right now almost no space company that is that involved in basically every NASA project as SpaceX.
Sure.
There's in every single major and flagship mission you can at this point find SpaceX activities.
Matt is asking, could it have been filled with liquid nitrogen for now, and now they're going to fill it with fuel? We have indicators that indicate that would not have been a nitrogen fill, right?
Yes, the methane the methane recondenser. The methane recondenser would not that's the main indicator we used when back in the days sometimes to find out what they are loading, because if it's not a methane recondenser, okay, that's probably cryo. But if it's the methane recondenser going on, okay, it's fuel involved. We saw it spooling up, so it's fuel involved.
And a follow-up question about what we were just talking about, SpaceX's involvement with the Artemis program. Matt's asking if we heard any updates about Dragon XL. Not recently. The Gateway is not, I wouldn't want to say a long-term goal. Like, it's not, the first modules are supposed to launch in 2 years, which isn't that long in spaceflight terms. But it is true that it's not the immediate priority. The immediate priority is, first of all, verifying that SLS and Orion are working properly, which is, of course, the Artemis 1 mission, launching as early as Saturday. Also, getting the human landing system up and running. So Starship has to reach orbit. Starship has to demonstrate on-orbit refueling. They need to demonstrate the human landing system variant of Starship and all of its relevant systems. There has to be an uncrewed landing. All of those things can happen before Gateway gets involved, because Gateway is supposed to, like even the first landing isn't even supposed to use the Gateway station. There's just be Orion talking directly to the HLS. So there's not a whole lot of reason to be rushing into Gateway stuff, especially when the first 2 modules are still being fabricated. They are being fabricated. Maxar and Northrop Grumman are building those modules and getting them ready for flight.
And ESA.
I'm sorry?
And ESA, right? They are also involved.
ESA is also, I was just referring to the first 2 modules. But yes, ESA has a module as well, and JAXA has a module as well. But for the first 2 modules that are launching together on the Falcon Heavy mission, those are in work. And basically, we haven't heard any updates on Dragon XL, but that's not really reason to be concerned, simply because the time when Dragon XL will actually be needed to support those missions is still a little bit of ways away, and the priority right now is getting the lander online. It is also possible that by the time NASA is ready to fly cargo missions to the Gateway Station, Starship, because it's the landing system also, will also be flying, and SpaceX might go, hey NASA, so we have this other rocket that's also capable of going to the Lunar Gateway that could carry a lot more cargo and probably is cheaper to operate because it's fully reusable versus only a partially reusable Falcon Heavy Dragon XL system. And it would not super surprise me if they modify the contract to allow a slightly different vehicle that's still operated by SpaceX and things like that. But that's just kind of some speculation there. But either way, no recent updates on that. Just waiting for more progress on the Gateway front, probably before we expect to hear more on that front.
Yeah, there's also always the situation where NASA steers this conversation basically, and they want to have certain things in the spotlight. And you could see that, for example, after the James Webb launch, that they suddenly shifted a lot of attention on media attention to Artemis. And you have the same situation now. They really like to talk about Artemis right now because that's the flagship, their situation right now. And once that is off the table and probably launched, you can then focus your media attention to the next project and can give different kinds of project spotlights. So it's always interesting for me now to see, once Artemis 1 launches, what will they use in their media strategy to highlight next?
Sure. Ultra Neil, thank you for the Super Chat support. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Another question about Dragon XL, and this is D-Pod Dolphin Productions. We know them. Appreciate you tuning in. If Dragon XL flies, do you think it'll end up looking like it currently does, basically some cross of Cygnus and Crew Dragon, or do you think they'll modify it significantly? Any thoughts?
I would not be surprised to see a significant design overhaul. That would not be the first time we see something being presented first and in early renders, and then it totally changes. So we'll see. I would not I cannot give any probability for that. It could look the same, but I wouldn't be surprised if it suddenly looked completely different. I think.
I wouldn't be terribly surprised, but I would also just offer that the precedent on that front is probably the previous Dragon vehicles, which, when they were originally proposed, more or less looked pretty much like they eventually flew. Granted, the one exception being originally that Crew were going to fly on a vehicle that looked very similar to Dragon 1, but then when they revealed Dragon 2, that looked very similar to the vehicle that flew Crew and Cargo, starting with the CRS-2 contract. So maybe Dragon XL is in fact pretty much those renders that we have gotten when they announced it look pretty much like it'll actually look, but not sure.
I mean, the other case would then be Falcon 9 and Starship, who quite changed a lot from what expected to what they are looking right now. So, I guess the answer is we don't know yet.
Right, sure.
Which is always, like, I feel like that's always a disappointing answer, but like sometimes it's just the answer.
Kavera Valley, thank you for the Super Chat support. Appreciated as always. To side with a question, any news on the new EVA suits from either NASA or SpaceX? Yes, well, kind of. I mean, it wasn't super recent. NASA did award teams from Collins Aerospace and, was it Axiom? Oh god, now I can't remember. Wait, hold on. NASA EVA award. New spacewalk gang, yada yada yada. I don't want to mess up. I know that Collins Aerospace was one of them. Oh, come on. Now I can't read. Yeah, it was Axiom and Collins. See, I was right. I gotta stop second guessing myself. They did award Collins Aerospace and Axiom Space contracts to develop new EVA suits for down the road for lunar landing missions. It's actually interesting. Blue Origin is on one of the teams. I think on the Collins Aerospace team, but it's because Collins or Blue Origin acquired Honeybee Robotics, which is actually what was on the team, I think. So now it's part of technically a Blue Origin team as well. But anyway, I do not believe SpaceX is involved with either of the EVA suit teams. Now, of course, SpaceX is also developing EVA suits for the Polaris program. They'll originally be demoed on a Crew Dragon free-flying spacewalk on the Polaris Dawn mission as early as later this year. But those suits are also intended to aid the development of SpaceX EVA suits to be used on the lunar surface, on Mars, so it's possible we'll see those involved down the line as well.
It's always crazy to me to hear that Polaris Dawn is net later this year. Like, when they announced it, it sounded so far away, but it's not that far away, right?
Well, to be fair, everything is technically no earlier than this year. So, you know, it depends on how far it slips or when we get an actual launch target. But it could be relatively soon, yes.
I mean, not everything, is not early.
Everything that hasn't
than
happened
today
yet is no earlier than this year.
Yeah, but technically there are also things that already we know there won't be this year.
Well, that's true. But again, even something that we know will happen next year will not happen earlier than this year. Anyway, this is a pedantic.
We digress. Oh god.
Getting some more questions in here. Flawed Perspective asking why don't they burn off CH4 instead of dumping it into the atmosphere. Okay, yeah, we did touch on this barely. In the back of this camera, you can see the methane recondenser active. To the right of Starship, you see the recondenser, and that's liquid nitrogen being vented from the recondenser system. They are recondensing the methane into liquid form and restoring it. They are not dumping it into the atmosphere. What you're seeing.
You're referring to the vent on the orbital tank farm?
Oh, where's that? I did not see that.
You're referring to the one to the right of the ship.
Oh, is that not the recondenser?
No, that's the orbital tank farm.
Where's the recondenser? Where did I miss that?
The 3 tanks to the left. You see those 3 tanks? Those are water tanks. There you go. Well, now it is behind the ship in this view.
Oh,
it is
I see
right
where you're
behind the
looking
ship.
at, though.
Yep.
Right behind and to the right of the ship, right?
Mm-hmm. And to the right of the ship there, you can see some venting from like a pipe, like near the berm. That's the LOX one. That's the, not recondenser, but it's like the, what's the name? I cannot remember. Well, the thing that is equivalent but for liquid oxygen.
The LOX subcooler.
Yeah, yeah.
There you go.
It's a
Right,
different
so my
name, I
apologies
think.
on that.
But anyways.
But regardless, back to the main point is that they are not
Vaporizer.
dumping methane into the atmosphere. Yeah.
Someone said it on chat, vaporizer, the vaporizer thing. Yeah, there you go.
Bringing on some more questions here. Let's see. Oh, here's a question. I'm gonna open this up to you, Alex, because I think you have more of the new environmental rule, or at least what we think the rules are for road closures and stuff in
Okay.
your head than mine. Because Psychotic Wolf is just mentioning that SpaceX does have those limits for the amount of time they can do road closures, and wondering if every hour they use gets them closer to that limit. He said the prepaid plan sucks. Funny joke, but is it a limit of amount of times they can close the road, or the number of hours the road can be closed?
Yeah, it is the number of hours, but I do believe it's been increased since they had a previous amount, and then for this one during the PEA they actually increased that. I think I don't want to give numbers because I don't exactly remember, but the number that is kind of stuck right now in my head is 500 hours, but I don't want to actually say it is 500 hours. It's just what I remember. Might be another 500-hour thing, but that's what I remember.
It was
and
high
I don't have
enough
any.
that it would not be any. Like, I think we basically said, hey, okay, this might not be an issue at all.
Yeah, I mean, we've been live for what? 7 hours. We went live probably half an hour or an hour after they closed the road. So let's say 8 hours per day, right? 500 hours means you can close the road 62.5 days of the year, which I think it is. Wait. I'm trying to do the math.
And they don't usually have the road closed all day 8 hours
Yeah.
if they have closed, for example.
It is about 1/8 of the time of the. So if you were to spread that over the year, it will be like 1 day a week. But they don't always test all the weeks. Like we saw last week, they only tested half of the 4 days. So they have 4 days between Labor Day, which is coming up next Monday, and then there's like another. I don't know about U.S. federal holidays, so Thomas, help me out on this. But there's one in June. Then between those two, they cannot close the road on Fridays, and they cannot actually have any exception on the closures on weekends. So they effectively have only 4 days those weeks. The last week they only closed the road twice, on Wednesday and Thursday. So that means 2 of the days were not used, and actually those 2 closures were not even 8 hours, anywhere close to 8 hours. So yes, they have these restrictions, but when you do the math, like a quick math actually tells you that they have plenty of time to test the ships and the boosters. Now obviously they probably are keeping track of that, and probably because of potential lawsuits and things like that may be happening. We've seen that prior, right? We've seen that people have been complaining about them, and SpaceX has come up and said, hey, no, look, we have these numbers, and you can argue they are better, less better, whatever, like, but yeah, you can do a quick math and guess that it's not really that restrictive.
Right, gotcha. Thank you for that. And yeah, I'm not sure exactly which June holiday that would be, but there's a couple in there, so I'm not sure.
We see right now the tank farm kind of fizzling out here. The flare stack slowly but surely.
Someone said
it.
This is quite puzzling because I just saw that on chat. It will be help us viewers if you were to reorient your directions. Your right is our left on the screen we're watching. I don't think so. We're watching the same kind of stream that you guys are watching.
Yeah, no, we see the same thing screen you are.
Yeah, and it's not inverted. So must be something on your end.
I have to say, I see some different stuff because I also have Starbase Live open. As Alex pointed out before, sometimes I just have Starbase Live open because we have multiple cameras there, so I can just look at them while we're doing this, and just have like second views that sometimes help me to look at indicators. So yes, that is a case sometimes, but usually if we talk about something, you will see it here on stream.
Right, yeah. We will point it out on the screen that you are seeing. If you are hearing our commentary, we will point it out on the screen that the commentary is coming from.
Yep.
Someone.
Let's see. Oh, go
Someone
ahead.
reminded me it was Memorial Day, the other one. So the two
okay.
holidays between Memorial Day and Labor Day.
Okay,
There you
that's
go.
not in June, but okay, we got it.
Yeah, end of May.
Yeah.
I knew it was like sort of around that time, but yeah.
Good to clarify there. That makes sense. All right, some more questions here. We touched on this, but Joshua was asking what kind of fuel is in use for this. Is it the same as Falcon 9? Well, one thing is the same. They both use liquid oxygen. That's a very standard oxidizer for most larger rockets, but different fuel. Starship is fueled by liquid methane, which is why we're talking about how they use a recondenser rather than just venting the methane, because it's not really safe to vent pure methane into the atmosphere. But for Falcon 9, it's RP1 kerosene instead of methane. So different fuels, but same oxidizer. Other questions here. Aqua asking, how would they recover the ship if it went for a catch attempt and missed the actual catch points and was like resting on the fins? That would be an interesting predicament. Not sure what the contingency plans would be there.
I feel like there might be even the situation where the fins are not really built to carry the whole weight, and you would just have like a damaged or destroyed fin trying to do that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm like, the fins aren't designed to hold that weight. Basically, if it misses the points, not sure it's going to be usable. But again, I mean, I don't know. I think we'll have to. Maybe that's a wait and see thing. Maybe there's going to be contingency options, or maybe we'll get, when we get more insight into the actual catch process and like see an attempt, I think we'll learn a lot about how the whole system works together. Other messages that have come in here. William Rice has become a Red Team member. Appreciate that. Mark says, net this year, I'll use that in meetings from now on. Appreciate that, Mark. And Stan Lawrence asking if we have any news on I say Dreamcatcher. I'm assuming they mean Dream Chaser, the Sierra space plane that's going to be flying cargo to the space station in the next coming years. No super recent news on that. Sierra Space has been sharing some images, although it's not clear how recent the images are of the first couple vehicles. But no real updates as to, unfortunately, onto like the testing and process that's going to lead to first flight, unfortunately. Would really appreciate it if Sierra offered some more updates on that, especially considering it's a government-funded, a NASA-funded program that's going to be supporting ISS logistics, but unfortunately, very little information on that.
So is HLS, and we are lacking a bit of information there.
Well, HLS makes sense because we know it has to be preceded by Starship going to orbit, and we do have at least some access into that testing process. I agree, I would like to know more about the HLS design specifically, but I would also understand if it doesn't make sense to communicate that because the current Starship tests are going to affect the final HLS design and things like that. But I see your point.
And to be fair, a lot of insight we have in Starship is mostly because they decided to develop it next to a public road.
Right, yeah. Absolutely. Couple other questions here. What has more thrust, the SLS core stage or a Starship? The ship, not the full stack. Alright, hold on, let's do some math here.
I'm pretty sure the answer is that Starship has more thrust.
So a single RS-25 engine will do at... Guess we should just, for clarity, use
Starship.
a vacuum. Yeah, Starship, right?
Starship has yeah. No way.
I'll get the number just because we have it.
Okay, go ahead.
A single RS-25 produces 2.279 meganewtons of thrust, so you multiply that by 4, that's in vacuum, so a little bit over 9 meganewtons for an SLS core stage. And then we gotta look up the latest numbers for Raptor.
230 tons.
230, right? Yeah, okay.
Times 9.8 times 6 that gives you 13.5 meganewtons.
All right, so yeah, it gets it by about 4.5 meganewtons.
Yeah, I think you probably need another 2 engines on the core stage. Make it 6 engines instead of 4.
Right, gotcha.
I now want to see that in Kerbal.
Yeah, there you go. But
Okay,
yeah,
Justin,
so...
if you're listening in, do your magic, and also Steve.
Yeah. But yeah, so in numbers of pure thrust, Starship does win. Of course, there's a lot of other parameters to compare rocket power, but pure thrust numbers, Starship does beat out the core stage. Of course, once you have the solid rocket boosters, not even close.
And then you add super heavy.
But then you add super heavy, and then yeah.
And then it's not even close again.
And then it's not even close in the other direction. Matthew asking about the frost line, if it's moving up. I don't think so. Looks like it's
Moving
dropping.
down.
It's actually dropping, yeah.
Yep.
And that's just a result of, obviously, propellant is flowing out of the vehicle, so the tanks are going to have less propellant on board. When they do depressurize, we touched on this earlier, that does reduce the temperature in the tank. And so we might see the frost line like appear to rise later if they go into some more depressurization. But that's not an indication of fuel loading. That's just a matter of the temperature inside the tank. So if you're just tuning in, here's a quick recap. We did have Booster 7 first do a aborted static fire attempt, or at least what appeared to be an aborted static fire attempt. It could have been planned. We don't actually know. Before it did conduct a multi-engine static fire just after 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. It was a multi-engine static fire. Unclear exactly how many engines were involved. It appeared that they tried to fire 3, but one of them did not actually fire. Is that right?
Yeah, that
that's-
appears to be the case, but it's a little bit confusing.
But it's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's hard to tell. Let's leave it at that.
We suspect that one engine didn't fire, but we cannot confirm for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Regardless, we do know it was a multi-engine static fire, and that was the last Booster 7 test they conducted today. So they stood down from that, and then spooled up Ship 24, and with what was looking like a potential static fire opportunity. However, as you can see right now, they're into detank operations. They went to a depress vent, and then are now detanking the vehicle. And so, don't know if that was planned or if it was just a aborted test, but it looks like, as we're getting close to the end of the window, here is the timeline that we also need to be aware of. The test window today does extend until 8 o'clock p.m. Central Time. However, since they're into detanking operations and not simply recycling, it is probably worth mentioning that we are at the time where they would probably have to extend the road closure window if they wanted to do another test on any vehicle today. I don't think they have time to detank and then fuel for another test within this window. What do you guys think?
It's getting, at least I would say it's getting at least very tight in this window, because if you say like, okay, they need 45 minutes in the end to save this window, they have only like 2 more hours, and suddenly you then, okay, they need at least probably like 1 hour from here to fueling, and yeah, it's getting very, very tight. We are at least, I would say, they have less than an hour, probably like less than half an hour of margin, and that's getting quite unlikely at that point.
What do you think, Alex?
Oh, I don't know what to think.
That's the voice of a man who really wants a ship static fire, but knows that it's probably not going to happen at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Alright, folks, well, here's the deal. We've answered a lot of questions. We have seen a multi-engine static fire of Booster 7, which is another step in progress for ship testing. It is also worth noting that there is another closure scheduled for tomorrow, same time, 8 a.m. Central to 8 p.m. Central. And I believe that we're going to take this detanking operation, which does no signs of stopping or recycling at this point, as a sign that we can probably spool down the commentary. Obviously, don't go anywhere. Starbase Live 24/7 will have the camera views of Ship 24 out at the test site. So, and of course, if anything weird happens and they're spooling back up, the voices will come back. But I think we're going to take this opportunity to end our commentated coverage. We've been live for almost all day at this point. So a big thank you to everyone who has tuned in. Hope you enjoyed the coverage. Glad to see a multi-engine static fire on Booster 7 today, even though Ship 24 did not get to claim the same yet. Maybe tomorrow will be the ship's day. I want to go around the horn and thank everyone who was on commentary. First and foremost, the folks that are on right now. We had Adrian Bile offering some commentary as well as some insight into the potential, the countdown operations and things like that. So Adrian, thank you for hopping on.
Thanks for having me, and always thanks to our amazing chat moderators who also did this marathon stream with us. As always, you're amazing.
Absolutely, definitely. Also, Alex on commentary. Alex, thank you for hopping on and offering your insights as well. Appreciate it.
Always a pleasure. I will also mention as well the SPL operators. You mentioned the mods, so I'm gonna mention the SPL operators, which I think they all need that shout out as well. They all do a great job. Yeah.
Yeah, big thank you to all the camera operators and the chat moderators. Can't do it without you. Also want to thank Patrick Calhoun in the background, who has been pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, etc. for some of the stream. We also had some other members earlier. We had Das on stream. We had Chris Gebhardt earlier. Jack Beyer was on. We had a couple of people helping out. Michael Baylor was helping out as well. Can't name everyone who helps out on the streams because it takes a massive team, but that is going to do it for our live coverage right now. If you would like to stick around, we're going to throw you all over to Starbase Live to get a 24/7 view on Starship, and I think that'll spool down the commentary. So this is Thomas Burkhardt for NASA Spaceflight. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you all next time.